dois, um, dois. Estás a ouvir agora? Ok. Vamos fazer agora aqui uma apresentação. Ok, aqui já se ouve, melhor, ótimo. Está bom. Deixa-me só ver aqui deste lado. Só os speakers, todos os speakers. Só. Ok. Este aqui é o máximo. Deixa-me ver. Ok, vê lá. Aqui estou mesmo em cima, mas... Olha, assim está ótimo. Mas é melhor... Espera um bocadinho. Oh, Júlio, a luz do palco é suficiente esta? E se desligares aquele?
Exatamente. Exatamente. E depois temos um WordCamp nacional. Fazemos-lo no ano em que o WordPress celebra 20 anos e por isso vamos ter uma talk comemorativa no final do dia e vamos cantar os parabéns na after party. Wi-Fi, quem ainda não estiver, tem 20 segundos para fazer scan a este QR Code. Existem mais espalhados por aí. 19, 18, 17. Usem a nossa hashtag WC Lisboa nas redes sociais. Este era o programa de sexta-feira, já passou, foi talvez um dos mais interessantes dias do contribuidor em WordCamps em Portugal. Fez-se muito trabalho, certo? Olga, Pedro? Correu bem? O programa para sábado, portanto, é o dia de palestras e workshops, como sabem. Vamos ter talks no grande auditório. À 13h vamos fazer uma foto de grupo. E às 18h30 temos as considerações finais. Quem quiser aceder ao programa tem-o no badge ou pode aceder com este QR Code. Há café sempre disponível, mas além disso temos 2 coffee breaks e às 13h10 o almoço. Às 8h temos a after party num edifício aqui ao lado. Os WordCamps são eventos inclusivos. Temos um código de conduta que está no nosso website, que deve ser respeitado. Queremos que todos se divirtam, mas que respeitem a diferença de todos os outros. Se existir alguma situação que não considerem correta, contactem um dos organizadores ou voluntários. As máscaras não são obrigatórias, também não são proibidas e temos uma médica no local para qualquer situação que considerem necessária. O Álvaro e a Fernanda estão disponíveis para qualquer questão que os participantes tenham sobre o evento, ok? O swag. Eu penso que, entretanto, isto já está desatualizado, porque eu penso que eles já o estão a distribuir, mas se ainda não têm o vosso saco, a vossa t-shirt, etc., vão pedir na recepção. Usem a garrafa de água que vos oferecemos quando fizeram o registro, não usem material descartável e evitem desperdício, no fundo. E agora vamos agradecer aos nossos patrocinadores. Os patrocinadores da After Party são, e façam um barulho quando ouvir o vosso nome, a Iften Pay, a PT ISP, os nossos patrocinadores de diamante são a Eu Pago, a PT Servidor, os nossos patrocinadores globais, Bluehost, GoDaddy, Jetpack, Weglot e WooCommerce. Os nossos patrocinadores... Agora pensava que era feedback. Os nossos patrocinadores são a Igoi, a Motive, a Bankup, a WebHS e a Wigilabs. Os patrocinadores prata, Glow, Seravo, Sered e SiteGround. E os patrocinadores bronze, Chef Panda, Invoice Express, IP2Location, Neoxea, PTU Plugins, Sticker Mule, a Teamize, Dysfunctional, a Word3, WP Box, WPSec, Yoast. E os nossos media partners foram a Digital Azul e a RTP. Obrigado a todos eles, sem os quais não seria possível fazer o evento. Vamos a isto? Obrigado.
Raised in the UK, he quickly corrected that and is now living in Portugal and calling this beautiful country home. He is going to be talking about generative AI and how that intersects with WordPress. So when Dave is ready, I'll have you give a round of applause, but not yet because he's not ready. Yeah, almost. Are you ready? No. Now we're ready. Round of applause for Dave Lockey.
Thank you. Thank you, Santana, and yeah, super proud to be here at my new home WordCamp in my new home country. I am Dave Lockey, and today I am going to be talking to you about generative AI and WordPress. My career in WordPress has been long. I've been a freelancer, an agency owner, entrepreneur, advisor. In fact, my career is almost old enough to walk into a bar and order a drink. That's how long I've been working in this industry. Right now, I work as Web3 lead at Automatic in the WooCommerce division. And so my job is mainly that technology, Web3, crypto, all of that stuff, NFTs. But to understand how Web3 is going to impact WordPress, I also need to look at the other technologies which are coming down the line at the same time, because they're all going to arrive together. This isn't WordPress plus Web3, it's WordPress plus Web3 plus AI plus AR. Like, what does that picture look like? Because that's the future that we're paddling quite rapidly towards. So that's why I'm talking about this technology today. I'm going to talk a little bit about how it works, and I'm going to give you hopefully some like cool examples of what it can do. But really what I want to talk about is like how this impacts WordPress, how it impacts every single one of you in the room, and how we should respond to that. Like, what do we do about this? 2023 has definitely been the year of AI. So this is like the only thing that you really need to take away today. Like, our world has changed forever this year. Like, it's not going to be the same anymore. And let me tell you why I think that is. AI brings two things. It brings power like the web has never given people before. Like, it just has this incredible utility, but it also brings ease of access. Like, nobody needs to learn how to use ChatGPT. You just talk to it like a human, and you get stuff out, and you can learn from there. So the barrier to entry is super low. At the same time, the value that it can deliver has increased exponentially, let alone what GPT-5 is going to look like, let alone when you start stringing these things together with AI agents. So we're going to see so many more people using it for so much stuff, so much more quickly, that I believe we're basically kind of here. Like, we still live in a world where online there are more people than there are AI agents. And I just don't think we, as an internet-connected society, are ready for what the web is going to look like when we get further up that slope. When there are just AI agents everywhere doing everything, it's going to be crazy. So this is kind of the calm before the storm. So a quick, like, how does it work? Because I think that is useful foundational knowledge to have. We start with the neural network. A neural network is a computing system that is designed along the lines of a human brain. So it uses lots of algorithms, and it is capable of pattern recognition. That's essentially what a neural network does. But a neural network is kind of, and this is a bit of a bad analogy, you can think of it like a baby's brain, right? It is capable of learning, but it is not yet actually very good at anything. So to make it useful, we have to feed it training data. And actually, if you watch for it, you'll see the parallels with like human brain flow throughout this how it works stuff. So training data is essentially a bunch of questions that we already know the answers to, and we feed that through the neural network, and the training data looks kind of like this. So the training data that gets fed into the neural network is tokens. And there is a bunch of sort of other components upstream, which will take whatever input it is that we want to feed into our model, however we want to train it, and it will break it down into these tokens. So you can see here, usually they're words, sometimes they're part words, sometimes it's punctuation, etc. But each of these sort of colored blocks down the bottom is a token, and the job is to basically keep forcing all these tokens through in like set orders through the model. And that will, over time, start giving us output. And what we do is we compare the output to what we want, and we give it feedback. We give the system feedback until the output that we start getting approximates as closely as possible the answers that we expect to those questions, right? So that's the job. To start with, the neural network knows nothing. Our job is to get it to give us the right answers. And this feedback is largely automated, but it also uses, it's called RHLF, reinforcement by human feedback, basically. So there's big rooms of people telling this system whether it's getting the answers right or not. Okay, once we've done that, our neural network turns into a model. And this is now a neural network that is trained, is ready to give us answers. And so we can put we can ask it any question, and we can expect to get useful answers back out of it. And we will continue to feedback and iterate that model, which is why we have like GPT-3 and 3.5 and 4, because as we introduce more training data and more feedback, the model improves. Right, so the output of this is that we start with the model, and we can ask it questions like, what comes next? That's what this sort of large language model, this type of AI is really good at. So given 1, 2, 3, 4, what comes next? Given these words, what comes next? And they are really, really good at doing this. And it doesn't matter whether it's words, numbers, musical notes, pixels, computer code. It's very good at predicting what comes next. And it can do this recursively as well. So this time it's going to come with 5, next time it will come with 6, because you can feed its own output back into it, and it can keep going and keep going and keep going like that. And the results that it gives are just profoundly interesting and spectacular. So what we end up with is what this guy's called a calculator for words. Can also be other stuff, like a calculator for music, or a calculator for code, or DNA, or anything else. Anything that we can break down into tokens, which turns out to be pretty much any data at all, we can build a calculator for. So I want to play a little game now to emphasize how amazing this technology is. We're going to play a game called Left Human. So I'm going to give you 2 images. If you think the one on the left is made by a human, you raise your hand. If you think the one on the right is made by a human, you keep your hand down. I know it's early. Maybe like just have a little practice, get warmed up. I don't want any injuries here this morning. So, 2 images. A fishing boat in the Norwegian fjords. Put your hand up if you think the one on the left is human. Okay? Yeah? Yeah, you're right. How about this one? The one on the left? A sliced apple? All right, you all are pretty good at this. How about this one? Hot air balloons over a beautiful province of Turkey. You think the one on the left? Okay, yeah? All right, you are actually remarkably good at this game. And this one, the scientific illustration. So is the one on the left or the right, the human generated? Gets pretty hard, right? It is the one on the left that is the human one, yeah. So the point of this is to try and persuade you that we're no longer at the point where we have to get AI up to the point where it can do stuff that humans can do. Like, we've reached that point. The fact that you can't tell. Like, you can with some stuff, but like, this was me messing about quickly. We've now got to the point where you can't tell. And I think the question now is like, what more can it help humans do? What can it help us do that we couldn't do before? And so I'm going to quote this guy a few times throughout the talk, Brett Victor. He's done some incredible talks. He's like miles ahead of us all. But he has this principle that he lives by, that is, creators need immediate connection. And that is what this technology can do. I, as a bad photographer, untrained illustrator, prolific Google searcher, could probably find images like those. I could find a sliced apple, I could find a fishing boat without too much problem. But those aren't necessarily the things that I have in my head. Those are searching for things that already exist. What these tools allow us to do is to combine these ideas. And I can guarantee if you search for a fishing boat suspended from a hot air balloon catching a bunch of apples with birds flying around in the sky in the style of Audubon, you won't find that image on Google. But I, as a creator, can now have this within like 3 minutes, and it is at an acceptable quality for me to get feedback on my idea and to iterate it forwards. So I don't have to learn how to use a camera or Photoshop. I don't have to do Google searching. I don't have to brief and pay and wait for somebody who is like good at this stuff. I can just go and do it. And this is why this is important, because giving people that control, that immediate connection, leads to more creativity and to more ideas. It's like that immediacy of connection between what's in my head and what's something that I can see, that I can feed back on. That is so incredible about these technologies. Okay, so let's take a deep breath and bring this back to WordPress. Like, what does this actually mean for WordPress and the people in the room today? So let's do some brainstorming. As a WordPress user, I've logged into WP Admin. What am I doing? Like, shout out to me. Like, what are the tasks people accomplish using WordPress currently? Write content? Yep. Huh? Update plugin? Yeah, sure. What else? They might write some custom code. They might do some configuration. It's these sorts of things, right? They're the jobs that you do with WordPress and WooCommerce. And how about for us, the people in the room? Like, what are the ways in which you all make money day to day? Shout at me, unless it's like a secret, and then you don't have to shout out. Have we got any agencies in the room? Any like plugin developers? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, all this stuff, right? All this stuff. These are the things that we do probably in the room to make a living. I guess this is like 90% of our income. Generative AI is going to disrupt all of that. The way people use WordPress and the way that people make money, the services people need from professionals like us. It's going to change it all. Here's an example. Previously, as a client, you're walking into a professional engagement kind of blind. You're not a developer. That's why you're going to pay somebody to do it. With GPT, you can copy and paste code out of a plugin, out of a theme. You can put it in and you can ask GPT what it does and if there are any issues with it. It will analyze your code and it will mark your homework for you. If there is a problem, if it's not meeting the WordPress coding standards, it will tell you. And so savvy clients are going to start writing their own simple plugins. And where they can't write their own plugins, they're going to use GPT to mark your homework. So you better have anticipated that and run it through GPT before you hand it over, because otherwise you're going to get a snarky email back, for example. So this is just one example of how generative AI is going to impact our jobs. So it's another thing to do and to think about before we send code out the door. Hopefully this improves the quality of code, but yeah. So to help us think about how this might impact us, I managed to commission some roving reporting. It's a documentary film, just a very short one. And my correspondent managed to send back from the future this report.
Good evening and welcome to our special wildlife documentary. Tonight we're exploring these deep, dark and primordial jungles in search of a rare and elusive creature, the lost WordPress agencies of Papua New Guinea. As we venture deeper into the jungle, we discover these tribes have been thriving here for centuries, completely cut off from the modern world and AI technologies. And yet, they manage to build websites and make a living nothing but WordPress. It's truly remarkable to see how these tribes live in such ancient ways. They've created their own plugins and themes, and appear to even still create their own content. Now you might be thinking, how did they manage to do all of this without AI? Over the last few days, I've observed them using primitive tools like keyboards, mice, and computer screens. But the real reason that they're able to still do this work is that they are prepared to spend minutes or even hours working on just one particular thing. I'm not sure any of us can still remember how to use a keyboard, but it's great to know that in this remote jungle enclave, this primal skills are still practiced by these gentle people. Thanks for joining us on this wild adventure. Until next time, keep exploring.
Slightly handsome guy, that reporter, handsome guy. So look, either we pack our laptops, fly out to remote Indonesia and continue to use these primal tools, or we accept that things have changed and figure out what to do about it. So if you're with me and you want to do something about it and you want to move with the times, here's what I think we need to do. The first one is acceptance. A bunch of things that you've spent time learning, that people pay you for now, your position in the market, that's going to get disrupted. And there's more disruption coming. This is the start of an ever faster acceleration of change and impact. Take a deep breath, like fully accept this. 80% of people's jobs are going to be impacted by generative AI. That is 4 out of 5 people in this room. I just think take a minute and accept that things are going to change. That is like the key thing that I want you to get away with today. The next thing isn't like not to panic, because as this very simple game theory shows, the only way that you win is if you don't worry. Because if you worry, then you lose either way. Whatever it happens, whatever you're worried about happens or not, if you're worried about it, you've already lost, right? Stop wasting energy worrying about it. Instead, focus on first principles. Since the internet came along, does it feel like there's less work to do, even though we're like 100 times more productive? Right now, given these AI tools, does it feel like there's less work to do? Less work to do in the world? Less things that need to be fixed? Less value that needs to be created? No. And I think this is one of the key logical fallacies that people get hung up on, that they imagine there's this fixed amount of work to do, and if the robots are doing it, then what are we going to do? And I just don't see it that way. I just think the more that we can do, the more that there is to be done, the more great clean energy or social equity or whatever it is that you care about in the work world, there's more of it to do, and it should let us do more. The next thing to do is to understand the technology. There are a bunch of tools. At the moment, they're like largely free because everyone wants to get eyeballs and adoption. Here are a bunch of examples, but if you want to find some more, just go on to ChatGPT and ask it for more examples. And go and play, go and understand. What are they good for? What are they not good for? And if you are worried because you can't today look at this technology and go, how does this apply to my work? What am I going to do about this? What does this let me do differently? Don't worry. That's what this technology will help you do. Nobody knows yet. Nobody at all knows how this is going to play out. Let this technology help you think new thoughts. That is the magic of this. Like, we're all going to discover this together, and the answer is going to be different for all of us. Go back to first principles. What is it that we as people actually need? Like, shout out. Like, what do we need as people? 100%. What else? Water. I've got some water here for you, Santa. Water is good. I wasn't going that low on Maslow's hierarchy, but it's true. Wi-Fi. We do need Wi-Fi. Right. Okay. All right. I'm going to just put my words on the screen now. It's these things. I forgot Wi-Fi, but yeah. It's the very first principles things that people need, and that's not going to change. Neither is our mission. Our mission is about freedom, about letting people do what they want online. Like, freedom in the digital realm is at the very core of WordPress's mission. I don't think that gets less important in this world. The next job, I think, is to, once you've understood that we're not going to run out of work, and you understand how this technology is going to do, and you're bearing in mind these values and these human needs, is to consider how this technology impacts what we do now and how it challenges our assumptions. You know, at the moment, a website is content that somebody has thought about and written about in advance of somebody looking for it. Like, ChatGPT is the opposite of that. Like, the content is created on the fly when people are looking for it. So just stuff like that. Like, what are the first order and then the second order impacts of this technology on our world? How does this change And most importantly, what opportunities does that create? This is not stuff that you can read about. You can't read the answer to this because nobody knows yet. This is like exploration, first principles exploration. It's really exciting. It's quite daunting, very exciting. This is what I think it might look like for me.
The wonders of technology. I remember when GPT first came on the scene, like being handed 1,000 free interns. Now that's a tempting prospect, isn't it? But it got me thinking, what is it that makes my contribution unique? You see, an AI can churn out 1,000 articles, design 1,000 websites, but there's something inherently human it can't capture. That's when I realized what I truly love doing, storytelling, weaving complex ideas into narratives that resonate. That's my passion, my craft. Now, these new tools, they're miraculous in their own right. They handle the mundane, the data, the repetitive tasks, freeing me to do what I absolutely love, but they have their limitations. I remember asking a GPT model, what's your perspective on the future of WordPress agencies? And it spouted facts and figures, trends and graphs. But could it capture the thrill of a successful campaign or the sting of a strategy gone awry? No, that's a human thing. So I found my calling, not in competing with these digital marvels, but in being a guide, a storyteller, helping people navigate this fast-changing landscape. Technology is evolving at a breathtaking pace, and it can be overwhelming. But that's where a good story comes in, making sense of the complex, the unknown. The value of these tools is immense, but they're just that, tools. They don't replace our passion, our dedication. They won't rejoice at a job well done or shed tears over a missed opportunity. Those emotions, those experiences are ours and ours alone. So, my friends, let's embrace these tools, let them unlock new horizons. But never forget it's our human touch, our unique stories that truly make a difference. And that's something no AI can replicate, no matter how advanced it becomes. In the end, we're all storytellers helping each other navigate this brave new world, and that, I believe, is a story worth telling, even if you do have 1,000 free interns at your disposal.
That sly old dog. So, if that is my future, which is fine, you know, I'd be united, it would be fine. What does yours look like? And really, that's the work that we have to do now, all of us, every one of us in the room. I think AI creates insane productivity. Now we each need to figure out what we want to use that productivity to achieve. What is the opportunity? What is the space? And it's an incredibly exciting time, a chance to reimagine ourselves, to really lean into what we love about what we do, and to discard the stuff that we don't care about so much. Thanks.
Woohoo! Thanks, Dave. That was great. We now have about 5 minutes for Q&A. So if you have a burning question, you can raise your hand, and one of our friends in the yellow shirts will get you a mic. But I'll kick us off while you're thinking of questions to ask Dave. Dave, did you know that I recently used Midjourney and ChatGPT to author my own children's coloring book?
No.
Yeah,
but
I did that.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I used Amazon print on demand. So that folks can order my book. I'll send you a link. Product promo. Just kidding. I'm really kidding. That violates community guidelines. I'm really kidding. I wonder if you could share your perspective on how you're seeing folks experiment with these technologies. As you mentioned, it's all new. We have to lean in and see how these are going to work in our lives. But what are some of the trends you're seeing?
Well, I had like a couple of slides ready to demonstrate that. You've just stolen one of them, so thanks, Santi. Like the idea that people can now create these personalized books on demand. I don't know if, can you all unskip the slides in my presentation? Can I do that from here? Has everyone seen that Star Wars, the Wes Anderson Star Wars clip? So like reimagining like existing media with new lenses. But we're seeing explosions of creativity everywhere. The thing that I think is most interesting to observe is when you see people composing these things together. So one really important thing that I haven't talked about is like the human brain, we often think is like it's a singular thing, and it's just, you know, input, processing, and output. Actually, it's like at least 3 different brain structures, right? We have our lizard brain, our mammal brain, and our human brain. And the extent to which we are in control and not of our brain is kind of an interesting question. But it's the interactions between those different, I guess, like networks of our brain that produce our behavior and the rich kind of inner landscape that we have. And I think that when you consider AIs in the same way, not just as like, it's not just ChatGPT, it's not just Midjourney, it's like the fact that you can orchestrate all these things together. You can tell ChatGPT to write prompts for Midjourney, you can take that and input it into a animate this face thing like I have here. Like, it's the entourage effect and the infinite scalability. Like, we've only got room for 3 brains in our head. The internet has like infinite brains. So how do you join these things together to create like systems of intelligence and agents that have a purpose? I think that agency question is perhaps the most challenging one, because we now have, you know, whether it's 1,000 free interns or like one super powerful agent that we can unleash on the web, what do you go and ask it to do? Like, that's a hard question.
That is a hard question, and we can nerd out on human brain evolution later, but thank you so much for that. Do we have any questions? We've got one there in the green shirt. I think it's green. It's green. Greenish. Okay.
Hello, Dave.
Hey.
Thanks for your time first. I noticed that you work with Web3.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a personal question.
Sure.
How is AI affecting your work nowadays?
That is a good question. So I see Web3, like the crypto version of Web3, it really is part of what the future internet looks like. So it's not just Web3 and crypto, it's generative AI, and it's augmented reality. It's also probably additive manufacturing, you know, 3D manufacturing, all that stuff. Like, it's just a different world. I think if I zoom out and think 5 years in the future, we've got like Apple eyeglass or whatever it is, and we are largely experiencing our lives as this interweaving of actual reality and digital layers overlaid on it. Like, we already kind of live in that reality. Like, we have our watches that tap us, and we have our earphones in, we have like all this stuff. So we're kind of living in an augmented reality already. I think when we see that visually, then that really strikes home. And in that reality, which will depend on AI to feed it, you know, to take the content from a WordPress, like a Woo shop, and put it into like an AR layer. Like, we're not going to do that all manually, right? It's going to be transformative AIs that take it and put it up so that it's relevant, that take a static image and allow us to wear it in like an Amazon smart mirror or something. When we live in that world, then I think naturally digital products and services become much more important. And things like NFTs, which are like kind of niche and have some utility at the moment, actually just become like full-on normal products. Like, you won't know whether these are actual Nikes or like generative Nikes, and I think it just makes it takes that like sort of smallish window where Web3 and crypto are interesting and relevant right now, and it just like stretches it over our realities, and some of these like foundational things will just start they'll just become super important because they're open technologies, they're open and permissionless. That's what's really different.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Sir, I really want to take your question, but we are running out of time. So if you can give me a 10-second question, and Dave, if you can commit to a 30-second answer, we can have this be our last question.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Dave. I want to talk about elephant in the room. So WordPress is publishing platform, and AI is giving direct answers. What WordPress as a platform is doing to control this, I don't know, Google just answering questions is that instead of going to the platform to read something about it?
In 30 seconds or fewer.
Let's find out together. I don't think the need for written content for producing content goes away entirely. I think there's just lots more content produced and digested in lots of different formats, but how that means that WordPress needs to react and respond, what it needs to become, I think that's part of the question that we need to go away from here and answer. But I don't see it as being, like, if it's largely the same in 5 years, then I think we can't expect our market share for like content production for the web to stay at 40%.
Thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause for Dave? And before you run off, Dave, on behalf of the full WordPress community and WordCamp Lisboa, we want to present you with this gift as a thank you for speaking today. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Everybody, hang tight. There's another talk that's all right, party people. To those in the room, hello, wake up. I hope you've had at least your second cup of coffee. And to those at home streaming, hi. Again, I'm Santana. I'm your MC for track 1, bright and early. I've only had 1 cup of coffee this morning, so if anyone wants to deliver one to the front of the stage, I would really appreciate that. Next up, we have a super interesting talk. Our friend Slobodan Manic is going to join us. He's a website optimization consultant, and he specializes in e-commerce optimization. This talk I'm really excited about for you all to hear. It's going to be on how to improve website performance, so everything from site speed and image load time, et cetera, et cetera. So this one's going to be one for my nerdy friends. I think. I'm excited. Please welcome Slobodan to the stage for WordCamp Lisboa.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Santana. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the organizers who put up this amazing event. This is my first speaking WordCamp, so be kind to me. How do I follow up a talk about AI with something as boring as front-end performance? Well, I'll do my best. So let me start by showing you this number. Can anyone even try to guess? It has to do with WordPress, what this number means. A wild guess. That's the number of lines of code in WordPress, the CMS. When you add themes, according to WordPress Foundation website, so I believe it's true. When you add a theme that does everything, when you add plugins that you can install freely from your dashboard, that goes to 400,000, 500,000, whatever. Now, the reason I wanted to highlight this number is in any given WordPress website, more than 99% of lines of code will never be seen by anyone involved with that website. Developer, the person assembling it, the manager of the website. To me, that's scary. I'm a former WordPress developer. This is a scary thought that you have no idea what's happening and basically no one is in control. So today, I want to talk about how that affects front-end performance in WordPress and what you can do about it. And I will do a talk that shows you 3 reasons to care about front-end performance. I will give you 2 of the biggest issues that affect WordPress websites. And then finally, I will give you 1 very, very simple recipe that you can follow to avoid facing these issues in your websites. So, a little bit about me before I start. My name is Slobodan Manic. I am a website optimization consultant at NoHacks Marketing, the agency. I also co-host NoHacks Show, a weekly podcast about website optimization, SEO, technical SEO, content, CRO, all of that, where we talk to really smart people every week. I'm a former CTO at Search Engine Journal, and this was a very transformative work experience for me because that was the first time I was not working with developers. I was the only developer in the room. I was working with SEO people, marketing people, and the way they see websites and use websites is different than the way we do it or developers do it. I discovered WordPress in 2007, first as a blogging platform, which I then wanted to tweak and optimize, and then I started developing and just writing code. I'm a theme author, plugin author, team review team member, and a 5-time core contributor. So a lot of WordPress experience over the years. Now I don't really develop, I mostly optimize websites, as I said. So the 3 reasons why you should care about front-end performance that I want to share with you today. Question, does anyone in the audience enjoy slow websites? Are there such people in the room? Fast websites? Okay, good. So the first reason is the people who are going to be using that website. This is the most obvious thing that you can hear. Of course, no one likes slow website experience, and there are countless studies that will show you that slow websites don't do as well as the fast ones. So I just wanted to highlight these two numbers. 70% of consumers admit that page speed impacts their decision to buy something from a brand, from a website. And the second one, even more interesting, this is from an Unbound study. 50% of responders said they don't care about the fancy graphics that we put on the pages. They just want it to work fast and work really well. So this is something that's really, really important. We put all those images, we put those videos, we embed YouTube videos. Most users, or half of the users, don't really care about that. Now, this is a great quote by a comedian that just applies to anything and everything online. So before you marry a person, you should first make them use a slow internet connection to see who they really are. Yes, you should. And in 2023, this is as applicable as ever, but it's not just the speed, it's about the loading experience, you know, the whole Core Web Vitals thing, how the page loads, how it moves around when it's loading. Is it interactive? So websites can divorce people in more ways than you can imagine in 2023, and we need to be careful about that. So the second reason, number 1 is the people. Second reason is the non-human users of your website, and that's the crawlers, that's the bots, that's everyone that's interacting and that needs to understand your website that is not a human. So anyone who does SEO here, or every now and then at least, you know what Googlebot is, right? Okay, Googlebot is a software that runs on, I guess, thousands of computers that just analyzes and crawls every single web page on the internet. and creates the Google index based off of that. I'm sure Dave will say this will change, and it will. This will be a huge shift in the SEO community with AI and everything. But currently, Googlebot is the one that needs to process every single page and then put it in the index. So slow and heavy pages take more time to crawl. Simple as that. If it takes a long time for a human user to load a page, it's going to take a lot of time for the Googlebot and other crawlers to crawl it. And with Googlebot, with Google, there's this thing called the crawl budget, and that is simply the number of pages Googlebot crawls and indexes on a given website within a given time frame. So let's say in a day you get 4 minutes of Googlebot attention. Let's put it as simple as that. It's not as simple as that, but you could say it that way. And if you follow Google Search Central blog, if you don't, you should. But something they said, and they tied this page speed and increasing crawl rate with the user's experience. So according to Google, and this is from a few years ago, according to Google, better user experience, meaning faster loading times, will also increase the crawl rate and will make Googlebot crawl your website faster and more efficiently. So crawling 1,000 slow pages is going to take more time than crawling 1,000 fast pages. So if you have a website that has thousands of pages, adds new content all the time, if they're slow, your new pages will take longer to index, your updates to the content will take longer to be shown in Google Index. So it's really bad. It's really bad to have a slow website if you want to do well with organic search. Now, the third reason, this is the most interesting one to me, is the environment. This is according to a study that BBC did in March 5th, 2020 is when they published it. We know what happened the week after that. Like, the world changed forever. At that time, the internet and all the supporting devices and systems accounted for 3.7% of global greenhouse emissions. That is a staggering number. That is before we went even more digital with the pandemic, never to look back. And that is the same amount as the airline industry at the time, which to me is mind-blowing. Of course, this is not all WordPress. This is all different websites and streaming services and all that. But this number was also predicted to double by 2025. I would bet it already has. So let's have a look at what front-end performance is and what it takes for the browser or user device to display a page. This is the oversimplified diagram of what happens when you type in a URL in your browser on your device. So it starts with the HTTP request that you make from your browser. There's a DNS lookup to find out where the website is hosted. The request goes to that server, give me that page. The server returns either a static page or a dynamic, as in WordPress. There are some files on the server as well, assets, CSS, JavaScript, images, all of that. The response in the form of an HTML document is returned to the browser, and then the browser needs to do all the hard work with that page, with what was returned. Now, some of the assets are going to be on the same server. That's the first-party assets. Some are going to be on different servers. Those are the third-party assets. So if you have something like a Facebook pixel or Google Fonts file, that's somewhere else, and you need to make a connection. The browser needs to make a connection to that server as well. So this is what happens when the page is returned. And let me just go back. Front-end performance is what happens here. So the response, what it is, and how browser interprets it. How long it takes for the server to return the page, yes, that affects how quickly you will see the content in the page, but that's not front-end performance. That is something completely different. So this is a very complex diagram of what the browser needs to do before it can show you the page, when you type in the URL and when it gets the document back. So everyone knows the DOM. Like, this is a WordCamp after all. Everyone knows what the document object model is. The HTML document is converted into this tree-shaped structure that has the HTML tag at the top, and then it has head and body and all the tags inside. Fairly simple, but if you have complex HTML, it could be problematic. It could take longer. At the same time, the browser constructs a CSS OM. So basically, that's all the CSS styles in the page from all the external files, embedded, internal, or whatever, inline CSS, and it creates this thing called CSS OM, which is all the styles that override each other and what gets to be applied in the page. So when those two are done, the browser combines them into what's called render tree, And that is the visual representation of the page. And after that, it calculates the layout, where each element goes, what it's going to look like, all of that. So that's a lot of work if you're making it complicated. If the HTML is complicated, if the CSS is complicated, all of that. So we're not really helping by introducing complexity into everything we do. So the HTML is usually more complex than it should be, the CSS as well. And if you look at the chart from HTTP Archive, you can see that mobile page weight has gone up in the last 12 years by 1,300%, which is just staggering. And that is 55.9% images in that page weight on average, and 30% of the pages are now JavaScript, which is horrible for front-end performance. So, WordPress ecosystem, here we are, it's a WordCamp after all. But let me recap. The two things that are not good for front-end performance are complex HTML and out-of-control assets, CSS and JavaScript assets. So that happens in most WordPress websites, doesn't it? So the biggest problem with WordPress websites, I'm never going to say WordPress is slow, because WordPress, the CMS, is never slow. It's about as fast as any CMS out there. But WordPress websites and WordPress ecosystem, that's where things get bad. When I say too many chefs, let's play a game again. I want you to raise your hand when you agree with me. I'm going to say 5 plugins is too many plugins for an average WordPress website. Does anyone agree with that? 10, 20, 50. Oh, keep your hand up. 50, 100. Okay, that's the number. Those are the chefs. And in most WordPress websites, no one is controlling what the plugins are doing. Like, we install something because we need this small feature, and then there's all the other junk that comes with the plugin, and it does horrible things. I'll give you an example later to show you what that looks like. So let's look at the two very common problems with WordPress websites. And a reminder, complex HTML and out-of-control CSS and JavaScript. Those are the things that are horrible, bad for WordPress, for front-end performance, and that you need to solve if you want your website to perform well. So example number one is, or problem number one, is complex HTML. Let's look at this element. This is a screenshot from an actual website that I was working on a few years ago. So this is a section of a page. And how many HTML elements should it take to render this? If you have the section, you can have 2 divs, so you can have it responsive, image, h1p, and then the a tag for the button. I think that's all you need. Like, you can get more complex than that, but that is basically what you need. This is what it looks like in real life. This is the code that is used to generate this. And it's a code builder. Not a code, it's a page builder, sorry. It's a no-code solution. I'll just tell you that a no-code solution means that you don't know who wrote the code. It doesn't mean there's no code. Like, it's as simple as that. And Lighthouse, the page auditing tool, has a flag for the pages that have more than 1,500 DOM elements, and elements that go, and pages that have 32 levels of depth of those DOM elements. So this one, this tiny section, 26 DOM elements, depth level of 10. This is crazy. This is not the entire page, by the way. This is just a small part of the page. Another thing for SEO purposes, text-to-code ratio, so text here and code everything else, should be 25 to 70%. This is how you get in trouble with Google. And then the second problem, and this is the one that I've optimized, performance optimized a lot of WordPress websites over the year. This is the one that kills every single one. The WP and Q family of functions, and the numerous blog posts saying it's as simple as this. Just use this function and you enqueue your CSS and JavaScript file. There are WordPress developers here, you know what this function does, right? So basically it enqueues a CSS file or loads a CSS file and a JavaScript file in every single page of your website. You never need it in every single page of your website, right? So I set up an experiment. 2 WordPress websites that I tested using web page test. One has a basic WordPress installation with 0 plugins, storefront theme and 0 plugins. The other one has these 7 popular plugins. So it's not 100. You said 100 is too many. No one batted an eye when I said 10. So this is not a lot of plugins. This is 7 plugins. The most popular ones. So 5 million active installs, 5, 5, 5, 1, 2, and so on. So I tested the pages using web page test, and I got this waterfall view of the pages. Obviously, the simple one is on the left. A lot more going on in the one that has the 7 plugins. These are not bad plugins, by the way. These are popular, good, well-written plugins. And to put this into numbers, the first page, the simple page, made 18 total requests, including the document. So 17 assets and the document. 5 CSS files, plus the Google Fonts external third-party CSS file, which Storefront loads for some reason. 3 JavaScript files, 6 render blocking requests. Now, render blocking request is an asset that the browser needs to download and process before it can show the content. So it's not just about downloading while showing the content. If it's a CSS file, the browser needs to interpret all of that before it can show the content. And the page started to render after 1.8 seconds, and the LCP event, which is the largest element in the page, was displayed at the same time, 1.8 seconds. So page number 2, 38 requests total, so that's more than double. 12 CSS files, 11 were 100% unused in this page, just because I installed plugins, nothing more. 15 JavaScript files for some reason, 15 render blocking requests, 1 third-party render blocking request, the same one, the Google Fonts. Started to render after 3.2 seconds, so almost double, LCP the same. Do you want to see the pages? They're the same. It's a hello world post. I just installed the plugins and did nothing with them. I didn't even configure them. I didn't do anything. This is the scariest part. This is the thing that needs to be solved in every single WordPress website. The out-of-control CSS and JavaScript files that are just loaded everywhere in every single front-facing page. So I promised you one simple recipe. It's not a tactic. It's more of a philosophy, an approach, and here it is. What you need to do is to be very intentional with what you have in your pages. So remove the stuff that is not necessary. If you have a plugin that is loading, let's say you have a contact form plugin that's loading the CSS and JavaScript file in every single page. Why? You need to remove that. And you can use something like, I think it's called WP Plugin Manager to kill it off in certain pages, so it's only loaded where you need it. Remove what you don't need, that's what that means. Use a lighter version of what you do need, if it's available. That could be a different plugin. It could also be replacing Google Analytics with a lighter solution, more privacy-focused solution that's going to have a smaller footprint. And then optimize delivery of everything that's left in the page. So what that means is defer the JavaScript files that you don't need early, defer the CSS files that are not needed for above default content, lazy load the images, facade load YouTube embeds, all of that. Just optimize the order and the prioritization of how everything else is delivered. So that said, I want to give you some tools and resources. First, the tools, the most obvious one is Chrome DevTools. If you're a developer, if you're working with websites, not just a developer, you need to get familiar with Chrome DevTools because it will give you everything you need. You can profile your page better than with any other tool, I believe. The second one is Google Search Console. This is a great one because it gives you a high-level overview of your website. It tells you these pages have a problem, that page has a problem with LCP, with Core Web Vitals, mobile, whatever, and then you have to test the page with a proper tool to see what the problem is. And those tools are Web Page Test, which is my favorite, PageSpeed Insights, which is Google's sort of a lighthouse using tool, and then the open source Lighthouse, which you can use as a command line tool, node module. You can use it in your build process. You can check the pages before you're publishing them. Finally, the continuous monitoring tools like Debug Bear or RunVision, they can definitely be useful if you're working for a large website and you need to monitor how it degrades over time. And some of the resources that I think are really good. Number one, this guy, Harry Roberts. If you want to learn about front-end performance, just start with him, because he's sort of the godfather of front-end performance. And there are 2 really good resources by Mozilla and Google. Google has a web.dev website where you can learn anything. about accessibility, about UX, about performance, about SEO, of course. And the documentation website for Mozilla Developer Network is really something that you should bookmark if you care about these things. So that was that. If you want to get in touch with me, you can find me on LinkedIn, or you can check out the podcast that I co-host, that I mentioned earlier. Any questions?
Round of applause. Round of applause. Thank you so much. I found that very interesting. I saw a lot of heads nodding along. We have 5 minutes for Q&A. So start thinking about your questions. If you have one, raise your hand. Our friends in the yellow shirts will bring a microphone to you. I'll kick us off. One question that came up for me as you were talking, what is the most common mistake that you see folks make on their websites that contribute to poor site speed or poor site performance?
The good question. It's really the assets. It's really what the plugins are adding to the website. And I removed that slide this morning, but I had a meme, the Will Smith, Chris Rock meme. You know.
I love memes.
I not enough time, 20 minutes. So basically, WordPress is not slow. You're making it slow with your plugins. And that's the thing. And most users who are not WordPress hardcore people who go to conferences, they don't know that when you install a plugin, it affects everything. They have no idea. I was talking to a person a few weeks ago working on a client website with 700 something plugins. Like I've never heard of anything like that. And he asked the person why, and the answer was, but they're just there. They're not doing anything. So we have to be aware that the average user has no idea what will happen when they install 100 or 200 plugins. Maybe there could be a better plugin experience, plugin install experience in WordPress where, you know, after 20, it tells you, whoa, you know, you're going crazy here. Or average number is 24. Are you sure you want to have 67? So maybe that would be one solution.
That's a great idea. Questions? Do we have any questions? Really? We got one here in the blue shirt. I think it's blue. It's bluish?
It's blue. It's
yeah,
blue.
it's blue.
It's light blue.
Hey, as a WordPress contributor and plugin developer, do you see a change in the environment to make more page speed friendly plugins? Because, for example, Contact Form is a plugin that most sites have, and it always loads the CSS and JavaScript, and it's not like there's no like obvious way to remove that. Do you see like the community is moving towards that, or are we going to have inefficient plugins for a while?
That's a great question, and I'll just say no. I'll be honest. No, I'm not seeing. I don't really write plugins anymore these days. My last code contribution was 6 months ago. It came out, but it was something I wrote in 2014 because that's how Track works, I guess. So no, I don't see anything changing. And my advice to people who care about this, if you use a plugin that does things, that makes these mistakes, just email the author. And why wouldn't they fix it? It's in their interest as well. There's another one.
Great question. This will be our last question, folks.
Hello. So I use a recipe of a couple of plugins to address these issues and in order to have a top performance of 100% of score. So you use something like your own recipe about you use a kind of plugins that you use in your projects to address this, or?
Well, that's a very difficult question because every website is going to be completely different. But if I clean up plugins, let's put them that way, there's a plugin that I think is called WP Plugin Manager where you literally tell it, don't load anything, PHP, CSS, JavaScript in these pages. So you only let it work in the pages where it's needed. That's number one. There's a bunch of Asset Manager plugins that just block CSS and JavaScript files from loading in pages where they're not needed. So that is a great start. That is always a great start. And you saw the two examples, 2 pages side by side. It's a massive difference. And just killing those CSS and JavaScript files will let the browser interpret and load and show the page to the user much faster. So that's a great start.
Wow, great questions. Thank you all so much for those questions. Thank you. And a big thank you from WordPress, but I'm told I have to give this to you in the middle of the stage. Come with me. I got a thumbs up. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome back to our friends that are streaming live. I'm Santana. I'm the MC, Master of Ceremonies for track 1 this morning at WordCamp Lisboa 2023. We've got a great talk coming up from my dear friend Cheryl Sood. She's a former pharmacist, if you can believe that or not, turned super successful entrepreneur, and social media influencer. Her social media presence has captured the attention of hundreds of thousands of folks. And so her talk today on how to create social media content that is engaging and drives impact for you, I think will be applicable for so many of us in this room. So I want to give a big, warm welcome from WordCamp Lisboa to Cheryl Sood. Cheryl, take the stage.
Thank you, Santana. Can you guys all hear me okay? All right. And let's just make sure I know how to use this. All right, we're good to go. So thank you again, Santana, for the introduction, and thank you to all of you for coming to my talk this morning. As Santana mentioned, I am so excited to share with you all things social media content creation. As she mentioned, I am if you look at by profession, I'm a former pharmacist, but realized early on that my passion was in entrepreneurship. And so a few years ago, I decided to leave my profession of pharmacy and go all in entrepreneurship. And it definitely helped that my husband is a serial entrepreneur, so I knew I had an idea of where to start, where to look, how to kind of self-teach myself about everything I need to learn. And as I started learning about all the different facets that come along with entrepreneurship, I realized that my calling was in brand management, social media content creation, because I really loved connecting with people, engaging with people, creating content that resonated with them, and through trial and error, taking some courses, watching some YouTube videos, I basically learned tips and strategies that I hope to share with you all this morning on how to create compelling social media content. So most of the examples that I'll give you throughout my talk today are going to be examples that we used in growing our own brands. My husband and I have our own several companies, so talking about how we created social media content for those brands to stand out from competitors, but also talk about what I learned through my own personal sort of journey of creating a TikTok account, my own personal Instagram account, of like how I learned to resonate with people and create content that was compelling. So, so let's first go over what I plan to cover today, so you know what to expect from my talk. So in this morning's talk, we'll delve into the art of creating captivating social media content that resonates with your audience and boosts engagement. We'll explore key elements that make content compelling, such as understanding your audience, leveraging storytelling, creating visually appealing posts, ensuring relevance, and maximizing reach. Additionally, we'll discuss AI-powered tools. For those of you that were here for Dave's talk this morning, he talked a lot about how AI is revolutionizing so many different spaces, and social media content creation is definitely one of them, in terms of like how you can streamline your content creation, saving you time and effort. And by the end of the talk, you'll walk away with practical tips, strategies, and tools to enhance your social media content and forge stronger connections with your audience. So whether you're a small business owner, you're a marketer, a social media manager, this presentation I really hope will give you valuable insights to help you create more effective and engaging content. So we have to talk about this device right here. You know, 15 years ago, this device came, this little handheld device has become the ultimate gateway, connecting billions of people across the globe, and has completely revolutionized how businesses engage with their audience. It's connected, like I said, connected billions of people worldwide, revolutionizing how businesses engage with their audience. Social media apps are now at our fingertips, and because of that, brands now have unprecedented access to their customers in real time. So platforms like Facebook and Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, businesses have never had a moment like we do right now to showcase their products, share their stories, build meaningful connections. And the impact of these smartphones goes beyond connectivity through, it goes beyond connectivity. They have also transformed consumer behavior, shaping how we discover, how we research, how we make purchasing decisions. And with AI now, things have transformed on a whole other level with personalized marketing approaches. So with this ever-changing landscape and different platforms, and now with AI becoming more and more mainstream, small brands, big brands, medium-sized brands, no matter what kind of product or service you're selling, we all need to be adapting our strategies constantly. And knowing how to stand out from the rest and understanding, this is really important because even Dave mentioned this with the AI, understanding the psychology of human behavior, because at the end of the day, that human connection, understanding what that real person is looking for, whether it's a chatbot from AI or a direct message from an actual human, it's important for brands to understand all of this so that they can differentiate from everyone else. Communication with your audience is also instrumental for success because social media provides that two-way interaction, fostering immediate connection. So the key ingredient in creating content that is creating content that is compelling. So what is compelling? The definition of compelling is evoking interest, attention, or admiration in a powerfully irresistible way. Powerfully irresistible. Very powerful words. And this is really how you stand out. So compelling content can capture the attention of your audience and keep them engaged, which then increases the likelihood that they will remember your message and take action, right? Because you have to, obviously, we all know that when people are scrolling, when people are on the various different platforms, they may not be in the market of your product or service at that time, but you need to make sure that your content is compelling enough that they remember you at the moment they want to make that purchase. Oh yeah, I remember that company that sells those eco-friendly plates, or I remember that company that helps people to move to Portugal. I want to go back to their page and, kind of find out what services they offer. Compelling content can capture, compelling content can also build trust and credibility with your audience, and it establishes your brand as a thought leader in your particular industry or niche. It can help establish a brand's voice, the brand's personality, the brand's values, making it easier to connect with your target audience. So these are really important in terms of relating with your audience and differentiated in what is definitely a very saturated market. So this statistic, 54% of social media users say they browse social media when they're looking for ideas, inspiration, or to research products or services. It highlights the importance of creating compelling content that provides value and meets the needs of your audience, whether they're seeking information, looking for something to buy, browsing for entertainment, or just looking for inspiration. So by understanding your audience's motivations and interests, and simultaneously understanding why people use one platform for inspiration, like Pinterest, for example, or another one for buying, Instagram, Facebook ads, you can create personalized content that resonates with them and drives engagement, loyalty, and ultimately business success. So for example, in the multi-million-dollar brand that I manage the social media accounts for, we had platforms across all of them. We used Pinterest to give people inspiration on how to use our products. So it was mostly about just really pretty imagery. It wasn't focused on selling. We actually didn't even do an ad campaign on Pinterest, but gathered enough of a community on Pinterest to give that inspiration of how to use our products by creating beautiful photos and imagery. And we created that community on Pinterest that people felt drawn to. We used Instagram for brand credibility and social proof by using what's called UGC, or user-generated content, and I'll talk a lot about that because that was something that really kind of propelled our brand again, compared to other competitors in our market. And one second. So yeah, we used Instagram for that. We used Twitter and LinkedIn to drive SEO engagement to our blog posts on our website. So as you can see, you just have to understand all the different platforms that are out there and be sure to leverage them appropriately so that you can bring the right audience to your brand. So compelling content, just in summary, it's a powerful tool, captures attention, builds trust, and drives engagement. To achieve this, your content needs to strike a delicate balance. It needs to be relatable to your audience's experience while standing out from the vast sea of information that's available. And by offering unique value and addressing your audience's needs and desires, you can create content that resonates deeply, establishes trust, and captures their attention in an increasingly crowded digital landscape. So, understanding your audience. This is probably one of the most important things for marketers, brand managers, social media managers to understand their audience. It allows you to tailor your content, speak their language, know their wants and desires, and address their needs directly. By creating personalized experiences, you can then foster a deeper connection and enhance engagement. Additionally, audience insights can help you create content that captures attention and drives results. Precise targeting tools enable you to reach the right people and optimize your ad spend if you choose to do so. And ultimately, understanding your audience builds trust, loyalty, and long-term relationships, which is so, so important in managing social media brands. Questions to ask to identify your target to identify your target audience. Because how do you figure out who those people are? Are you trying to reach a certain region, or are you a global brand? What age is your ideal customer? What platforms are they usually on? This is how you determine where you're going to spend your time and energy on the various platforms that are out there. If you're like a local company that provides a local service, maybe TikTok may not be the one for you because that's more of like a global reach. Maybe you want to focus on Facebook ads and things like that. So you really want to make sure that you are identifying your target audience, analyzing your existing customer base to understand their interests and behaviors. You can conduct surveys, Polls on social media, you know, there's a lot of those Q&A polls, question polls that you can gather direct insights from your audience to see what it is that they're looking for. So the process of understanding your audience is ongoing. You have to really just look at the market research, gain a deeper understanding, and it requires regular review and analysis to refine your understanding of the audience that you're targeting. So user-generated content, I mentioned this before. So using user-generated content is what helped propel my brand's social media presence to the top and really stand out from other competitors. And so the use of UGC, it really taps into fundamental aspects of human psychology. It provides social proof by showcasing real customers, building trust and credibility. Human beings, we have an inherent tendency to look to others for guidance and validation. UGC provides social proof as it showcases real customers using and enjoying a brand's products or services. So when we see people posting our product in a dinner party that they're hosting or making a beautiful charcuterie tray, you know, and using our sustainable dinnerware for that, we basically can then reach out to them through Instagram and say, we really love what you did here, can we share it to our page? And by doing that, you create this sort of brand loyalty, brand credibility. These people love to be seen, they love that we recognize their work, and seeing others engage with the brand builds trust and credibility, influencing our perception that our brand is reliable and worth engaging with. It also UGC satisfies our need for identity and belonging, allowing individuals to express themselves and become part of a community centered around the brand. It evokes emotional engagement. People like seeing other people comment on their work. And ultimately, as the brand, you save a lot of time and energy in creating your own content because you're leveraging other people's content to support their brand. So you tag them, you give them a shout out, you thank them for using their product, and it just kind of causes this ripple effect of people liking that and enjoying that as well. Storytelling and visual appeal, also very important. You guys probably for yourself, and when you guys are scrolling on social media apps, you may be more drawn to a page that just has a very complete, concise sort of storytelling aesthetic, a visual appeal, something that is consistent, something where you go to that page and you're like, I know what this brand does and I know what they offer. This is super important in capturing attention, building emotional connections, and conveying brand messages. Like I mentioned before, not every customer may be in the market for your product at the time that they see your post or they see your page. But if you spend time on the storytelling piece, creating your brand story, having a visually aesthetic feed where they can see exactly what it is that you offer, something that is, you know, just very consistent, they'll have more chance of remembering your brand when it comes time to making that purchase. So this storytelling visual appeal is definitely a way to stand out from your competitors and just have that spot in your consumer, in that buyer's mind share. Much like storytelling and visual appeal, your brand's relevance and reach are also key factors in creating compelling social media content because they determine the size and engagement of your audience. So I would have a bi-weekly check-in with my content creation team, and we would review metrics, we would review the analytics, we see which posts are working, which are not, the new tools that were in place, because like I mentioned, the landscape is changing, and now with AI in place, like how can we use certain AI tools to help, you know, be more efficient and so forth. And so if you're not evolving with what is happening or constantly improving, competitors will definitely sneak up past you very quickly. And the second paragraph talks about diversification, which I've also mentioned about. It's super important to be able to understand where you're going to spend your energy on the various platforms. I think I just heard that Meta is now coming out with a Twitter competitor where they're going to be able to have long-form text writing that people can engage with. Twitter obviously now is doing, they're going to have a podcasting site, and they're going to do long-term videos. So all these platforms are all competing with one another, and they're all going to try and include some of the things that they know people are looking for. So it's really important to keep up to speed on all that and see what makes the most sense for your brand, because not every brand obviously has a use for all the different social media platforms that are out there. Another stat, 91% of businesses use 3 or more social media platforms for their marketing efforts. And then in summary, for understanding your audience, so understand their interests, their preferences. Secondly, leverage the UGC content to tap into the creativity of your audience and showcase authentic experiences. And next, prioritize relevance and reach by strategically distributing your content across multiple platforms. And harness the power of storytelling to emotionally connect with your audience and visually inspire them. So I want to end the last 2 minutes of my talk. It's just really to kind of, for those of you, again, who were here for the first talk this morning, AI is changing the game big time. I mean, not only in content media creation, but in chatbots, in optimization, and so forth. And so this could be a talk in itself, as you saw this morning. And even when it comes to social media, there's just so much involved. By the time that I was making these slides, there has been so many more tools and so many more ways to kind of optimize social media content creation, but the amount of time that people are going to save and simultaneously explode the local or global businesses is definitely going to be profound. It's going to change a lot in terms of how people are going to use this. So like I mentioned, even in social media content creation, if you're a social media marketer, you're a content creator, you're an analytics expert, you're an advertiser, and AI can help with all of these. You're a customer service representative. And so there's so many different tools. I just put a couple here, but it's already changing. These are already outdated because there's so many new ones coming up every day. So even creating the right captions, knowing the right keywords, knowing the right, depending on the platform that you use, there is a lot. ChatGPT is honestly old news because there's so many more specialized AI tools that are out there that can help social media marketers create the content that they need. And just again to summarize, like these are the things that AI will revolutionize this space. So saving time, personalization, that's more about the marketing, consistency, optimization, and creativity. But the things about storytelling, that emotional appeal, those are the things that are going to remain, right? So that's where, even though AI may replace some of these things, understanding that human psychology of what it is that people are looking for, and even directing the chatbots and all these things to make it seem like it's this human person that's connecting with you is going to be super important. Gary Vaynerchuk, maybe some of you know him. He is probably one of my favorite social media wizards, and one of his famous quotes is, "Social media is not a media. The key is to listen, engage, and build relationships. It's not a one-way street." So social media, the reason why it's called social is because it's about that two-way interaction, and that's what people are looking for on these apps. They want to build a relationship. You need to listen, engage. It's a tool for building connections, relationships with people, rather than simply broadcasting a message to a passive audience. It highlights the need for businesses to actively listen and build authentic relationships based on trust and creating value. It is absolutely important to make sure that you understand your audience's need, their pain points, their interest, and focus on providing value. Thank you so much. That's me. These are all of my social handles, so Twitter first, TikTok, and Instagram. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, first of all, thank you. Wow, 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 wow. I think you gave us so much to think about, so I want to thank you. We will open it up to questions. I'm going to bring you out here a little bit for the Q&A. I'll kick us off, but if anyone is percolating, you have a question you want to ask, I assume you do, yes? Our friends in the yellow shirts will go, oh, we got a lot of questions, so maybe I'll save my question for a later time and date. Let's take this gentleman in the stripes.
Thank you. Yeah, great talk. Thank you for all that. My question is about staying authentic. I think there's a balance to be struck between getting the brand out there and also creating content that's engaging. Have you got any advice on monetizing, getting brand awareness and affiliations and things like that, whilst creating good content that people want to stay engaged with?
Yeah, I'll give examples for what we did with some of our for some of our company brands. So we weren't the only brand that was selling the product that we sell. And so what we looked at is what were other brands doing? How were they kind of showing this authenticity? And it came as simple as like the way that we even posted about the members of our community, the way we even engaged with DMs that we would receive. It was, you know, welcoming in. It's not our fault. You know, even something as simple as we don't refer to, you know, the 50,000 people that are on the Instagram as our followers. We refer to them as our community. So things like that where you're just really kind of shaping into or thinking about the human sort of psychology of like, we're real people behind this brand and you can see us. Here's how we do. Here's how we make our product. Here's, you know, here are the people behind it, and here's you. Here's the community that use it. I think those simple things can kind of keep that authenticity there rather than, you know, just kind of posting and trying to feel like you're constantly selling, because I think humans also don't like to be bombarded with that either. So it's more about like finding that right balance of, you know, being the human behind the brand, especially if that's important for the type of product that you're selling.
That's a wonderful question. Thank you for that question. I think we got one over here in a white shirt. Looks white. The lights really distort your beautiful colors.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you have any insights on the difference between products and services when it comes to social media, and how to position them.
That's a good question. So I actually, when I first moved to Lisbon 3 years ago, I started a TikTok account that gained a pretty big following right away, talking about the cultural differences between an American and American living in Portugal. And when I saw that increase in followers, I was like, okay, how do I leverage? What kind of service can I provide? What kind of service can I now, you know, do to like help people either move or like help them answer questions, do consulting calls? It's a very different, you bring up a great question because it's very different. I ended up not moving in that direction for own personal reasons, so I can't give you specific examples of like how that worked. I ended up moving towards the direction of building our own brands, and building a brand, building a product versus a service, definitely very different, because as a service, you also kind of have to sell yourself. With the product, you're selling the product and the use case of the product. And so with the service, there's a lot more that goes involved, a lot more time, obviously, that goes involved because you are that person behind that service. You need to have, obviously, a website. You need to have, you know, things like that. Not that you don't with the product, but it's just a little bit of a different sort of thing. So I don't have personal experience of how to compare the two, but I would say selling a product is just a little bit easier, but that's biased because that's what I've been doing, so. Mm-hmm.
Do we have time for one more question? We got this fella here. I still think it's green. It still really looks green. Oh, it's a different guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. How lovely to meet you. This gentleman in the green.
But the other one was also blue.
It's blue! Okay, it's time to get my eye exam. Thank you. Your question, sir.
Thank you. In terms with user-generated content, and even quite a follow-up of the question, the difference between products and services, any tips, ideas on how to use user-generated content for services, especially when we have a really low following or we are just starting on social media?
Yeah, I do, because even for our brands, using UGC, we started when we had 200 people following our brand. And so the tip is really, again, it goes back into that authenticity and really being able to share your story. So, one of the brands that we did, and I can't share the name because we're in the middle of an acquisition right now, but one of the brands was a brand that a lot of people would use to create charcuterie boards. So for those that aren't familiar with charcuterie boards, they're a collection of meat and cheese and fruit and vegetables displayed beautifully on a tray or a plate. And so we knew that that was going to be a huge community, especially in the States during the pandemic. That whole thing just skyrocketed, that area. And so we started reaching out to charcuterie influencers, if you will, that had a larger following and said, hey, we really love your content. We have these sustainable trays that we think would be excellent for your charcuterie. We'd love to send you some if you can create some charcuterie, and then in return, we can use them on our site. So something as simple as that, and we didn't have a lot of followers at that time that we started reaching out to them, but we knew the importance of building a community by using user-generated content from early on. So it's really just about reaching out to them and getting their buy-in.
Okay, thank you. I was more on the services part, which I think it's harder to get user-generated content, especially if we are a consultant or a coach, or we don't have something that is more visual.
I agree. It is a little bit more challenging with the service-based businesses. I don't have any tips.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. I think next up we have our first coffee hour, is that right? So, not so fast, my friends. What are you doing? First, we have to present Cheryl with our lovely gift. Please give Cheryl another round of applause and thank her for her wonderful contribution. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy this gift.
Olá de novo, bem-vindos de novo à Track 1 do WordCamp Lisboa 2023. Uma figura subejamente conhecida na comunidade portuguesa, é diretor da Wiki Labs e esteve envolvido em algumas das maiores instalações WordPress em Portugal. Vem-nos falar de um tema que já teve a oportunidade de apresentar no primeiro WordCamp Asia em Bangkok, em fevereiro, há poucos meses, aliás, e que consiste em nos explicar como é que os profissionais WordPress, assim como os seus clientes, devem começar a abordar os seus websites mais como produtos e quais os benefícios associados a essa mudança de paradigma. Convosco, Nuno Morgadinho.
Oh. Muito obrigado pela gentil intro. Então, bem-vindos. Ainda estamos muito poucos, mas bons. A minha premissa é esta. Principalmente se estivermos a fazer sites para clientes, ou se trabalhamos nessa indústria, se de alguma forma criamos soluções com base em WordPress para outras pessoas, ou até mesmo para a nossa própria empresa ou negócio, um website deve ser encarado como um produto. E esta apresentação visa falar como é que, se calhar, para uma agência, ou um freelancer, ou alguém que faz este tipo de trabalho de construção de sites em WordPress, como é que pode passar de fazer projetos WordPress, que é aquilo que muita gente hoje em dia está a fazer maioritariamente, para passar a fazer alguns desses projetos e também alguns desses sites como produto. E já vou falar o que é que isso significa na prática. A apresentação vai ser essencialmente, vou falar um pouco sobre como é que nós percepcionamos o valor e o que é que está envolvido quando nós falamos no preço de um site, no preço de um produto. O que é que significa esta coisa do website como produto? Não é uma ideia original minha, mas é algo que para mim é particularmente próximo e que eu gosto muito e, portanto, espero que seja interessante para vocês também. Vou falar porque é que é importante, porque é que eu considero que é importante este mindset, esta metodologia. Vamos comparar projetos tradicionais versus desenvolver websites como produto e também depois ver alguns casos práticos e alguns princípios base por trás disto. Então, eu queria começar por uma história que é a minha amiga Sandra, há uns anos atrás, a avó dela faleceu. Foi uma altura muito triste na família, como devem imaginar, e nesta altura, para além da tristeza já associada à situação, uma das coisas que a família teve que fazer foi ir ver as coisas que a senhora, que a avó dela tinha em casa e tiveram de, no fundo, decidir que coisas iam manter, que coisas iam jogar fora, já não tinham utilidade, etc. E nessa aventura, nessa exploração, a minha amiga Sandra, ela encontrou um bordado aparentemente muito antigo, cheio de pó, portanto, ninguém deu grande valor no resto da família, mas aquilo como era da avó dela, e ela tinha visto a avó por vezes a bordar, etc., aquilo tinha uma ligação emocional para ela. Então ela pegou no bordado, limpou, emoldurou e pôs numa parede na casa dela. E o que aconteceu a seguir é que eu acho que é interessante, porque depois quando a família foi lá à casa e viu aquilo, várias pessoas começaram a dizer: epá, eu também gostava de ter isso, eu também gostava de ter ficado com isso. Ou seja, quando estava no chão, empoeirado e não estava tratado, ninguém deu grande valor. Mas depois de tratado e estar ali na parede, subitamente gerou-se ali uma disputa familiar, quem é que ficava com o bordado de 100 anos. Porquê é que esta história é interessante? Porque mostra que o valor é uma percepção, não é um dado adquirido, não é um facto. É, acima de tudo, uma percepção. Isso é uma percepção e significa também que pode ser influenciado. Okay? Isto é uma primeira ideia que eu queria deixar. Então, o que é que significa encarar um website como um produto? No fundo, significa para mim, isto foi uma fórmula, no fundo, que nós derivamos na empresa, significa, primeiro, desenvolver um site utilizando metodologias agile, ou seja, onde o âmbito não está fechado e não é só aquilo, ou seja, é um âmbito que é aberto e é uma colaboração ongoing. Normalmente através de uma avença ou uma colaboração mensal, portanto, é algo que nós vamos desenvolvendo. Outra componente importante é o design centrado no utilizador, e já vou falar um bocadinho mais sobre cada um destes componentes. Outra é as decisões com base em dados e, por fim, mas não menos importante, é a imersão, ou seja, conhecer muito bem a realidade do cliente e do negócio do cliente. Porque é que faz sentido, se calhar, começarmos a pensar mais, e eu vejo ainda muitas agências, muitos clientes também, mas também muitos freelancers, muitos profissionais, ainda a pensar em sites como produto. Porque é que faz sentido, em sites como projeto? Porque é que faz sentido começarmos a pensar mais esses sites como produto? E, no fundo, utilizar as mesmas lógicas, as mesmas ferramentas, as mesmas metodologias que são usadas na criação de produtos. Bom, primeiro porque um site já não é apenas um site. Vivemos na era digital, o site é muitas vezes a porta de entrada dos nossos negócios e toma uma dimensão cada vez mais relevante, mais importante. É claro que aqui não estou a falar, se calhar, um site de um muito pequeno negócio ou de um profissional liberal, se calhar não será tão importante, mas para muitos negócios o site é a sua principal fonte, não é? Não tem a loja física, só tem aquele site, então torna-se extremamente crítico o site. Depois, a segunda razão é porque pensar desta forma e trabalhar desta forma permite, no fundo, crescer um negócio baseado numa parceria win-win, ou seja, para o cliente é bom porque nós vamos estar a melhorar o seu site continuamente e vamos estar a desenvolvê-lo. Para nós também é bom porque temos ali uma avença, temos ali uma colaboração, temos mais segurança, temos também recurring revenue e isso também dá outra sustentabilidade ao negócio. Então eu acredito que é bom para ambas as partes. E se quisermos olhar para alguns números, por exemplo, uma agência ou um freelancer a fazer, vamos supor, 15 projetos a um valor médio de 15 mil euros, se calhar chega ao final do ano e tem uma faturação de 225 mil euros. Bastante bom para uma pessoa, para uma pequena agência. Agora, no ano a seguir, se essa pessoa quiser crescer um bocadinho o negócio, ela vai se ver confrontada com duas situações. Primeiro tem que ir atrás outra vez dos projetos, não é? E depois vai ter que fazer mais projetos. Então, se calhar aponta para 20 projetos, uma transação média, vamos imaginar, de 20 mil, alguns vão de ser mais baixos, outros vão de ser mais altos, e chega ao final do ano e faturou 400 mil euros. Bastante bom também. Agora, se pensarmos em fazer alguns websites como produto e manter alguns projetos, vamos imaginar 15 clientes a 3.500 euros, estamos aqui a falar de valores médios, se calhar alguns vão ser mais, outros vão ser menos, mas em termos mensais, avança mensal, mais 10 projetos a 15 mil euros, então já estamos quase perto de 1 milhão. Então este modelo de recurring revenue e de colaboração ongoing, para quem é profissional nesta área, obviamente é muito interessante e eu ainda vejo muito poucas pessoas a focarem-se em transitar para este modelo, apesar de ele ser muito mais sustentável. Existem desafios associados, mas o modelo é bastante interessante. Outra razão é, se nós trabalharmos desta forma, e nós temos visto isso como agência e temos testemunhado isso, nós começamos a passar de fornecedor para passar a ser mais parceiro. E nós temos clientes que estão connosco desde 2016. Portanto, vejam bem, uma avença que vai, se calhar é um pinga-pinga ali mensal, mas já vem desde 2016, portanto acaba por ser um cliente pronto, já de bastante tempo de casa connosco, e isso é bastante interessante. Outra razão, mas não menos importante, é aumentar também a satisfação da equipa. Ou seja, quando nós estamos a trabalhar a projeto, não sei se vocês sentem isso, mas muitas vezes na agência nós sentíamos isso, que no final do projeto é sempre um tempo atribulado, com muitos pequenos ajustes, muito stress por causa da deadline, por causa que o cliente tem isto, tem um evento ou tem um lançamento. E era um processo que, embora nós tínhamos clientes felizes, em termos pessoais da nossa equipa, era bastante desgastante, era bastante estressante estar sempre a correr atrás desses deadlines. Então, trabalhar mais neste modelo permite também aumentar a satisfação, que hoje em dia é algo fundamental para quem tem equipas. Queremos reter as pessoas, queremos que as pessoas estejam felizes e tenham, no fundo, uma experiência como developer positiva. Então, vamos só comparar o que é que significa, como é que é um projeto tradicional versus desenvolver um website como produto. Então, normalmente, antes de um projeto, o que é que nós fazemos? Planeamos o projeto, definimos um âmbito, ou seja, dizemos aquilo que vai ser feito é isto, isto, isto. Estimamos as funcionalidades, isto se calhar vai demorar este tempo, isto se calhar vai demorar mais ou menos tempo. Damos um orçamento com base nisso. E muitas vezes o risco está 100% no fornecedor, está 100% em nós. Ou seja, se nós errarmos a estimativa, o cliente, à partida, não vai pagar mais por isso. Quando nós estamos a desenvolver um website como produto, o que é que acontece? Existem reuniões de preparação, portanto, nós temos na mesma que perceber o contexto do projeto, o contexto do produto, do negócio, digamos assim, mas em vez de estar preocupados em definir um âmbito, aquilo que nós estamos preocupados é em perceber quais são os objetivos de longo prazo, qual é o roadmap que nos pode lá levar. Okay? Então, definir objetivos sim, e definir esses objetivos a longo prazo, em vez de estar a definir um âmbito fechado. Depois, aquilo que nós fazemos é estimamos que recursos vamos precisar, ou que o cliente vai precisar, para chegar a esses objetivos, nesse timeline, nesse roadmap que está pensado. Isso é muito diferente de estimar funcionalidades do que estimar recursos. Muito mais facilmente eu estimo que vou precisar de um developer, ou 2, ou 3, ou o que seja, do que estimo uma funcionalidade que depois, como sabemos, tem tempo de debugging, tem tempo de troubleshoot, etc. E de repente algo que estava estimado em 2 horas demorou muito mais. E depois, em termos de orçamento, eu não tenho que estar a fazer grandes orçamentos, eu posso simplesmente dizer, ok, se são 2 developers que vão estar alocados ao projeto, o preço de 2 developers é este. É um preço tabulado, eu não preciso estar a inventar ou a fazer grandes cálculos com base nisso. E aqui o risco é partilhado entre nós e o cliente, e eu acredito que é dessa forma que deve ser. Durante o projeto também é bastante diferente, ou seja, nós temos um conjunto de funcionalidades fixas, não temos grande margem para pôr mais coisas. Se o cliente nos pede, nós podemos tentar ser simpáticos e pôr algumas coisas sem cobrar extra, mas vai haver ali um limite e vamos precisar de começar a cobrar extra. Muitas vezes aquilo que se faz é damos um budget, algo inflacionado, no fundo, para ter alguma defesa, ter alguma margem. E aqui o incentivo, que me parece a questão mais crucial, o incentivo é fazer rápido. Porque eu sei que se fizer rápido o projeto, eu ganho mais, digamos assim. E também as ferramentas que usamos são ferramentas de gestão de projeto. Ora, se estivermos a trabalhar um website com produto, isto é fundamentalmente diferente. Eu posso adicionar mais funcionalidades, porque eu não estou preocupado com um orçamento fixo, eu tenho uma avança mensal com X horas, X recursos associados, portanto eu posso sempre mudar o meu plano. Portanto, aqui o tempo é essencial, o tempo que está alocado, no fundo estamos a cobrar pelo tempo que está alocado pelas pessoas, os recursos, e também alguns materiais, entre aspas, algum plugin que seja preciso, alguma plataforma ou integração que seja precisa. Mas, acima de tudo, o incentivo neste modelo é fazer bem, ou fazer o melhor possível. Porque quando nós temos esta perspectiva de produto, nós estamos a pensar mais a longo prazo. Sabemos que aquilo vai ter um tempo de vida. Não é tanto aquele modelo de toca e foge do projeto. Então, aqui também podemos usar ferramentas de melhoria de produto. Em vez de estarmos a olhar para cronogramas e a fechar tickets, se calhar devemos estar a usar ferramentas de melhoria de produto, tais como o User Voice ou outras que permitam recolher feedback, estudar o utilizador, ver como é que ele está a interagir com aquilo, capturar métricas e ir melhorando. Esse sim deve ser o nosso trabalho principal. Mas também após o projeto as coisas são bastante diferentes, ou seja, normalmente com um projeto tem um lançamento, tem o tal deadline, depois pode ter um período de garantia ou não, isto é mais ou menos comum na indústria ter um período de garantia, e depois normalmente tenta-se associar um plano de manutenção. E aqui é muito tradicional, o sucesso é medido por eu entreguei a horas, entreguei dentro do que estava previsto a nível de orçamento e entreguei com a qualidade mais ou menos esperada. Isso é o sucesso do projeto, que é muito tradicional e vem dos projetos mais clássicos. Quando nós estamos a trabalhar produto, isto também é fundamentalmente diferente, ou seja, eu posso ter releases semanais, posso estar sempre a lançar novas funcionalidades, mesmo que sejam coisas pequenas. Se calhar um ajuste de 2 milímetros aqui, mais lá à frente vai levar o produto numa direção completamente diferente. Aquilo que tentamos fazer é garantir sempre a continuidade com tudo o que já está em operação, portanto não estamos a substituir, a causar grandes disrupções no negócio. E até podemos fazer aquilo que nós chamamos do spring cleaning, ou seja, eu posso ter um tempo em que paro e vou, se calhar, limpar um bocadinho o código, vou limpar coisas que já não interessam, vou fazer algum refactoring, vou fazer alguma melhoria de documentação, porque tenho tempo e tenho capacidade para isso. Não estou à pressa a correr atrás dos deadlines. Então, isso também é fundamental. E o sucesso? O sucesso tem que ser a adoção no mercado daquilo que nós estamos a fazer. Ou seja, no caso de um site, o tempo de permanência das pessoas está a aumentar ou está a diminuir? A bounce rate está a diminuir ou está a aumentar? Isso é que é o verdadeiro, no fundo, a métrica de sucesso que nós devíamos estar a olhar. Mas aqui surge a questão, então como é que nós vendemos este tipo de colaboração, este tipo de avança, estes tais, seja 3.500 ou seja outro valor, como é que nós vendemos isto ao cliente? E parece que este modelo da subscrição também desperta alguns anticorpos a algumas pessoas, não é? Até mesmo a nós, se calhar não queremos subscrever uma coisa nova, já temos tantas subscrições. Então, aqui é preciso voltarmos àquele primeiro slide e perceber, ok, o valor é uma coisa que é uma percepção e nós podemos influenciar esse valor. E temos que, no fundo, pegar na nossa oferta, no nosso serviço, no nosso trabalho e, como fez a minha amiga, emoldurá-lo, limpá-lo, conseguir transmiti-lo, conseguir comunicá-lo e conseguir criar essa percepção de valor. Senão, não vai acontecer. Aqui há várias formas de fazer isso. Aqui são só algumas ideias. Uma delas é a educação. Eu, quando educo o meu cliente, quando lhe transmito conhecimento, quando lhe mostro ferramentas, recursos, o que é que a competição está a fazer, etc., eu estou a criar valor, estou a educá-lo, mas estou a criar também esse valor para ele, estou a criar relação. Portanto, toda esta parte educacional eu acho que é muito importante. Outra ideia é através do framing, ou seja, as palavras que nós usamos, a forma como aparecemos ao cliente, o sítio onde reunimos com ele, tudo isso vai, no fundo, ser a moldura da nossa oferta, do nosso serviço. Então, por exemplo, se eu falo ao cliente em manutenção, eu já estou a levá-lo para um sítio que é, ok, manutenção, uma coisa de baixo valor, não tem muito trabalho envolvido, há várias pessoas que fazem. Portanto, só a palavra manutenção já põe o cliente, se calhar, num frame que não nos interessa. E, por fim, a prova social, ou seja, para além daqueles testemunhos que hoje em dia já são tão rotineiros que já ninguém liga, nós temos que ir mais além disso. Temos que pensar, posso ter testemunhos em vídeo dos meus clientes, ou posso até, se calhar, ter numa call um cliente que já trabalha comigo com um potencial cliente a dizer como é que é a experiência de trabalhar connosco. Não é? Isso será em última análise, a melhor forma de passar o que é a prova social. do que é o nosso trabalho e porque é que é interessante trabalhar connosco. Agora, há muitas outras formas e muitas outras ideias. A ideia que eu queria deixar convosco é nós temos que continuamente pensar como é que transmitimos este valor ao mercado. Não é? Isso faz parte da nossa, como freelancers, como agências, como profissionais, faz parte do nosso trabalho ongoing. E não nos podemos esquecer disto, que é, ao final do dia, a palavra WordPress ainda está associada, de certa forma, a baixo valor. Há pessoas que pensam no WordPress, há muita coisa gratuita, há muitos plugins, há muitos carolas, etc., a trabalhar com WordPress, e parece que o WordPress ainda é uma coisa, de certa forma, de baixo valor. E não é, porque aquilo que nós estamos a fazer para os clientes não é só o WordPress, é, acima de tudo, resolver problemas. Nós estamos a resolver problemas de negócio. O nosso trabalho não é fechar tickets, não é isso. O nosso trabalho é resolver problemas de negócio, é acrescentar valor ao cliente. No final do dia, fazê-lo ganhar mais. Okay? E não nos podemos deixar perder esta perspectiva. Eu acho que, por exemplo, em Silicon Valley, isso é uma das coisas que eles fizeram bem. Um engenheiro de software lá ganha rios de dinheiro. Porquê? Porque se percebe que é uma pessoa que pode agregar um valor tremendo a um negócio. Pode implementar ali uma solução que, de repente, causa o negócio ir numa direção completamente diferente. Por exemplo, na Ásia, e acho que aqui na Europa também ainda um pouco, o software engineer ainda é visto muito como quase um trabalhador de fábrica, que tem que fazer 8 horas por dia e tem que entregar X tickets por semana. Né? Portanto, nós temos que nos livrar desse modelo, desse mindset, e pensar em ser criativos com a engenharia de software e com o WordPress. Então, só aqui alguns exemplos rápidos e alguns princípios. O ec.pt foi um site de notícias que nós desenvolvemos como produto, usando esta metodologia. Na altura eu ainda não sabia que estava a usar esta metodologia, mas foi aqui que tudo começou, porque nós tínhamos uma equipa dedicada, era uma colaboração ongoing, estávamos a fazer design e a testar com pessoas, etc. E começámos a perceber, ok, há aqui uma coisa especial nisto. E ainda hoje em dia as pessoas na equipa me dizem, pá, eu gostava de ter outro projeto como aquele. Aqui o princípio é um pouco a imersão no cliente, ou seja, fazer entrevistas com o C-Level, conhecer bem a realidade do cliente, o que é que se está a fazer no mercado, é um dos princípios essenciais. Outro exemplo, e-commerce como produto. Trabalhamos com um e-commerce gigante que é a Freshland, na Dinamarca, e também usámos esta metodologia. Okay, ongoing, e vamos, no fundo, desenvolvendo soluções muito centradas no utilizador. O que é que isto significa? Significa lançar funcionalidades que nós testamos com alguns utilizadores e temos o feedback deles antes de libertar e publicar essas alterações a toda a audiência, a todos os clientes. Okay? Não vou estar a dizer um a um, porque já não tenho muito tempo e ainda vos quero passar algumas coisas. Outro exemplo, o website de produto sendo desenvolvido como produto. Como é que isso acontece? Por exemplo, a Unbabel é um produto, eles têm uma plataforma fantástica e nós desenvolvemos este site com a Unbabel e continuamos a trabalhar com eles neste modelo ongoing em que vamos melhorando o site deles constantemente, vamos fazendo o tal spring cleaning, vamos acrescentando funcionalidades, vamos fazendo refactoring e vamos, no fundo, desenvolvendo o site. Okay? E aqui é importante esta parte de decisões baseadas em dados, ou seja, como diz o meu amigo Tiago, da SDB, eu pergunto sempre ao cliente se ele tem dados, porque se tiver eu posso tomar decisões mais importantes. E aqui passa muito por nós sermos capazes de planear e definir quais são as métricas que queremos captar, para depois semanalmente estar a olhar para esses números e estar a mostrar que há progresso. Okay? E é bastante recompensador quando conseguimos fazer isso e mostrar, ok, este trimestre trabalhámos na performance, isto foi o ponto A onde começámos, isto é o ponto onde estamos agora, melhorámos 30% ou 40% ou mais. Né? E mostrar isso é extremamente gratificante. Então, aqui algumas lições, já praticamente a chegar ao final. Nós estamos a vender valor acima de tudo no nosso trabalho. Não estamos a vender WordPress, não estamos a vender sites, nós estamos a agregar valor ao cliente. É isso que temos que focar. E esta parte do website como produto é, no fundo, um relacionamento contínuo que nós vamos ter com aquele site, com aquele cliente, em que vamos trabalhando de forma contínua. Ok? Mais estes componentes. Para isto acontecer é preciso nós sermos capazes de ver além. O que é que eu quero dizer com isto? Nós temos que ser capazes, juntamente com o cliente, ver o que é possível e imaginar com ele o que é possível. Onde é que aquele negócio pode estar daqui a 3 anos. Porque ele terá uma ideia, mas muitas vezes nós, com a nossa experiência do dia a dia, conseguimos ter uma visão de fora e também mostrar-lhe o que é possível. E é aqui que eu acho que a magia acontece um bocadinho. E uma história que ilustra muito bem isto é, há dias houve o concerto dos Coldplay e o vocalista convidou um rapaz que estava na plateia para tocar com ele. Não sei se viram isso. E depois, no dia a seguir, esse rapaz estava na rádio e estava a explicar como é que isso aconteceu. E ele diz que, bom, sabia que havia uma possibilidade disso acontecer, porque já tinha visto em concertos anteriores. Sem nenhuma garantia, começou em casa a treinar a música, todos os dias a treinar. E depois foi para o concerto com uma placa a dizer convida-me para ir tocar esta música. E a verdade é que aconteceu. Estavam lá outras pessoas também com cartazes semelhantes, mas ele foi escolhido e aquilo concretizou-se. Então, esta ideia de que nós precisamos primeiro saber que há uma possibilidade de mostrar isso ao cliente, não no nível de superioridade, mas no nível de igualdade, mostrar o que é possível. Você já pensou que pode estar, daqui a X tempo pode estar aqui? A decisão é sempre dele, mas parte do nosso trabalho é fazer essa imaginação com ele, essa criação com ele.
Nuno, vamos ter que terminar.
Vamos ter que terminar, ok. Então, agências, encarem ou comecem a encarar os websites dos clientes como produto em vez de projetos com um plano de manutenção. Não queremos planos de manutenção, não queremos sidecares, essas coisas. Aquilo que nós queremos é melhoria contínua, trabalhar como produto, ok? Não façam websites, façam produtos incríveis. Essa é a minha mensagem. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, Nuno. Não vamos ter tempo para perguntas. Peço-vos que encontrem o Nuno, por exemplo, à hora do almoço e aproveitem. Nuno, vamos aqui ao meio, que temos ali a Rita Carmo para nos tirar uma fotografia. Para isto temos um bocadinho de tempo. Obrigado e espero ter tocado de novo no ano que vem. Obrigado. long friend Rafael Isidori, sorry. Shout out. Who has been speaking and discussing diversity in several forums. Original from Luxembourg, Carol Linger, also a long friend who is known in the WordPress community for advocating for more diverse representation on WordCamps. From Colombia, now living in Lisbon, and the newcomer, say welcome, to the Portuguese WordPress community, Jamila Abuabara is a digital marketing professional with a large experience in public speaking. So the public is invited to join the conversation when invited by Rafael, of course. Rafaela, Carol, and Jamil, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigada. So, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to welcome Jamil at her first WordCamp. So,
big round of applause.
And Carol, who is also, I think, more experienced than me in WordCamps, but I have a little. So the way we decided to run this to make it interesting and not boring and not a lecture is that I'm going to first tell you a little bit how I got to be here in, well, a few years, except 3 were kind of like canceled by other things. And then we're going to get some tips from Carol on how a community, but even businesses, can work to, you know, improve on their diversity and the advantages. And then also we're going to hear Jamil's story, but also, and she's going to talk about it later in her talk, how speaking even at small events, whether our meetups or WordCamps or small, you know, local events, can really help from a personal brand perspective, but also from a personal perception of ourselves perspective. And to explain what I mean, I'm going to start telling you how I arrived to the WordPress community in 2016, taken by a friend. And I started contributing through the polyglots because I'm a designer and there was not a lot of design-related activities at the time. And so I started in 2016. I started, you know, translating in Italian. And then I started helping with organizing some WordCamps. And at the end of 2017, my friends from Rome were organizing WordCamp Roma. And so I said, okay, I'm going to try sending you a talk, but please don't accept it just because you're my friends, which of course is kind of like, you know, safe netting myself. So anyway, my talk was chosen, and my talk was about branding. So part of my imposter was talking, but also part was my own bias about the fact that who's going to care about design or branding at a, you know, software development, coding event, technical event? Well, as I found out, a lot of people did. So I gave my talk, and people were like, oh, we loved your talk. And I was like, oh, really? You mean it? So I said, you know what? Next year, I'm going to apply to every WordCamp where A, I have friends, so I go to see them, or I've never been, so I have an opportunity to go visit. And in 2018, I don't remember the number, but I spoke at either 18 or 20 events because my talks were light. And so I had my talk about branding, and then I wrote another talk about design principles, and then I did a talk about mindfulness. So they were all topics that if I had self-limited it myself, I would have said, who's going to care? But in reality, people cared, and people were happy that I shared my thoughts, and I had an opportunity to make friends and widen my audience. And though it wasn't business related, it certainly helped me get better with my self-esteem, shut the imposter up, and sort of build a better posture, better public posture for myself. And also, you know, divulgate and evangelize about design, which is obviously my core topic. And this is, my story is just to give you a frame to look at what we're talking about and to sort of inspire you in daring. And do not think for other people. Do not think, oh, but no one's going to care about it. Let other people tell you we don't care about it, which most often they're not going to tell you. To you.
Yeah, and I'm so happy you had the opportunity to become a speaker at WordCamp Roma, because that made us become friends, because in 2018, like you said, we bumped into each other so many times, and it's so great after the whole terrible 3 years of the pandemic that we are united again on stage here at beautiful WordCamp Lisboa. So what I would like to do is, I would like to share a little bit of my experience as traveling the world with WordCamps, and also having been an organizer for WordCamps in different countries. And I'm considering myself as an advocate for positive mental health in tech, but also for diversity and inclusion. And I want to start with actually giving a shout out to the WordCamp Lisbon team, because what diversity and inclusion starts with, in my opinion, is awareness. And I love how the team was trying to make an effort to get more representation on stage, and then noticing, okay, we didn't manage to get where we want to be. And then like, we don't want that. So they were reaching out actively to more underrepresented minorities in our community to get on stage to share their knowledge, which is great. And then they were still not satisfied with the result, which is another important awareness realization, whatever. Language barrier, that's also something we have to talk about at some point. And then they were asking for help. They were like, hey, where are people that have more experience than we have? And what are people that are experiencing maybe bias or barriers to share their knowledge? And how can they help us with their experiences in organizing an even more diverse WordCamp Lisboa or WordCamp Porto next year? So I love what they were doing here. And that's already the first advice I can give you. Like, it starts with awareness. And it starts with acknowledging that there is an issue, and it is totally fine to reach out for help, because we are facing all these challenges when it comes to representation, diversity, and inclusion, and nobody has the global solution for it. And that is another important advice. Diversity is multifaceted. Like, diversity looks different in Portugal than it looks in the Netherlands, than it looks in the UK, than it looks in the US, than it looks in Africa or in Asia. So instead of just trying to projecting our own realities to other areas in the world, how cool would it be if we would just stay all open-minded, curious about other people's realities, and learn from each other instead of bashing each other, right? Yep. So that's the other important advice that I'd like to give. Stay open-minded and consider that diversity is multifaceted. And
it's also a resource. You know, that diversity it's really enriching, and it's something that can it brings value from so many points. You know, because someone that is not like us has a different perspective, has a different point of view. They can tell about us something that we cannot see. So even it's like accepting criticism in a way, you know, if we can go past the unease when someone tells us something that we kind of go, you know, no, you know, I don't do that. And if we kind of make ourselves go past that and say, well, you know, maybe I do. Maybe I don't see it. That's the awareness, you know, that Carol is telling about. There's a huge opportunity in that place where, oh, let me look at me or at my project or at my company or at my event from that perspective. That can only bring value, and it can never be damaging in any way.
Yeah, also when it comes to bias, I do think that, we are all in this room and outside this room in our community dealing with unconscious bias.
Absolutely.
And it would be so valuable to have these proactive conversations and open proactive conversations happening about, hey, Rafaela, what did you encounter when you were organizing or speaking at WordCamps? Like maybe bias that you've been noticing that somebody else pointed out to you, and you were like, oh, wait, yeah, I have prejudices in my mind, and I want to be that person who evolves and work on them. And if organizers start having these conversations within their team, they will be able to identify and help each other to find out about those biases and working on them and removing them little by little. So diversity starts on the inside, and having not only a diverse team that represents the people in our community as a part of the organizing team, but also having these open, proactive conversations about unconscious bias and how to remove that from maybe the speaker selection. That would be really awesome. And I do feel we're sometimes scared to have these conversations.
We are not, but yes.
Yeah, we as in the community.
A general team, yes.
Okay, it's amazing that you have your experience, Carol and Rafaela. We have different background. We are not technical, but we are here. And I think that all is about communication. Every person have one experience. Then this experience that we have can help to other person, and we have to express. I am from Colombia. My English is improved, and always I did, but I try to express myself all the time that I can. I am learning English and Portuguese in the same time.
Wow.
You're a hero.
And I am here to talk and express myself because I know that a lot of people have a scare or fear to expose. And I think you have to face this fear that you have and encourage and express yourself and explain what is your experience. And I think that is important because if you don't explain yourself, nobody knows you. Nobody knows what do you know, what do you do, what is your background, what can you apport to the society. And it's different about the diversity you have. Here we are at different countries. Lisbon is multicultural people. So you have learned to different experience, to different culture, and you enrich, you have more about the world, and you have more knowledge. So I think that it's important to express and speak in public. If in Spanish I can speak better, because I can find more words and I can talk more, but I am here to express myself. And that's it, you have to express you have a value. Everybody have a value that identify. You have abilities, skills, and you have a lot of things to express to the society to grow up.
I think one thing, that diversity is like a not net zero sum. It's not a cake that, if I eat your part, cake left for you. It's a game in which everybody wins. Everybody, it multiplies, and it's an excellent point, the fact that if you don't make yourself visible, then hello. It's okay. If you, I lost my thought, but yeah, whatever. It's something that multiplies and synergizes. And if you're, oh, that's what I was going to say. If you are not visible, you are not seen, which is like obvious, but it's not so obvious if you reflect on it. And so that's one part, and it's about each one of us. But the other important thing is how much representation matters. If I see someone like me doing something, it even irrationally tells my brain that I could be that person too. So this is especially important for young people to see that, or for whatever age people to see that and say, hey, I can do that. Hey, maybe just like I did, you know, I thought, who's going to care about branding at a WordCamp? And guess what? They do. And, you know, anything that we can give to the community, there's going to be, even if there's only one person that you touch, that's one person more than zero. And you maybe not change their life, but maybe you can improve their life, or you can give them ideas, or you can give them the courage that maybe they were lacking.
What I would also like to see more is, so we have so many experienced speakers already in our community, and I'm not only talking about WordCamps, I'm also talking about meetups and other tech conferences. And how cool would that be if the people that know that they are really good at sharing their knowledge, that they would just become mentors for other people from underrepresented communities? How cool would that be if you plan your next talk, you would just think about, hey, I know this person who is also pretty great in design or in community work or in development, and let's give a talk together. Let's pitch them in or let's create a workshop together. And so that can come from each and every single one of us that is already sharing their knowledge actively with the community. But of course, WordCamps can facilitate that. They can find experienced community members in their own community to share with others how to become more confident going on stage, how to write a pitch, how to set up a slide deck. There's so many things we can share with other people to encourage and to empower them to become visible, because just like Rafaela said, representation matters so much. And yeah, mentorship programs, and there is initiatives also like from the global WordPress community. There's a diverse speaker training program which is led by Jill Binder, and there's the hashtag WP Diversity where you can check out all these things. And I'm going to share that in the Twitter thread after our panel here. And yeah, and there's companies supporting people traveling around the world and traveling to WordCamps within their country to share their knowledge if they identify as being part of underrepresented minorities within our community. So as you can see, I work with Yoast. We have the Yoast Diversity Fund. So as soon as
they're my sponsors.
So as soon as you manage to be accepted at a WordCamp, wherever it's going to happen in the world, you can reach out to get helps in terms of funding your travels and accommodation to actually get on stage. Because not everybody is privileged enough to work for companies that are just going to sponsor our travels or contributions to the open source project, right? And that's part of diversity conversations as well.
One thing that I want to apport is if you want to talk and you are nervous, the first time that I was speaking, I didn't prepare about mentality. So I will go and I will stand in the public and I will talk about my project. Was in one company that was investor, is 14 persons around. When I was stand of them, I was so nervous. Was my first time. And my heels, my high heels, stuck in the floor. I can't talk. The Microsoft was like this. My voice gone. So in this, when I finished this exposition, I say, okay, I like to express myself. I like to communicate whenever in language that I can, but I want to communicate. So I make some program like PNL. I don't know how in PNL, and I try to improve how to take out this fear that I have and express myself, because I know that I can help other women and other person, empower them to speak in public. Nobody knows about that, but they have to empower and they have to express and give to the community and the society all the best that they have. So this is the only.
You gotta push it a little. So, are there any questions? Because we're running out of time.
I'm gonna need to do a talk show because I need to move around because that's the last microphone.
Are we gonna like
so
talk like
anyone
that now?
wants to chip in with this? Any question?
Hello. I have a quite personal question, so it's okay if you don't want to answer. Do you have, or do you want to share, all of you, a moment in your life or in your public speaking career where you realize, like, being a woman or being part of a minority is actually powerful, is actually an advantage for me that I want to talk about it. Do you have like a story around a moment of mind blow where like, being a woman is powerful?
Well, I kind of tell that myself every morning, but you know, I'm sort of training myself to that. Woo! Well, it took me more than 50 years to get there, so you know, I'm happy that you can kind of get there sooner. Quickly, no, if I understand your question, I never had the feeling that I was particularly fortunate by being a woman in, you know, it's like, oh, what a privilege, you know. In fact, I would say I've often experienced the contrary. On the other hand, I remember the end of my first talk in Rome and the reaction from the people, and I remember that moment as being very empowering. And I remember people coming up and say, oh wow, what a great talk, and I just felt like, oh, I have value, I have things to say, and these people are happy that I've told them. So that was mine. I don't know if you've had experiences.
I think this is a really...
We want more people to join, so really...
Okay.
Speed up.
Sorry, yes. Okay. No, you go ahead.
Okay, so I've been speaking for a while, and I've seen also, as a developer, I've seen a positive discrimination and actually going to the other way, and I don't like it, so I'm interested in your opinion about that.
You're meaning that to create more diversity on stage or on panels or in general, that women would like have an advantage because they would be like chosen because of their gender to...
Yes.
Yeah. It is a very, very good question, and to be very honest, I was more on so I was sharing your view on things like 2 or 3 years ago, where I was worried if I would apply to become a speaker somewhere, for example, if they would accept me because of my gender, because not of the quality that I would deliver, but to have more diversity on stage. You would be part of the diversity quota, so that's what you mean, right? So I do think that that is part of the imposter syndrome, to be very honest, which is, and I'm not saying men don't have it, men have that too, but I see it so much more common within my female friends in this community, and I just stopped myself, and I didn't allow myself to think that anymore, because I know I have quality to deliver, and I know that I'm good at what I'm doing, so I won't let anybody either discriminate me because of my gender, or keep telling myself if that is not happening, it is only because I am a woman. So I don't think that women deliver less quality, and I know that it's not what you've been saying here, especially because you are brilliant at what you are doing as well, and everybody knows that. So I do think that women deliver the same amount of quality as men can deliver, but often are already struggling with imposter syndrome when they are starting to write a pitch for a talk, because they think, am I the expert in this? Yes, you are. If you can teach others what you're doing, you are the expert in the room. And there's always going to be people who know a little bit more, but there's also going to be people who are so thankful for everybody sharing their knowledge on stage, especially free at WordCamps. I hope this answered your question a little bit.
So we are running late, but we will take one more participation. Anyone?
No other questions. I guess that's it. Okay.
So thank you for helping us with this. It
there's
was really
there's
inspiring.
questions there.
It changed his mind.
So it's not exactly a question. I want to thank first Rafaela, because in 2019 she also made a great effort so that we could be more aware about this issue. And I want to thank you, the three of you, to help us to be more aware and have some. I think we are we in the organizing team, we are really aware about this issue, and we are. The greatest problem we have is that we need actions. So we need to know how to do it. So we are aware that we have a few women saying yes when we do the call for speakers, and we have a lot of we have a few minority representatives in our community, and so what we need is to see how we can act on it, and it's been really hard for us, and I want to thank you for helping us to be more aware and be more active in trying to correct it. So thank you.
I'm going to share a document with you. So I'm going to put it into a Twitter thread, like right after this panel. It's already prepared. And I'm going to share the document with you. So this is like my personal view on how to improve things, but also there's lots of resources where you can actually go and have conversations with other people and find out about how they've been improving their situation.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I also think that what you're doing as a community is brilliant. Like Carol said, just reach out and ask, and and just that's really the core of it.
Yeah, thanks for doing that.
Seeing something and say, I can pretend it's not a problem, or I can see it's a problem and try and fix it. There's no magic fix, but it's a path. It's a progress that.
As an organizer, I think and I hope we are improving on that.
You are.
Thank you,
really
everyone.
Are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And no, now it's in Portuguese. Desculpem, esqueci-me das minhas cábulas. O momento foi interessante.
Se quiseres, podes improvisar.
Posso improvisar também, pois posso. Mas é... precisas disto. É outra figura conhecida da comunidade WordPress portuguesa, europeia e mundial. O José Freitas dispensa apresentações. Ajuda empresas a comunicar melhor com os seus clientes nas plataformas online na Caxi Media, que é um dos fundadores. Organizador de vários WordCamps em Portugal, assim como do Grupo Meetup do Porto, voluntário em tantos outros WordCamps pelo mundo. Em 2002, lead da equipa local do WordCamp Europe realizado no Porto. É este ano um dos lead organizers do WordCamp Europe a realizar a menos de 3 semanas em Atenas. E é sobre a organização do WordCamp 2022 e de como isso o ajudou a tornar-se um melhor profissional WordPress que nos vem falar hoje. A fechar a manhã de hoje, José Freitas.
Obrigado. Esta imagem foi feita no dia 4 de junho de 2022. Poderia ter sido feita em 2020 ou em 2021, mas não foi, foi o ano passado. No dia 22 de junho de 2019, em Berlim, no final do WordCamp Europa realizado na capital da Alemanha, o Porto foi anunciado como a cidade que iria acolher o WordCamp Europa de 2020, o ano seguinte. Era o que todos nós esperávamos, era o que a equipa local do Porto e o resto da equipa organizadora do WordCamp Europa esperavam. Não aconteceu. Como todos sabemos, o mundo mudou em poucos meses. Alguns meses depois, estávamos nós já meio caminho andado, mais de meio caminho andado, na preparação do WordCamp de 2020 no Porto, quando, pum, acabou. Tivemos que cancelar o evento, escusamos de falar dos motivos pelos quais tivemos que o cancelar. Ora, em toda esta história há uma base fundamental para o segredo daquilo que foi depois o WordCamp Europa de 2022, porque tivemos que nos transformar, tivemos que improvisar, tivemos que alterar tudo o que era o nosso plano para um novo evento. A verdade é que desses ensinamentos, desses praticamente 3 anos de preparação, de implementação, resultaram experiências de que hoje vos vou transmitir. E essas experiências tiveram pelo menos um ponto muito positivo. Ajudaram-me a melhorar aquilo em que eu de facto pensava que era já alguém com boas capacidades de comunicação. Ora, a verdade é que ter uma boa comunicação com o cliente te vai ajudar a teres êxito, claro, a evitar noites mal dormidas, por outro lado, sabendo que este é sempre um processo de evolução. Nunca está parado, nunca o deixes parado. E isto foi também fruto daquilo que aprendi ao longo dos últimos anos. Vivemos num clima de permanente incerteza. Vamos ser honestos, nada hoje é certo, tudo pode mudar de um momento para o outro. A pandemia ensinou-nos isso, basta que haja algum fator que não estamos a contar. E há um fator, de que falaremos daqui a pouco, que é verdadeiramente importante em tudo isto. Cada problema passou a ser um problema. Não eram aqueles problemas assim. De repente passaram a ser assim. E assim. E assim. E assim. Problemas que nunca mais acabavam pareceram transformar-se em corridas de uma vida inteira. Simplesmente porque cada coisinha passou a ter um significado ainda maior do que aquilo que na verdade tinha. Hoje as pessoas estão mais vulneráveis, estão mais inseguras. Hoje as pessoas, muito por graças daquilo que se passou ao longo dos últimos anos e que no fundo a pandemia também nos trouxe, estão inseguras e incertas daquilo que vai acontecer. E precisam de ter aquela base extra de confiança. Se não a tiverem, temos um sarilho. Na organização do WordCamp Europa enfrentamos tudo isso. Tudo isso e muito, muito mais. Ora, como o resolvemos para que o WordCamp Europa tivesse sido um sucesso, ou pelo menos eu acho que foi um sucesso, é do que vos vou falar nos próximos minutos. Quem daqui esteve presente no WordCamp Europa do ano passado no Porto? Okay? Uma parte, os outros não sabem o que perderam. Ora, o terceiro segredo para aquilo que achamos que foi um êxito para a realização do WordCamp Europa do ano passado foi a organização. E vamos ser muito frontais. Nós, na equipa local, por muito que fôssemos organizados, estávamos, na verdade, também desorganizados, porque as coisas mudaram todas. Todo o plano que nós tínhamos feito ao longo do processo de candidatura para acolher o WordCamp Europa, do processo que tínhamos feito na fase de preparação, por água abaixo, no abrir e fechar de olhos. Tivemos que nos reorganizar. Daí que a organização é um elemento fundamental em qualquer processo que vocês façam com os vossos clientes, em qualquer processo de comunicação. O segundo segredo, o relacionamento interpessoal. Estão a ver aquelas coisas, aquele tempo em que nós achávamos que bastava enviar um e-mail, mensagens do WhatsApp ou outras redes sociais, ou, enfim, até mesmo um SMS, algo assim do género, assim muito à distância. Esqueçam, não resulta. Sabem porquê? Porque nós aprendemos durante a preparação do WordCamp Europa 2022 que não havia um e-mail, por melhor que esse e-mail fosse, que não tivesse que ter depois uma conversa com as pessoas em causa. Tive eu e as outras pessoas da equipa local de preparação de falar com dezenas de pessoas, dezenas de vezes ao longo de todo o processo. Só, por exemplo, com a equipa de catering foram à volta de 80, 90 comunicações por e-mail a formalizar coisas que já estavam formalizadas anteriormente, complementadas com mais umas centenas de comunicações telefónicas. E isto parece que é pouco, mas não é. É muito. E a verdade é que vocês precisam também de o fazer no vosso relacionamento com os clientes. Sejam aqueles mais próximos, sejam os mais distantes. Estabeleçam comunicações e relacionamentos interpessoal. Não precisam de ser amigos, mas devem conhecer o essencial deles, em particular se têm gatos, se têm cães, se têm filhos, se têm netos, se têm sobrinhos, por aí afora. Saibam um pouco. Outro segredo, o mais importante de todos. Vá lá, não é segredo para ninguém, mas poucos mesmo de nós tínhamos a capacidade de definir exatamente o que é uma comunicação simples e clara. Ainda há pouco, numa outra apresentação, ouvimos falar aqui sobre a forma como nós interpretamos a nossa realidade, a nossa existência. E uma comunicação clara e simples para mim não significa que seja uma comunicação clara e simples para cada um de vocês que está aí. Para mim, uma comunicação clara é algo, para vocês pode ser outra coisa qualquer. Quando eu vos digo algo que eu julgo ser muito claro, eu estou dependente da vossa capacidade de interpretar essa mesma informação. E vocês podem achar, o que é que ele está para ali dizer? Ele não está a dizer coisa com coisa porque eu não estou a perceber isto. Ou podem fazer que sim com a cabeça, como quem diz, sim, percebo tudo, claro, claro. E depois, passados uns minutos, acerca daquele assunto que falamos, e eu pensava que tinha sido claro. Sejam claros. E ser claros passa simplesmente por dizer as coisas de uma forma muito básica. Se precisarem, façam com que um aluno do 4º ano de escolaridade ouça aquilo que vocês estão a dizer. Se ele perceber, estão no bom caminho. Se ele ficar assim com cara de quem diz percebi tudo, então vocês não estão no bom caminho. Utilizem palavras simples. Utilizem palavras básicas. Usem comunicação por e-mail em que um único assunto está nesse e-mail. Estão a ver aquelas coisas com pontinhos, bullets? 1, 2, 3 bullets? Nada disso. Um único assunto por e-mail. Se precisarem, mandem 30 e-mails de seguida, mas um único assunto por e-mail. Se não fui ouvir à primeira, comunicação simples e clara. Se juntares estes 3 segredos, vocês estão mais perto de oferecer aos vossos clientes confiança acrescida, porque eles precisam efetivamente de confiança. Se não confiarem em vocês, vão ter sarilhos. Vão oferecer-lhes também uma determinação e uma vontade de trabalhar convosco, porque se for fácil comunicar convosco, se vocês estabelecerem com eles uma relação de confiança e eles perceberem que vocês são a pessoa em quem eles podem efetivamente confiar para tratar dos projetos relacionados com o web, com o marketing, com a criação de comunicação, então, sim, vocês vão estar mais à vontade. E vocês, ao garantirem tudo isto, vão dar-lhes uma boa dose de certeza num mundo permanentemente incerto. Se vocês tiverem uma equipa de pessoas com quem trabalharem, como aquela que a equipa de organização local do WordCamp do Porto teve, vocês estão mais perto de atingirem o sucesso no relacionamento com os amigos. Nesta imagem vem a equipa local. A equipa local foi constituída por estas pessoas, faltam ali 1 ou 2 pessoas dessa equipa local que na altura não puderam estar ali. Mas foram estas pessoas que ajudaram localmente a fazer o WordCamp Europa do ano passado. Se vocês trabalham numa equipa, e a maior parte de vocês trabalhará, e se não trabalham numa equipa, forem solo, mas ao mesmo tempo trabalharem com um cliente que tem uma equipa, e a maior parte deles terá, então, nesse caso, vocês vão também poder oferecer-lhes uma dose de certeza no mundo incerto e, desta forma, trabalhar melhor com eles. Há pouco falávamos sobre um aspecto importantíssimo, que é necessário ter sempre. Esperem sempre o inesperado. Vai acontecer. Em qualquer momento vai acontecer algo que, lá está, não é esperado. Por isso, tem que esperar sempre que haja alguma coisa. Aquela pequena areia que entra na engrenagem, que de repente, lá está, porque ser uma pequena areia, mas entrou na engrenagem, transformou-se num grande problema. Esperem sempre com isso. Ou contem sempre com isso, aliás. E agora? Agora é a vossa vez. Têm que dar apenas 3 passos. Primeiro, organizarem-se, e se acham que já são organizados, repensem se essa organização é a melhor para o atual momento. E vão de X em X tempo, 3 em 3, 4 em 4, 5 em 5, 6 em 6 meses, fazendo essa avaliação, essa nova avaliação. Criem relacionamentos com as pessoas com quem colaboram e com quem trabalham, a quem fornecem serviços. Estabeleçam com eles uma relação pessoal. E essa relação pessoal não precisa de envolver ir almoçar ou jantar, ir lanchar e tomar um café. Pode envolver isso se quiserem. Mas se não quiserem, não precisam de fazer. Agora, quando começarem um telefonema, por exemplo, podem perguntar-lhes: então, como está a família? Às vezes, basta isto para que alguma coisa se transforme e se comece a criar um relacionamento interpessoal. Mesmo que digam: está tudo bem e tal. Pronto. É criado naquele momento um sinal de que estamos aqui, que somos pessoas e não apenas um fornecedor de um serviço, não apenas alguém que está a prestar alguma tarefa. E comuniquem de forma clara, simples, para que cada palavra seja devidamente entendida e, se for preciso, ajudem a fazer a interpretação daquelas palavras. Não assumam que aquela pessoa está a pensar exatamente o mesmo que vocês estão a pensar quando lhes estão a dizer alguma coisa. Obrigado.
Obrigado nós, José, não só por esta talk, mas por todos os anos que tens dado à comunidade. Vamos dar a oportunidade para algumas perguntas breves, para respostas também breves. Põe uma no ar, temos os nossos voluntários com os microfones.
I don't know if I can ask in English.
Yep.
In English, yeah.
Yep.
So you were talking about the make sure to know that something will happen that I didn't expect, and sometimes it can be some like silly mistakes too. How do you, in an emotional way, manage the pressure when there is a deadline, when mistakes happen? How do you take care of this?
I wish I could answer that with a clear and simple way. Well, the best way that you can to manage that is try to figure that out in that moment, because the unexpected, it will be unexpected whatever moment. Well, I will share a personal story. It's very personal, you will be aware of it. On the second day of the WordCamp Europe, and please don't get me wrong about that, okay? I just want to make a introduction on that, because that is an important motive. On the second day of WordCamp Europe, at around 10 a.m., I was speaking something on the organizers' headquarters, and I received a phone call from my mother, and I was stressed. And I picked the phone like that, and I replied to my mother and asked, is something urgent, or can we speak later? My mother told me, it's urgent, your dad passed away. I don't know what, you can't prepare for that, right? You can't prepare for something that happens, and it's totally unexpected. My father was a person with some health issues, but not at all expecting at that moment. So this is something that you can't prepare emotionally for that, okay? I can tell you, well, so be prepared, but in case something happens like this, how you will solve it? You can't. So try to be prepared for the best that you can, okay? I'm sharing this story not because I want to share something more personal related to it. It's because it's related to the question, and it's something that you will need to be aware how to solve some issue that occurs unexpectedly. You only know how to address that when that happens. But be aware, something will be happen. Expect that not such a dramatic issue like this one, but be ready for anything.
Yeah, thank you for your answer and your vulnerability.
Antes de aceitar outra pergunta, e raspar as cebolas, pá. E a pedir a todos que no final não saíssem deste auditório, temos a foto de família e que depois se juntassem ao meio. Mais alguma pergunta? Não tenham vergonha, eu tenho que chamar a Carel, a Rafaela e a Jamil de novo. É melhor porque por causa do streaming. Por causa do streaming.
Por causa do som.
Boa tarde, ou bom dia ainda. Num mundo cada vez mais digital, onde nós comunicamos através de mensagens, por e-mails, videoconferências, na sua opinião, qual é o fator presencial num cliente, com uma proximidade mais fixa, mais física, aliás, na sua opinião, onde é que ele se enquadra a nível da importância?
O mundo é digital. As nossas comunicações são cada vez mais digitais. Cada vez comunicamos mais à distância. Em todo caso, não significa que, estando distantes, não possamos ter uma proximidade, um relacionamento com aquela pessoa. No fundo, é encarar cada pessoa como ela própria. Nós não nos conhecemos, eu não te conheço, tu não me conheces, eu estou aqui neste lugar, tu estás nesse, mas eu se calhar posso fazer-te uma ou outra pergunta e perceber no qual é o teu ponto em que estás neste momento, do teu estado de espírito, da tua capacidade de absorveres a informação que estás aqui a recolher, da tua família, algo deste género. E eu estou a falar precisamente no tu de propósito, porque se eu quiser criar esse relacionamento contigo, eu vou procurar aproximar-me de ti e não usar um você, que é algo, por exemplo, mais totalmente comum no Brasil, como nós sabemos, mas vou criar esse relacionamento e eu trato a maior parte das pessoas por tu. A verdade é que quando estamos numa vertente de criar esse relacionamento digital, nós temos que saber que do outro lado está uma pessoa que tem a sua vida. Nós não sabemos o que é que se passou hoje de manhã quando acordou, ou o que é que se passou ontem quando estava também a preparar-se para ir dormir, ou algo do género. Temos é que olhar para que estes relacionamentos digitais não deixem, em último caso, sempre de considerar quem está do outro lado. E do outro lado está uma pessoa, com as suas virtudes e os seus defeitos, como todos nós. Não sei se responde à questão.
Sim, basicamente. Obrigado.
Obrigado.
Mais alguma questão? O Filipe.
Para mim é só uma pergunta, questão da organização do WordCamp, porque assim, como organizador, eu acho que um dos desafios tem um time de Portugal, mas para o pessoal entender tem Europa. Então você tem que assim, organizar com britânicos, gregos, e como é que funciona, assim, falar um pouco desse desafio, porque assim, você está fazendo na sua casa, mas você tem que ouvir as opiniões de outras pessoas e você também tem que dizer, olha, na minha casa funciona dessa maneira, né? Assim, eu acho que como é que foi esse desafio de questão de comunicação na organização de um WordCamp Europa, assim?
A verdade é que a maior parte das pessoas não sabe como é que se organiza um WordCamp, das pessoas que aqui estão, não sabe como é que se organiza um WordCamp. Em particular um WordCamp Europa. Um WordCamp Europa é composto por várias equipas. Tem a equipa local que trata, bom, é óbvio, dos assuntos locais, onde se vai realizar o WordCamp, da localização da cidade do país. E depois há um conjunto de outras equipas que são criadas com uma diversidade de pessoas, e essa diversidade acontece a vários níveis, em particular do ponto de vista multicultural e de vários países. Portanto, são equipas que têm pessoas de várias nacionalidades, e não só europeias. Europeias, sim, mas também dos Estados Unidos, do Brasil, da Ásia. Portanto, há várias pessoas que fazem parte de cada uma dessas equipas. E nós, enquanto organização de um WordCamp Europa, por exemplo, no caso deste ano, o ano passado foram cerca de 70, coisas do género, e este ano serão cerca de 80, 85, 90 pessoas na organização do WordCamp Europa. E da equipa local são umas 10 pessoas. Portanto, as outras 80 são pessoas de vários outros países. E são pessoas que trazem a sua diversa informação, a sua presença cultural. Há uma única regra que basicamente todos têm que, de certa forma, cumprir. Porque o inglês acaba por ser a língua mais genérica, todos têm que ter a capacidade mínima de de comunicar em inglês. Uns mais do que outros, claro, mas todos têm que ter essa capacidade mínima. É por isso que é tão importante, tão rico, tão incrível fazer parte da organização de um WordCamp Europa, porque permite-nos ter uma capacidade de apreender coisas de diversos pontos de vista do mundo, não só da Europa, mas também do mundo. Este ano há 20 e tal países que estão com pessoas na equipa da organização do WordCamp Europa. 24 ou 25 países. Portanto, o que significa que o WordCamp Europa, que vai ser em Atenas, na Grécia, e como ano passado foi no Porto, em Portugal, não foi feito o ano passado só por portugueses e este ano só por gregos. É feito por pessoas de vários países. E essas pessoas trazem essa comunicação. Todos temos que comunicar em inglês, mas de certa forma a organização é muito diversa e nem sempre estamos de acordo. Muitas vezes não estamos de acordo. Mas conseguimos encaixar-nos, porque é uma vantagem de fazermos parte de uma mesma comunidade. E estou mesmo a terminar, quem organiza um WordCamp faz por gosto. Dizia a nossa cantora Simone, para quem é português, lembra-se-á de um famoso êxito da música portuguesa, que quem faz um filho fala por gosto. Fazer um WordCamp é quase como fazer um filho, digamos assim, porque é algo que vai... que não é um parto fácil, diga-se de passagem. Há duas coisas que eu gostava de dizer aqui só para fechar. Primeiro, o WordCamp Europa é uma fantástica experiência. O WordCamp Europa nasceu de um contributo de um português, de outras pessoas, mas em particular de um português. O Zé Fontainhas, não sei se está por aí, está ali. Eu gostava que o Zé Fontainhas...
Obrigado, Zé. Obrigado, Zés.
Eu sei que não foi para isto que o Zé Fontainhas criou o WordCamp Europa.
Que armadilha.
Mas, ainda assim, foi para criar aquilo que hoje é o WordCamp Europa e é muito diferente daquela primeira experiência de há 10 anos atrás, em 2013. Hoje o WordCamp Europa é alguma coisa de bastante diferente. Queremos pensar que é para melhor, mas a verdade é que fazer um WordCamp, seja o Europa, seja um WordCamp como, por exemplo, este aqui, é uma coisa tremenda. É muito tempo que é oferecido por estas pessoas que estão de amarelo, uns mais do que outros, claro, mas é muito tempo que eles oferecem a todos vocês. E oferecem por gosto.
Obrigado, Zé. Obrigado. Espero que gostes dessa lembrança do WordCamp Lisboa. E, como sabem, vamos ter a foto de grupo e a pedir a toda a gente que fosse para a zona central do auditório e da terceira fila para cima, e à Regi que nos desse mais luz no auditório, por favor. Foi rápido.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to track 1 of WordCamp Lisbon 23 on the afternoon. So, thanks for waiting for some minutes. We are delaying the beginning of each talk and this first part of the afternoon for 15 minutes because, you know, the lunch was served a little later. I hope we as organizing team, hope we have a great lunch. And please forgive the delay. It was somewhat unexpected, but sometimes these kind of situations happens. So welcome and be ready because we have 15 minutes delayed, but we will go full speed ahead until the coffee break. The coffee break will be shorter, 15 minutes shorter, so we can line up for the rest of the afternoon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is my huge pleasure to welcome Milana Kapp to WordCamp Lisbon. Milana is a WordPress engineer. She works for XWP as a developer and works also for the documentation team for WordPress.org. And she led 4 major releases related to documentation with a focus on the new issues related to programming for the WordPress project. She also helped to organize several WordPress conferences, including WordCamp Europe 2018 and 19. She is a single mom. That is a superpower that she has to run against all odds in a lot of things. But she has a weak point, 2 weak points. First, you can bribe her with chocolate, dark chocolate. And even better, a really nice piece of bacon. And be ready, because in the next minutes, we will run to the terminal and we will learn a lot of things that we can do in 5 minutes in WP CLI. But please hang, because this is live. Be ready. Milana Kapp.
Hi, thank you. So I have to cut this talk, but I will give you something very special that I've never done in this talk before. So there is a kind of, in the beginning, I try to explain you why WP CLI is very good for you, and we will cut that now because you are here, you want to learn about it. WP CLI is command line interface for WordPress, and today we have so many CLI tools, and I'm very happy for that, and you should use them all the time. Why? If we compare WP CLI and WordPress, which is kind of graphic user interface, right? For WP CLI, it's WordPress. So when you compare it, what you can do in WP CLI and WordPress dashboard, there is this first level of using WP CLI. You can do everything the same as you would in WordPress dashboard. Anything that you can do in WordPress dashboard, fresh install, you can do with WP CLI. And this first level of using WP CLI, I like to call Guilfoyle level. And that's if you want to just play and test around. Then you want to do more. You want to list cron jobs. Everybody does. It's okay. So you, in dashboard, you cannot do that without a plugin, or you cannot export or import database without a plugin, right? With WP CLI, you can do that on French install, no plugins needed. And that second level of using WP CLI is Pied Piper level. But then you want to do more, right? You might want to export just parts of database. I needed to export just a part of database, just posts in last 6 months. I didn't need all the theme options, all the authors or whatever. I just needed that. With WP CLI, you can do it without any plugin. With dashboard, you can't do it. And this level of using WP CLI is Neo. And now you think there's no more levels. Well, there is. You might want to create your own custom WP CLI command. You might want to create a plugin. There is no plugin for creating plugin, and we don't need it, right? We have WP CLI. And some very smart hosting companies and plugin authors have been doing this, creating custom WP CLI commands for years now. Now imagine you get a new project, you log into your hosting, and you dig a little bit, and oh my God, there is SSH access. But then you dig a little bit more, and you see there is WP CLI available. Now you're flirting, stop it. But then you see there are custom WP CLI commands for you to do things faster in their own servers. Now that new level of using WP CLI is Mr. Robot level. So now I managed to, in less than 4 minutes, to convince you want to use it. Of course you do. I'm going to show you now. Can we switch to this? Are we switched? Oops, sorry. So, I don't have any server or computer without it. I cannot show you how to install it, but it's quite clear with the documentation. Sorry, no caps lock. All you need is 3.5 commands. And with this first command, you just download it and it's already working. So basically you just need this one command. But then there is this have command that you want to check it. If it's working, it's working. But you don't want to type PHP WP CLI every time you want to run command, right? Nobody wants that. So what you do is you make it executable. This is the 2.5 command, and then you want to move it somewhere in your path and execute it from anywhere you like. This is the most common thing, how it's called WP, and whatever you call it here, that will be the command you start commanding with. You can call it whatever you want, as I said, but just keep in mind, once you install it, you will do a lot of copy-pasting from Stack Overflow, documentation, so maybe, you know, it's sane to just call it WP. And now we can go back and use it. This is how it looks like. No, let's do info. And here it is. You have info about your system and everything that's there. And a helpful tip when you start using WP CLI is every command is trying to be consistent, and there is anatomy of a command. So we have WP, and then we have none. This is entity you want to work with, and there are a lot of entities. And please keep in mind, at any moment you can use help and list all of it. So everything is there in your terminal. You don't need to go to documentation. After none, there are verbs that you can do with this none. And you will find a lot of verbs are the same for commands like add, create, remove, list, generate, and we will see more of them. And if this is not enough refined for you, you can use flags. Now, flags is what would be arguments in a function or parameters, so you can really, really refine this for your need. And at any time, you can use global parameters. One of them is help, but also there is one, the most beautiful global parameter in the world. And I'm speaking this especially for my friends from Laravel community. Yeah, there is a prompt, and you will see how powerful it is. So, now when we know how to use it, I'm going to talk about a little bit of administration. Imagine scenario, you had a client a few years ago, they never wrote, never, call you, and now they send you email and they say that they cannot access their admin URL. It keeps sending them to 404 page. And they try WP admin, they try login, they tried everything. It just doesn't happen. And this is because you were smart and you changed the login URL to increase the security of the website. And you even tell your client to change it again so that even you don't know it. and let's pretend they did. So now nobody in the world knows this login URL, and you have two options. You can go to database and search if you have access, which is boring, or you can run one WP-CLI command. And of course, we live in a perfect world where every server has WP-CLI, right, available, and we have SSH access, so you want to do the second option, and I'm with you there. So we can do SSH and Milana at milana.dev. This is my imaginary client, 55656. No, sorry. This is what happens. This is port number. And we are there. And this is all great, but you're forgetting one thing. I haven't heard from this client for years. I don't know that port number. I don't know where's the file where I saved that port number. I don't even know if I still have that file. So, what can I do with WP-CLI? Well, I can use alias. And I can even create aliases for groups of websites if I want to do things in bulk. Just don't go too much there, trust me. So, how do I see if I have alias for this client? I can say WP-CLI alias list. Now, you see here WP-CLI, so the none is the third word here. This is because this is alias is configuration for your computer. It really doesn't have anything to do with WordPress website that you have on your computer. So if I list them, you will see here, this is what I typed. This is my client, and my alias is @client. Okay, so what can I do? I can say WP client. This is how you use alias. So WP alias name and then command as you would. And let's say core version. It has to be correctly typed to work. And oh, it's outdated. So while we are there, I can just say core update. Look, Ma, no hands. I didn't even go there. I suggest you do go there, just to check if everything is as it should. Okay, nice. Internet is working. Tell everybody else. Okay, so what we want to do is find out the login URL. So how can I do that? I can type WP client, and then I'm going to use command that I've used too many times to admit how many times. So it's evil, and it will execute arbitrary PHP on your server. So you know that I'm not on my server, I'm just connecting through SSH via this alias. So I happen to know, let me put, okay. I happen to know what is the function, WordPress function for getting login URL, and it's getting login URL. And I'm just gonna add here new line, don't worry about that, just to print it nicely. And you should have asked Milana. So this is my imaginary client's website. Now, this task in real life could last for hours, like you send them email, oh, I don't have the credentials, and they say, oh, I don't have either, and then you try to search for it on your computer, but you cannot log 2 hours searching for password, right? And yeah, so this could be a very long unpaid work that is frustrating, or you could start using aliases right now for every website you have, and in 2 years you will love yourself, because your WP-CLI config file will be all your credentials that you need, and you don't even have to go and look because you have aliases to work with. Okay, so I have 8 minutes. Let's see what I want to do. I want to show you something about security. I have a local website here. It's freshly installed WordPress, and let me list users for you. See, admin, admin, and this admin is administrator. So let's see what this admin can do. WP admin command will take you to dashboard, but only in your local because it behaves differently with remote servers. But it's also a very good command that can help you never to memorize anything. If you didn't notice, I don't memorize things at all. So this is my local website, and I'm going to show you things that are pretty obvious, not because I think you don't know them, but because I want to make a point. So this is admin, and they have complete access to posts, categories, tags, pages, appearance, all the themes, editor, site editor. There is plugin, there are tools, there is a theme file editor and plugin file editor. In 2023, you can edit PHP files from dashboard. That's insane. Now, when you freshly install WordPress, there is this Hello World post that is automatically created and published, and default theme always show the username of this only administrator that has access to editing PHP files in your dashboard. So what we need now is just a password, right? And WordPress websites get hacked a lot. That's not a secret, and I like to think that's because we are popular, but you don't want to measure our popularity with your client's website, right? So what we can do is we can limit access to this administrator, and we are just going to say WP user remove capability administrator. No, this parameter here, the last parameter, I'm sorry, I'm just hurrying to show you everything. So the last parameter here should be either user ID or email or username, and I happen to know it's one because it's the only one. Remove role, sorry. I want to remove role. Right. And now if we check user list, you see the role here is empty. And what that means for this user, when they try to go to dashboard, nothing happens because WordPress has no idea what to do with you when you have no role. And now this WordPress is locked down, and the way I love it. But if you have a client, they would want to have access to it, right? So we can do create a new user, WP user create, and now there are parameters that I don't want to remember. I don't memorize things, and we are going to use this, the most beautiful global parameter in the world, prompt, and it will prompt you with every parameter there is. So I'm gonna say this is author, and email, it doesn't really matter because we are in local. Role, I'm gonna say author. Password, this should be strong, but bear with me, I have to log in with that. And just like on Windows, next, next, next. I don't care, yeah. So if I go back here and log out and log in with author, oh, we have very, very limited access. This author cannot do almost nothing. And you can add more capabilities to this user, WP user, add capability, and now again the parameter is username or user ID or email. I'm gonna say 2 because I know it's 2, and I can say manage categories. Categories, and this author now can now have access to categories and tags. And you can add a lot of capabilities just to, you know, fine-tune that access so everything dangerous is out of reach and they can really like own the website but not break it, because that's our job to break the website. Okay, and it's important that you see here this I don't have access to plugins, to anything here. And the other user has no access at all to this WordPress. So keep that in mind. And now we are going to do some magic. I have to go to my magic folder. It's completely empty. And I'm going to say WP install. And it's doing magic. We have less than 2 minutes, come on. Database name is magic, of course. My root, I don't need this. Next, next, next. Title is magic. HTTP, magic.lock, admin. It's cooking, coming up. It's there, hurry. Yes, do you want to release the Kraken? I think we want to release the Kraken. We came this far, and it's the Kraken. And this is our new website made in WordPress. So it's not a magic, it's actually just a bash script. So I'm going to show you this bash script. Sublime, hold on. I'm trying to do things very fast here. Sorry. WP install. And you see, this is very simple bash script. It has download core, and then it creates a config, so you have to create config file. And I'm using this really, really simple bash scripting to collect, you know, my username and to securely collect my password, because you don't want your password in bash history. And then I'm installing and rewriting structure, because here in this previous WordPress, we have 6 seconds. You see this index.php, I don't have that here because I use this rewrite rule, and then we have some Linux fun, and then we open admin if we want to release the Kraken. And it's very simple, and let me show you now. I'm going to show you this little thing that I haven't done anywhere else. If you want to create bash script, you can do it very easily, just saying history and -a. This is just in this session what all the commands that I typed, and I'm gonna say just, you know, test whatever, and let me open it. Sublime test. This is file, and you see this? These are all commands that I have used, so you can now easily just do this. This is shebang, and you say bin and bash. And now you have your bash script. And what you want to do with it here is you want to make it mode. You want to make it executable. There is +x test. Now when I show it to you, you see it's green, it's executable, and after that, I'm gonna move it to my path. So move test to bin test. Okay, the point is, I made a mistake and we are out of time. The point is to move it to your path, like we did with WP CLI when we download it, and then you can execute it from anywhere you want. So that's how easy it is to create a bash script, and then you can fine-tune it. And my name is Milana Tap. I am WordPress engineer at XWP and the loudest member of the WordPress documentation team. I'm also a classical musician. If you want to talk to anything about anything to me, just find me there. And I want to thank these wonderful organizers for everything they did, and I want to thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Milana.
Thanks, Milana. It was a fast pace in the last mile. So thank you. And now to show our appreciation to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's a tile from Portugal. We hope you enjoy. Folks, we don't have time for... Boa tarde, bem-vindos a mais uma sessão no WordCamp Europa, no WordCamp Lisboa 2023, já estou a antecipar. Ora, vamos ter daqui a breves instantes, neste palco, o Filipe Sintra. O Filipe criou o seu primeiro projeto em WordPress em 2008, foi logo um tema. Leva vários anos de contribuição para a comunidade WordPress, seja como tradutor, seja como programador, como organizador de WordCamps e também faz parte de um projeto que foi lançado há alguns anos atrás, um projeto bastante significativo para o desenvolvimento de todo o projeto, o Learn WordPress, um projeto que visa apoiar o desenvolvimento e a informação através do ensino daquilo que é o WordPress. Passou diversos anos a trabalhar em agências digitais, usando sempre o WordPress, entre elas a UOL, a BlackBerry, a Deloitte e Google. E no ano passado foi criada uma equipa específica chamada Interog para criar melhores e mais padrões no âmbito de funcionamento da web através de navegadores, através de browsers. E é sobre CSS que o Filipe Sintra nos vai falar durante os próximos minutos. Vamos dar uma olhadela para aquilo que vai ser o futuro do CSS. Filipe.
Como é que tá? Tá funcionando? Tá, né? Sim. Eu acho que basicamente foi um bom resumo aí da apresentação. Eu acho que alguns de vocês já são algumas caras aí conhecidas que estavam no outro WordCamp que eu participei, né? Esse é o meu segundo WordCamp Lisboa, e falando sobre comunicação, eu tenho um fato que eu sempre lembro, que foi uma pequena confusão de comunicação entre português do Brasil e português de Portugal, que me perguntaram, você tem o micro? E assim, no Brasil, micro é microcomputador, e eu falei, não, eu tenho o meu micro aqui. E eu subi no palco sem nenhum microfone, aí eu falei, cadê meu microfone? Aí alguém olhou para mim, mas eu perguntei que você queria um microfone e você não aceitou. Eu falei, mas eu pensei que você estava perguntando do meu computador. E desde então eu lembro que agora o micro, quando alguém perguntar, vai ser sobre o microfone e não meu notebook. Mas desde lá, eu estava morando na Irlanda naquela época, agora estou morando aqui em Lagos, no sul de Portugal. Estou vivendo a boa vida agora. E para essa talk de hoje, é meio que a gente vai fazer um passeio entre o passado, o presente e o futuro do CSS. Mas o CSS ele, assim, é um dos pontos que englobam a plataforma WordPress. E só para ter uma noção aí, front-ends na sala aí, por favor, front-ends. Quem é front-end aí? Boa. Então, para hoje a gente vai entrar, assim, vou entrar em termos básicos e meio intermediários sobre CSS. No final a gente vai falar um pouco sobre o futuro do CSS. Então, o CSS é aquilo que a gente já conhece, é uma linguagem para fazer a formatação de layout, né? E eu acho que eu sempre gosto de falar sobre esses detalhes para fazer a divisão, porque quando a gente fala de WordPress, a gente tem essas áreas bem definidas. A gente tem a parte lógica do PHP, a gente tem a interação no JavaScript, a gente tem o markup no HTML e a gente tem a parte visual dentro do CSS. Mas, com essa evolução da web, do desenvolvimento, a gente está vendo um pouco de lógica entrando dentro dessa área do CSS e a gente vai ver hoje. Então aqui tem uma referência, eu acho que essa referência, quem está abaixo dos 35 aí não vai lembrar, é Capitão Planeta, não sei se Portugal mudaram o nome também, então, sempre tem esse problema, quando eu falo de algum filme, alguém fala outro nome, o Princesinho, é o Pequeno Príncipe, é terrível, mas era o Capitão Planeta. E o Capitão Planeta, você tinha lá os anéis, e um era terra, o outro era fogo, e cada um com a união dos seus poderes, né, aí ele chamava o Capitão Planeta, que com nenhum desses poderes a gente tem um WordPress. E cada um tem um ponto específico, né? E cada um tem uma responsabilidade específica. E trabalhando com WordPress por muito tempo e até trabalhando com front-end por muito tempo, eu vejo que muitas vezes o pessoal tenta resolver o problema do fogo com água, né? Que é fazer um botão todo em JavaScript, como você tem lá o botão do próprio HTML que já faz tudo para você. Né? Então, é sempre bom a gente entender, assim, separar cada responsabilidade. E falando sobre, né, a questão desse passado, presente e futuro. Tem um ponto bem interessante aqui, até principalmente sobre browsers, navegadores e WordPress. O que acontece? Quando a gente olha lá para trás, né, de novo, tio Felipe falando lá, quando eu programava no Internet Explorer 5, eu cheguei a programar para o primeiro Internet Explorer foi o 4.5. Aí depois vocês vão fazer a pesquisa aí e tentar adivinhar a minha idade, só pela a versão do Internet Explorer. Mas da versão 5 para 6 foi um gap de 5 anos. Você tinha 5 anos com aquela mesma feature. Se você tivesse um bug no CSS, você ia ter que conviver com aquele PNG transparente. PNG transparente. Você tinha hacks durante 5 anos para resolver isso, porque o navegador não resolvia. E hoje, a gente tem aí novas versões, por exemplo. relacionadas ao próprio Chrome, a cada 6 meses a gente tem uma versão nova. A cada 6 meses não, 6 semanas. Até eu me confundi. 6 semanas a gente tem uma versão nova. E meio que isso criou um caos. Que caos é isso? Porque cada semana tem um browser novo lançando uma feature nova e você fica meio, o que é que eu tenho que usar? Né? O que é que eu posso usar? E esse caos ele foi ouvido por essas empresas, que daí surgiu esse comitê. O comitê Interop foi a união de todos os principais browsers, e eles decidiram, olha, a gente tem que criar agora um roadmap para essas features, porque não adianta cada um implementar o que você quer, se a gente quiser que a web desenvolva, que a web ela evolua, a gente precisa sincronizar esses lançamentos. Então foi daí, do Interop 2022, que surgiu essa lista de itens que todos os browsers assumiram o compromisso de implementar. Então a gente tem layers, que a gente vai ver hoje, a gente tem esquema de cores, não vão ver hoje, desculpem, mas eu tenho que ir selecionando um a um, porque o nosso tempo aqui vai ser curto e eu tenho que falar sobre muita coisa. Mas a gente vai ver outros itens como seletores e containers. Então, esse foi o progresso do ano passado, né? Foi um score aí dos browsers que implementaram esses recursos, então tem uma pontuação, vocês podem ver que o Safari foi o que mais implementou dentro dessa lista, tem uma pontuação de 97. Hoje a gente está em 2023, tem uma nova lista que eu vou mostrar mais para frente, mas a gente já falou um pouco do passado. Então, os amigos de Pontevedra, não sei se estão aqui, não, mas no ano passado eu fiz essa talk, mas eu mudei um pouco dela, mas eu vou usar como referência as features que eu apresentei nessa apresentação, e eu vou mostrar a diferença de suporte de lá, que foi, acredito, setembro do ano passado. Só uma dica, WordCamp Pontevedra, 17 de setembro esse ano também, podem aplicar. Eu apresentei lá em português, até o João assistiu a minha palestra lá, mas lá eu falei sobre problemas comuns. Então, se vocês notarem aqui, o problema número 1, isso era analisando sites, no ano que eu trabalhava com o plugin de AMP, eu sempre ficava olhando sites, e esse era um problema clássico aqui. Você tinha uma imagem, quando o usuário aumentava a imagem no mobile, a imagem começava a se distorcer, ou quando ele tinha uma tela muito grande, você tinha essa imagem distorcida, sem manter a proporção. Outro ponto que é bem clássico é a questão de imagens destacadas, que não tem um padrão. E o terceiro item foi também relacionado à questão de fontes, que essa questão de fontes ela está relacionada à fluidez desse conteúdo, que foi um problema pessoal também que eu passei. Mas as soluções para esses 3 itens, é o Object Fit, o 2 é o Aspect Ratio, né, que a gente consegue resolver isso com Aspect Ratio. No próprio CSS a gente consegue dar uma organizada nisso. E a questão da fonte a gente consegue resolver com o Clamp. Eu coloquei resolver, mas é bem assim, melhorar o fluxo, melhorar a nossa vida, e a gente vai ver por quê. Então, o Object Fit. Basicamente, eu vou dar a proporção dessa imagem e dizer, olha, essa imagem agora, não, desculpe, esse container, eu vou dar o comportamento dele, o aspect ratio vai cuidar disso, mas o object fit eu quero que aquele container, aquela imagem, ela preencha toda aquela área e tenha um comportamento como se fosse um background. Ela vai ser uma tag MG, mas ela vai ter um comportamento de uma div com um background. E daí eu consigo especificar qual vai ser o comportamento dela, então ela vai cobrir todo aquele container, e também eu posso definir qual vai ser o ponto de referência daquele container em particular. Então, possivelmente não sei se eu vou conseguir fazer o play desse vídeo, vamos fazer um teste aqui. Não. Não sei se eu tenho acesso ao mouse aqui. Sim. Ui. Tá. Então, essa é a versão anterior. Vocês notem, né, que sem o Object Fit a imagem fica preenchendo, né, ele vai esticando lá. Você ganha alguns hectares nessa área aqui. Né, a fazenda cresce bastante. Mas, quando eu ordeno com o Object Fit, o que é que ele vai fazer? Ele vai manter a proporção e vai cobrir aquela área. Aí tem outro ponto também, que é referente ao aspect ratio, né, que a gente consegue também definir a proporção daquela imagem. Posso definir que é 1:1, posso dizer 3:4, eu posso definir que é 16:9. E um dos itens aí que para mim é o favorito é fazer embed do YouTube responsivo. Quem já fez o embed do YouTube responsivo? É chato, né? Mas aí você consegue resolver só com uma linha. Você consegue dizer, olha, esse cara vai ser 100% e o aspect ratio dele vai ser 16:9. Daí o iframe ele vai respeitar aquela região. Então, aqui foi meio que a solução, né, que eu defini, olha, todas as imagens do card vai ser 1:1. Eu quero sempre que ela fique no formato quadrado, mas também eu preciso do object fit lá para dizer, olha, cubra aquela região. O clamp foi uma experiência em particular, na agência, eu estava trabalhando, e o designer ele mandou uma tabela de fontes. Falei, ó, no iPhone a fonte vai ser 16 pixels, no Galaxy a fonte vai ser 17, no iPad a fonte vai ser 28, e a lógica sobre essa proporção de item a item, tela a tela, basicamente o designer ele cria. A menor tela eu quero esse tamanho, a maior tela eu quero esse tamanho. E durante esse range de telas, você se adapte a essa proporção. Isso que o clamp faz. Eu consigo definir um tamanho mínimo, um tamanho máximo e um tamanho intermediário. Então, esse ponto aqui é uma unidade, é a largura do viewport, que é 4% da largura do viewport. Então, o que vai acontecer? A minha fonte ela vai diminuir até 20 pixels e ela vai aumentar até 50 pixels. Então, acho que um dos benefícios do clamp em particular é a gente sai desse cenário que a gente tem que definir todos os tamanhos de fontes para todas as telas e a gente define simplesmente um cenário. E se a gente tem aqui outras fontes, H1, H2, H3, e a gente também pode usar isso para padding, né? Eu também posso definir o padding, o espaçamento do meu container vai ter esse tipo de variação, eu consigo resolver esse problema sem fazer essa loucura aqui com dezenas de media queries. Essa funcionalidade está disponível no theme.json, você pode usar fontes responsivas. Tem uma novidade no WordPress 6.2 que a gente consegue definir um tamanho ideal. Seria o tamanho máximo, o mínimo e o ideal. Mas dentro do nosso theme.json a gente consegue trabalhar com fontes responsivas. Agora a grande pergunta, né? O suporte disso. Qual é o suporte disso? O Object Fit 98, o Clamp 94% e o Aspect Ratio 91%. Então, essa métrica aqui eu tirei em abril, né? Esse era o suporte desses dois itens, então, em particular, os principais browsers dão suporte a esse recurso. E agora falando, né? Ok, aquilo é passado, né? Aquilo ali, assim, eram problemas comuns que eu encontrava que hoje já tem uma solução. Hoje, a gente tem, eu listei esses itens e até na apresentação de Pontevedra tinha um item que era futuro e agora ele já faz parte do presente aqui, então essa lista aumentou. Primeiro item é Container Query. Esse item eu acho muito interessante porque se você trabalha com construção de blocos, muitas vezes você tem que adaptar o cenário do seu bloco para diversas situações de espaço. Como é que você faz isso com a Media Query? Você só tem um controle do viewport, você não tem um controle do bloco. Quando você trabalha com Container Query, você consegue definir uma Media Query para o tamanho daquele container, não o tamanho da tela. Então, eu posso, já no meu próprio bloco, dizer todas as situações que ele vai se comportar. Para a gente entender um pouco isso, primeiro, assim, esse item é opcional, eu posso definir um nome para o meu container, e depois eu crio uma regra para aquele container. Quando aquele container, quando aquela div, aquele bloco tiver 300 pixels, eu quero que você aplique essas regrinhas aqui. Exemplo, por exemplo. Aqui eu tenho um bloco. Esses 3 blocos são os mesmos, é o mesmo bloco. A diferença é que a área desse bloco é maior do que esse aqui, então aqui eu passo uma regra específica para quando aquele bloco estiver numa área de 2 colunas. Quando ele estiver numa área de 1 coluna, ele vai fazer esse comportamento. Para a gente ter esse resultado, a gente utiliza essa regrinha e lá eu posso, por exemplo, aqui no container card, eu posso aplicar a regra para o card em particular ou também para os filhos daquele card. Então, por exemplo, eu posso mexer no título, nas imagens destacadas, ou no link ou no título daquele post. Esse aqui, para mim, é um dos favoritos, assim, que é a questão de você fazer uma seleção condicional. Você vai perguntar se aquele container tem aquele elemento específico. Então, posso perguntar se aquele card tem algum elemento com classe destaque, ou eu posso também fazer uma seleção se o card tem uma imagem ou não, ou eu posso definir se ele não tem um item específico. Então, isso acontecia muito. Uma situação que eu passei com o Has eu teria que aplicar uma regra em particular quando eu exibisse um alerta. Então, só com o Has eu conseguia ver se o body tinha um alerta em particular, eu fazia um tratamento específico. Então, esse item aqui, ele ainda está passando por uma evolução, ele entrou no Interop 2023, que a gente vai ter a possibilidade de trabalhar com propriedades, fazer o RES em cima de propriedades CSS. Outra possibilidade que a gente tem também é fazer a seleção, por exemplo, em cima de valores. Eu posso, por exemplo, eu tenho um exemplo aqui, depois vocês podem testar esse exemplo, mas eu faço um tipo de estilização baseado na seleção de um checkbox. Então, tem um select lá de diversos itens, e quando eu seleciono um item em particular, ele vai modificar o comportamento dos seus filhos ou dos elementos que estão relacionados àquele container. O property ele é um elemento que entrou agora e assim é um ponto em particular do CSS. O que acontece? Propriedades de CSS, no geral, são tudo strings. Você não tem como fazer um cálculo, por exemplo, de 0 a 100 dentro de uma propriedade CSS hoje. O browser não vai entender o que você está falando de uma porcentagem ou de uma cor. É tudo string. Você pode reutilizar propriedades e aplicar essas propriedades em diferentes locais. Agora, com properties, eu consigo definir um valor semântico para aquele valor. Dizer, olha, isso aqui é uma cor. Qualquer momento que você fizer uma transição, fazer uma animação sobre aquela variável CSS, o browser vai entender que tem que fazer uma transição como se fosse uma cor. Se fosse uma porcentagem aqui, também eu posso definir uma porcentagem. Outro ponto interessante é que eu posso definir o valor inicial. O que vai acontecer? Se alguém dentro do meu CSS tentar passar uma porcentagem numa variável que é uma cor, ele vai ignorar aquilo. Se você fizer isso hoje, se você testar hoje, você tentar passar uma porcentagem para um valor que é uma cor, ele quebra aquele seletor. Se eu defino um background, aquela linha vai ser totalmente ignorada. Mas com isso eu tenho um fallback. Se eu passar um valor errado, ele vai dizer, ó, isso aqui não é válido, eu vou ler a informação anterior. O sétimo item, eu estou mostrando essas partes aqui, mas o sétimo item é referente a camadas de níveis de seleção. Aqui a imagem está meio escura aqui, mas isso é um item clássico. O que acontece nesse item clássico aqui? Eu estou pesquisando por important. E esse CSS em particular tem 260 importants. Assim, tudo é importante, nada é importante. Mas por que isso acontece? Isso é muito comum, porque, por exemplo, acho que o tema pode ser um bootstrap da vida, e a pessoa, para sobrescrever aquele bootstrap, começa a jogar important lá. Tem outros hacks também, mas hoje, com o layer, o que é que a gente consegue definir? A gente consegue definir os níveis de prioridade, e eu consigo agrupar esses elementos em diferentes níveis. Então, aqui eu estou definindo uma camada, framework. Então, eu estou dizendo, olha, essa aqui é a primeira camada dessa aplicação. Qualquer coisa que vier depois dela vai ter prioridade. Eu não preciso usar important. Simplesmente defino a ordem de prioridade desses elementos. Agora, uma pergunta. Essa propriedade min-width aqui, o que é que ela significa? Ela significa que é maior ou igual a 600 pixels ou ela é menor ou igual a 600 pixels? A primeira opção, levanta a mão quem acha que é a primeira opção. A segunda opção. Tem uma pessoa. Eu particularmente, eu sempre me complicava com isso. E eu jogava as duas opções. Eu queria fazer a seleção, primeiro eu jogava uma e depois jogava a outra e via qual era. Mas, ela é a maior ou igual, certo? E isso era algo muito simples, mas que não tinha no CSS e hoje a gente pode usar esse tipo de assinatura, essa sintaxe. Eu consigo usar essa sintaxe hoje dentro do CSS. Se eu quiser fazer range, eu também consigo definir um range. Então eu posso dizer, olha, ela é menor ou igual a 400 e maior ou igual a 600. Não, desculpa. Menor que 600 e maior que 400. Esse é o range que ela vai estar definindo. Suporte, né? Essa é a questão do suporte. Todos esses recursos novos que eu mostrei, a gente consegue fazer seletor sobre o suporte daquele recurso e fazer um fallback para aquela situação. Pergunta interessante agora. Qual é o suporte desses itens? O layer hoje ele está com 89%, o res ele está com 86%. Quando eu fiz essa apresentação no Pontevedra, o res ele tinha 54% de suporte. Hoje ele está com 86%. Container queries, antes estava 42%, agora é 85%, o property 72% e o syntax range 72%. São os dois itens aí novos que eu incluí nessa apresentação. Agora sim, vamos falar sobre o futuro, né? O futuro do CSS tem um ponto que eu queria até incluir nessa apresentação, mas por conta do Google I/O eu não consegui incluir. Agora, a próxima ação dos browsers, dos navegadores, é definir um baseline para definir quais dessas propriedades você tem uma segurança de utilizar em todos os browsers e nas duas últimas versões. Então, esse projeto ele surgiu recentemente, né, que vai ajudar você a escolher essas propriedades. Mas eu coloquei aqui futuro, né, porque até o CSS Nesting, o Safari ele passou a ter suporte no iOS essa semana. Então, a gente tem um suporte muito grande, um suporte alto sobre o CSS Nesting. Mas o CSS Nesting, só pular aqui para o CSS Nesting, é basicamente a gente fazer a escrita como se fosse os pré-processadores lá. Se você usa SAS ou LES, você está familiarizado com esse tipo de seleção. A vantagem disso é que você cria um escopo sobre esse CSS. Então, você sabe, por exemplo, você faz manutenção de um projeto, você quer mexer no CSS do artigo, você sabe que o CSS do artigo está dentro daquele escopo que você definiu. Então, vou só mostrar o último item aqui. É outro ponto também que eu passei muito por esse tipo de situação. Que o design queria um texto, em particular, que ele quebrava naquele momento específico. Né? Aí, quando você mandava a versão, ele falava, isso aqui está errado. Isso aqui não é onde eu quero. Você tem que quebrar, particularmente aqui na palavra capital. Então, Caruaru é a minha cidade. É um spoiler da apresentação do WordCamp Europe. Eu vou falar de Caruaru lá. Mas, no final, o que o cliente vê, né, você faz um BR lá para resolver o que acontece. Para resolver esse problema, muita gente o que é que faz? Ela faz um BR, né, coloca um BR lá no título, no meio do título. Lá. Não faça isso. Aí faz um BR lá, jogou, pum. Aí quando o cliente vai ver, o que é que o cliente vê? O cliente vai ver isso aqui. Né? Você jogou o BR aqui, a tela do cliente é menor do que a sua tela. Quando chega aqui nesse ponto, né, isso que o cliente vê, então cria-se esse problema. E quando eu vi esse recurso, para mim eu falei, pô, isso que a gente nunca teve isso. Né? é o seletor Text Balance. Esse Text Balance, o que é que ele vai criar? Ele vai balancear a área do título. Geralmente, quando o designer ele vai montar aquela quebra em particular, ele quer, né, balancear aquele conteúdo. E o balance, ele vai sempre tentar preencher 80% da área daquele container. Né? Então, se eu tenho um H1 aqui, ele vai tentar preencher, sempre está dentro daquele range lá de preencher 80%. Esse seletor em particular, ele vai funcionar até em 4 linhas. Então, esse item aqui é um item que tá na versão Canary do Chrome, mas é um item que eu tive aí também muita dor de cabeça no passado com ela, e por isso que eu escolhi esse item. E esse item é no futuro. CSS Nesting, acredito que hoje a gente já tem mais de 80% dos browsers tendo suporte sobre isso. Esse aqui, né, só as versões Canary dos browsers têm suporte a esse item. Então, corri bastante, deu uma passada no tempo aí, mas eu queria mostrar tudo, certo? Só um exemplo, né, do que a gente tem. Então, aqui eu faço o toggle do balance e a gente vê a diferença desse item, né, com balance e sem balance. Né? Quando ele fica com essa distribuição, ele está com balance. Quando ele fica sem essa distribuição meio igualitária entre as linhas, ele está sem o balance. Então é isso. Corri bastante para mostrar tudo. Dê tempo da gente ver tudo aqui. Quem quiser me seguir é o @Felipe. Tem conteúdo no YouTube também sobre essa apresentação. Eu falo item a item de forma prática, então tem vídeos sobre esses itens. Né? Então, o meu canal do YouTube é o Felipe Sintra. Vocês podem me achar lá. E eu acho que é isso.
Obrigado, Filipe. Filipe Sintra. Olha, aqui está o teu presente. Obrigado. Olha, cuidado aí com o suporte. Se não tiver suporte, cara,
sim,
não dá.
Sem suporte não vai.
Não dá. Boa tarde a todos, sejam bem-vindos a mais uma sessão do WordCamp Lisboa 2023. Daqui a breves instantes vamos de novo fazer uma viagem até ao futuro próximo. Lucas Giovanni é o CTO da Verzoa, uma empresa portuguesa de agência de marketing. É também o fundador da Uncle Technologies no Brasil. O Lucas tem 10 anos de experiência no desenvolvimento web e no PHP e tem também diversas contribuições para a comunidade open source. Esta vai ser uma apresentação em inglês, altura de fazer a mudança de linguagem. So today Lucas will give us a glimpse and a hands-on overview of what is coming from the great features from PHP 8 onwards. So welcome, a warm welcome to Lucas.
Thank you. It's on. Hi everyone. Hi, really nice to be here. Well, so yeah, that's it. I think Philip talked with the front ends in the room. Now it's my turn to talk to the back ends in the room. We're going to talk a little bit about the PHP and the journey between since 5.3 until 8.2 now. The point of this talk is to present new features of PHP 8 and well, and how we can use it, those new features. It's very common that as a PHP developer, as a backend developer, you just update the PHP on your server, but you don't realize what is new, on how can you improve your code, and you're still maybe thinking on how, on the same way you did before, like when you were writing code on 5 or PHP 7, right? But yeah, that's me. I'm Lucas. I'm the CTO at the digital market agency Lisboa here in Portugal, and also PHP Portugal co-organizer with my friend Caneco here. We're doing some meetups around Portugal. It's very nice. You can reach me on Twitter. And yeah, but how it's gonna work today? I'm gonna show you a piece of code, usually in a very old version of PHP, and we're gonna talk about the problems of this code and how can you maybe improve it, and how can you apply those new features of PHP 8 on this code, all right, to make it better. But before that, just a quick overview on the PHP versions that it's out there. We are now officially on the PHP 8.2, which means that the entire family of the PHP 7, it's no longer supported by the community. So even for active support or for security support, it's not even supported anymore. And PHP 8, it's also losing his support as a security support updates. So by November or September, I'm not quite sure, we're going to lose support also to PHP 8.0, which means that PHP 8.1 and 8.2 is the well, the best option for your new projects. And if you didn't update your projects or your server yet, it's better do it, because even for security, it's the best way to go, right? So let's jump in to some code and see how can we improve our code, all right? So imagine this class that we have here. It's a very simple class. It's a pet. We have a pet class, and well, everything that my class here have is just my pet has a name, right? So I have a property name, which is a string, and I have two methods to set the name of my pet and to get the name of my pet. That's very simple because it's a name, it's just a string, right? So, well, we can see that I'm typing here a string directly on my properties and on my methods as well, on the parameters of my method. So, of course, if I initiate this class and I set the name for bingo, for example, I'll get a string back, right? That's very straightforward, that's cool, it's fine, everyone does that. But on before PHP 8.0, what about this type of situation, where I have, for example, a game class, where I have a score, which could be an integer or a float. Before PHP 8, it was not possible to deal with these situations, right? I'm gonna need to put without a type here. I can use type because it could be integer or it could be float. And even on my methods, I could receive anything. What we usually do on this situation is to have a denotation, right? Denotation up there to have to help on our IDE, for example, to help us to set as an integer or a float. The problem with that is that it's just a notation up there. If I initiate this class and set the score as a string, it's going to work. And I try to get back the score as a string, it's going to work, because this here is just a notation, right? Before PHP 8.0, it was not possible to have this inside. We can try to fix this code to put something like this. we can have an if inside my set method, like to check if it's actually an integer and actually a float. And if not, I can just throw an exception to say, hey, I just need here integer and float for this. But it's a lot of work, right? I need to do it like every class or every method to check, etc. So before PHP 8.8, it was not possible to do that different. And PHP 8 presents us with union types, which is exactly having the possibility to define different or multiple types for my properties or for my methods. So here in this example, the same that we did before, validating the types of my methods, I could just using the pipe here and have now a validation inside the runtime of PHP. Which means that now, if I try to set a string, PHP itself can validate for me and say that, hey, you just can use integer or float on this situation. Well, that's very good. It's very good to have the security on your code. And you're not limited to just 2 types. You can use more than 1 type, more than 2 types. You can do something like this. I promise nobody's going to judge you if you do like this thing, like I want to accept everything. Imagine this, I have this collection, and add item could be anything. You could do so. But PHP also gave you this mixed, which basically everything, right? So if you want to, you can use something like this. So that's union types on PHP. And that's very good for safety your code with types, right? Well, jumping into next example, another piece of code that we can try to improve with PHP. Imagine this situation where I have a sweet case, very common. We write sweet case all the time, right? But what's the problem here with the default of the switch on PHP? Imagine that I have a value here, which is a string 2, and I have 3 cases, 0, 1, and 2. What happens if I try to echo the variable string? It's going to work, right? It's going to set the string variable to Lisboa, because switch in PHP is not strict comparison, right? If I have a string in here and I have an integer here, it's going to work. It's going to set the string as this variable string as Lisboa, okay? So this could be a problem, right? Because it's not a strict comparison, could lead you to some error sometime. And another situation is that you also, if you don't have a case, if I change it here for number 3, for example, and you don't have any case that matches the switch, PHP is going to just warning you that this variable string was not set, because I'm setting the variable inside the case. Can you see it here? I'm setting the string variable inside the case. So if I try to echo the string variable here, PHP is just going to warn me. It's not going to throw me in any type of error. So if I try to use the variable string along in my code, in another part of my code, it could lead you to some error because you don't have the string variable defined. Well, we can try to fix this again. We can have a default on our switch that actually is going to throw an exception and say that, hey, this is no case for a value, so go there and, well, use a correct case for this. But we're still not strict validating our well, string over there. And, well, if I try to echo this now, because of my default, it's going to throw me an exception. PHP 8 gave us the match expression, which is probably one of my favorite features so far, which is a new way to do kind of a sweet case, a fancy sweet case, where you can, well, have a lot of options and a lot of safety on your code. To start, match is expression, which means that I can basically echo directly, or I can return it directly, or I can even attach it to a variable. We're going to see that further. It's a strict comparison. So if I have here a value that's a 2 needs to be an integer, which means that needs to match one of the cases on my left side of my match, right? The left side of match is your conditions, and the right side is the return related to that condition. So this is a strict comparison, so which means that you need to be the same type. So here in this situation, it's the same as we did before with the switch. The whole code of switch could be replaced this entire by this. I'm gonna, well, if I try to echo this, I'm gonna echo, yeah, Lisboa. You see that it's matching and strict matching over there. If I try to switch, if I try to validate a different value that does not exist on my match, you see that PHP itself already take care of that and already throw an error saying that it's not a value defined. It's not a value defined on your match, right? So the whole code that we had with switch could be replaced entirely by this match. Like I said, it's a very powerful expression and a power feature of PHP. It's expression, you can attach it to variable. So if you want to define a variable, you can straightforward set as a match here, and the return of this validation is going to be attached to this variable. So it's very clean code. It's very nice code to have. Like I said, you can return it directly. Imagine that you have a function and you want to do a validation. You don't have to attach variables, etc. You can just return directly from your code here. Since match its expression and you have a condition on the left and the return on the right, you can also do any type of conditions on the left part and any type of returns on the right side. What I mean by that is that imagine that I have this function, bar, for example, that accept an integer age and you want to verify if the person is under 18 or over 18. I can return a match expression directly and see that I have the condition already here on the left. I don't need to do any if or anything like that. I can just do the condition directly here on the left here. So PHP is gonna try to match all the conditions. The first one that accept that is gonna be returned on this function, right? I can do the same here, for example. With this, I can validate ages, and I can have a default value. Same as we had with we have with suitcase, I can have default values on our match as well. So here, for example, I have a default value that if anything does match, I'm gonna be default. Very, very powerful feature. I can call functions on my match as well. So imagine that I have a function that I need to validate it. If return true, it's going to return true for my function here. I can call methods inside the same class. I can even do two validations at the same line. So which means that I can have this x being evaluated as 1 or 5 when I use a comma here. And also on my right side of the match, I can call function as well. So on this code, and this piece of code specifically, I have 5 being validated here, and it's going to be returning, it's going to be attaching to this variable the return of this function bus, for example, right? It's a very powerful feature that PHP brought to us, and well, we can have that to improve our code, to improve readability of our code. Right? And speak of readability, the next thing I want to show you that PHP 8 brought us, it's one very interesting. Imagine this, this array, okay? I have an array that has integer and I have some strings on it, right? And I want to do a filter. I want to filter my array to only have integers, right? So I'm gonna use the array filter. I pass the first parameter here is the items, and then I pass a callback, a function that's gonna check if it's an integer or not. Well, array filter is one of the PHP functions that we use all the time, right? So we know how to use it. I don't need to go to the Google or anything to check on how to use array filter. I know that the first one is the array itself, and the second method here is the second parameter here is the callback, right? I don't need to check that, it's fine. But what about this array fill, right? It's not a function that we use all the time, and we don't know by just looking at it, you don't know what it's doing. I know that it's going to create a new array that starts at some key and have some length, but just by looking at it, I can see what it's doing, right? I need to maybe go to Google or maybe have help of my IDE to check on what it's doing. And what actually is doing is that we're creating an array with the length 3 that starts on the key 2, and all the values are free pizza, for example, right? But just looking at it, if I don't use this function all the time, I don't know how it's behaving, right? And that's where PHP gave us named arguments, which is a very nice way to, well, to write code and to have more readability of your code. So the same thing as here, we can use named arguments. The arguments now have names, so you can use it. So now, can you see that's different? I can just look at this array field, and now I can actually see what it's doing, right? I can see that I'm creating an array that starts at K2, that's count of 3, and all the values are going to be a free pizza.
Lucas,
right?
sorry, can you change a little bit of the microphone, of your microphone to, closer to the mouth, because...
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Way better. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, so you can see that now you can actually see, just by looking at this code, you can see what it's doing, right? And especially because the most important part of writing code is not writing code for the machine, is writing code for other developers, right? Probably someone is gonna read your code after, so we need to be very easy to read. Of course, you can use that in your own methods, in your own classes. So imagine that you have an employee class, have a construction that have like a string name, a string sector. So I can just start my class. I can initiate my class like this, pass a name, sector, etc. This is a very easy example. Probably you're not going to want to use named arguments all the time. This is very straightforward, name and sector. So maybe you don't need to use that. But a situation like this, where you have, for example, a user class, and you have we receive 3 arguments here, which the first one is a Boolean value admin, and the second one is a Boolean value if it's active or not. And you try to initiate this class like this, could be a little bit, well, difficult to read, right? True, false, but what does true, false mean? If you use name arguments, you can have something like this to initiate your class. So you can start to saying like, yeah, that's an admin, that's active, and that's the rules, right? It's very, very straightforward when you start reading it. You can use name arguments on any random order. So I can, if I have default values, I can use them in random order, so which means that I don't need to follow the orders if I'm using name arguments. I have integer A, B, and C. I can start with the B, and then with C, and then A, so I can use that in random orders. Also, could be optional, which means that if I have default values for all my arguments, for example, I can skip one. I'm skipping A, for example. Before that, I need to pass the first argument and then the second one that I want to change. But now I can just use the second arguments, for example. It's very straightforward. I can skip them. So if I have here, for example, 3 arguments, production, language, and version, you see that I'm skipping one of it. But if I start doing the name arguments, I cannot just use it in the middle, right? If I start using name arguments, I need to keep with name arguments, right? I can skip in the beginning, but I cannot skip after I start using it, right? Because, well, PHP is not going to know which way is to go, right? That was name arguments. I'm rushing a little bit because of time. Last one I want to show you is, imagine this class. It's a status class, where we have a status class on your code, and you have an array here. Let's say It's a protected array that matches the status on your database. I have my database here, the value 0, 1, 2, that correlated to draft, publish, and archived. And I have a function that returns me the correct status. If I pass to this function here an integer, it's going to return me the string related. If I do the opposite, it's going to get me the integer related, right? See here that I have a lot of validations inside. I have if it's integer. I have here see if it's something valid. If not, I'm going to throw an exception and things like that. Well, it's very, and then I need to use like this, put passing draft. It's a lot of code to try to have that as working, all right? So what PHP gave us, it's enum. It's a new way of creating classes, create an enum that do all this kind of validations for you. So you simply need to define, for example, an enum status. You have your cases, draft, publish, archive, that correlated to some integer value, could be in your database, and then you can straightforward start using it. You can attach the variables like status, and then you have publish it, and you try to get the value it's going to return for you. If you have the opposite, and you have your integer, and you try to get the name of the value of the enum, you have it here. And then you can use it as a type as well. And if you have a blog post class, and you want to receive as a status of your blog post, you can use that as a type, which means that now to create a new blog post, you need to actually pass an instance of this enum here, right? Since it's a class-based, you can add functions to it. So, for example, I have a color function, a color method here to match one of my status. I define this function here, we'll return it, the color itself, and I can just use it like that. If I initiate a status enum archive, I can call the method color, for example, and get the correct color related to it. Well, you see that's a lot of new things in PHP. That's just a small part of it. I hope this give you some insights and start you to look more for PHP 8, and that's it.
Lucas Giovanni. So we have time for one question, two, maybe if it's speed questions. Lucas, this is for you, firstly. Thank you for being at WordCamp Lisbon. Any questions? In one, in two, in three, in 1, 2, 3. No questions. Really? Okay. Lucas,
you can find
thank
me later.
you.
Right.
Well, if you are shy, please.
Hi, everyone. This talk will be in Portuguese, but I'm going to present it in English, because apparently I'm not as good as public speaking in Portuguese, so I hope Luís can forgive me. So I'm pretty sure that some of you heard from maybe peers or friends of friends that WordPress is not secure, and it's actually might be quite dangerous and easy to hack. So Luís is gonna explain us why that might be the case, and that if it is the case, it's indeed your fault. So applause for Luís.
Olá a todos, tudo bem? Estão todos bem? Já comeram? Todos tranquilos? Já tomaram um café? Agora a partir dali? Perfeito, excelente. Pronto, meu nome é Luís Calderado, ok? Eu sou brasileiro, trabalho já, sei lá, 13 anos com desenvolvimento web, maioritariamente com PHP. Moro cá em Portugal já tem 6 anos. Desses 6 anos, são 6 anos em cima do WordPress, muito graças a uma das empresas que me contratou quando eu vim para cá, que era a Log, uma excelente empresa, pronto, e me ensinou boa parte do que eu aprendi hoje sobre WordPress, ok? E me deu a oportunidade também de conhecer mais perto, okay. Tá bom? Ah, tá bem. E que me deu a oportunidade de conhecer, não só sobre WordPress, também como sobre toda a comunidade. Por isso eu estou aqui também como um staff, hoje, como um speaker, para tentar trazer algo de novo. É a primeira vez que eu falo no WordCamp, ok? Yeah, obrigado. Já falei em alguns meetups, não tenho o hábito de falar, então, mas eu pensei, ok, eu preciso falar sobre o quê? Pensei em várias alternativas, tinha alguns temas para falar. Sei lá, poderia falar sobre PHP/CSS, mas o Gonçalo, esquece. É um excelente técnico e é um grande speaker também, certo? Podia falar sobre, olha, pensei em segurança também, mas nós temos ali o Rui Cruz. O Rui Cruz, tipo, olha lá, Mr. Robot, tá lá, põe a capinha, então esquece. Eu não consigo falar não era minha intenção falar tecnicamente sobre segurança. Mas eu pensei, ok, vamos lá entender sobre segurança, e a minha questão é assim. Eu gosto de conversar. Eu sou uma pessoa que gosta de conversar, e não só gosto de conversar, eu gosto de ouvir. Né? E eu tive imensas oportunidades. Olha, posso citar uma, como ontem, num jantar que nós tivemos, em que a conversa surge e os problemas sobre o WordPress ou sobre aplicações web são sempre os mesmos, certo? E nesse caso, esse é o título da minha talk, que é: a culpa é nossa, a culpa é de todos vocês que estão aqui. Desculpa. Então, ok. Segundo lugar, eu sou péssimo para montar slides. Péssimo para montar slides, péssimo para montar apresentações. Eu começo a devagar muito, eu começo a escrever muito, e eu quero falar. Então eu penso, ok, se calhar podíamos estar todos aqui a tomar umas minis, tranquilo, ali no cais, e podemos falar sobre o WordPress. Não. Quando eu estava montando o meu slide, eu pensei assim, ok, nós temos um template, que é nos fornecido, e nós temos alguns indicadores. E tinha um indicador muito interessante que dizia assim, tente trazer uma frase de que alguém goste. Tente fazer uma frase de alguém impactante, alguém, sabe, sei lá, um filósofo, uma coisa assim que impacte. Então eu pensei assim, ok, na minha talk, eu estou a dizer que a culpa é vossa do WordPress, certo? Quem é melhor para dar a culpa? Homer Simpson. Então a culpa é minha e eu vou pôr em quem eu quiser daqui. Acabou. Sem estresse. Ok? Pronto. Agora, introdução sobre a talk. Qual é a ideia da talk? Existem imensas linguagens de programação. Alguém tem ideia de quantas linguagens de programação existem? Um número, assim, qualquer. Por cima. Mais. Não existe um número correto, mas numa última contagem, havia pelo menos, tipo, sei lá, mais de 1.300 linguagens de programação existentes. 1.300 linguagens de programação. Já não faço ideia de quantas nós temos para a web. Mas podemos listar algumas. Nós podemos listar o PHP, Kotlin, Java, Python, JavaScript. Tudo. Ok? Dentro das linguagens, nós temos frameworks. Laravel, Symfony, WebPHP, Falcon, Zen, Django, FastAPI, Flask e muito mais. Por que é que raios nós dizemos que o WordPress é inseguro? Por quê? Qual é a ideia do WordPress? Então, o meu tópico é esse, ok? Nós vamos fazer uma pequena... Nós vamos passar sobre 5 pequenos pontos. Primeiro, o WordPress e a sua ascensão ao estrelato. Por que ele é tão famoso? Por que nós estamos aqui hoje a fazer um WordCamp inteiro? Nós temos daqui a pouco o WordCamp Europe na Grécia. Ano passado nós tivemos o WordCamp. Nós temos o WordCamp todos os anos ao redor do mundo inteiro. E por que nós estamos aqui? Porque o WordPress é uma estrela. O WordPress consegue te dar coisas muito fáceis e consegue te deixar, sei lá, empresas foram montadas em cima do WordPress. Pessoas desenvolvem plugins e vivem a sua vida e pagam suas contas através do WordPress, criando plugins, criando temas, criando tudo. Ok? Então, é brutal. Tens um CMS gigantesco. Uma ferramenta muito boa. Terceiro, eu tenho o conto do Pedrocas, que ele é um desenvolvedor WordPress. Contar um pouquinho da história e deixar-vos entender que segurança não é aquela questão tipo, eu ganhei um vírus, tenho que passar, sei lá, Norton antivírus para saber se aquilo está tudo bem. Não. Segurança vai desde o momento onde tu pensas como é que tu vais executar o teu site até o final. Seja para quem vai comprar o site, seja para quem está a vender o site, seja para quem vai fazer o site, seja para quem esteja a hospedar o site, e seja para quem vai fazer a administração daquilo no final das contas. Tudo. Toda a intenção passa por segurança. Okay? Qualquer decisão que cada um vai fazer é sobre segurança. E não tem jeito. Depois, é isso. A segurança está em todos os lados. E no final das contas, como pensar, vender e desenvolver sempre com o conceito de segurança. Ok? Então, vamos lá. O WordPress e a sua ascensão. O WordPress começou há 20 anos atrás. Certo? É por isso que estamos aqui a comemorar os 20 anos do WordPress. Ok? 2003, esse pequeno CMS em PHP nasceu. O WordPress é um CMS, certo? Antes ele nasceu como um blog. Hoje ele é um blog? É. Ele é um e-commerce? É. Ele é um site? É. Ele pode ser um produto? Pode. Ele pode ser só uma landing page? Pode. Pode ser um mobile? Pode. Pode ser, sei lá, pode servir café? Não. Aí já é demais. O que eu posso fazer tudo com o WordPress? Se não for tirar café, está tudo certo. Por que o WordPress é tão famoso? Primeiro, o WordPress é de graça. Quem é que não gosta? Se eu gosto de bebida de graça, eu também gosto de um software de graça, claro. O WordPress é open source. Consigo abrir, consigo ver o código dele, consigo saber o que está lá dentro, consigo vasculhar aquilo, consigo contribuir para ele também, sendo plugin, sendo WordPress, sendo tradução. Ontem nós tivemos também o dia do contribuidor aqui. Todos os anos, em todos os WordCamps, também existe o dia do contribuidor, e o dia do contribuidor está lá para isso, ok? Existem plugins para tudo. Tudo. Tudo é um plugin. O e-commerce, WPML. Olha, me fugiu para lá. A Cloudflare tem um plugin, a Sucuri tem um plugin. Alguns dos nossos sponsors têm plugins. Todo mundo tem um plugin WordPress. Para qualquer coisa. O WordPress é a melhor plataforma de blogging do mercado. Não existe outra. Não existe outra. Não interessa. Nós temos o quê? Ok, nós temos o Joomla, nós temos o Drupal, nós temos o... olha, Joomla e o Drupal, ou seja... O WordPress, basicamente, ele apanha 63% de todo o mercado de WordPress. 63%, desculpa, 63% do mercado de CMS, ele é só do WordPress. Ele é apenas, única e exclusivamente do WordPress. Nós temos temas e templates, e ele é suportado por uma imensa comunidade, e aqui a todos também, dentro da comunidade do WordPress. Para cá, por isso que nós estamos. Então, por que o WordPress tem a fama de bad boy? Ele, não quero. WordPress é inseguro. Não, mas por quê? Eu não quero o meu WordPress? Não. Vou vender o site. Vou vender um e-commerce. Vou vender um e-commerce. WordPress. O e-commerce? Não, mas aquilo é muito inseguro. Aquilo está sempre a cair. Eu tenho amigos que reclamam o tempo inteiro e tudo mais. Minha avaliação do porquê que eu acho que o WordPress tem a fama de bad boy. Porque ele é um ecossistema vivo. Nós mudamos aquilo o tempo inteiro. Só uma questão pequena aqui, ok? Imaginem só. Nós temos 43% dos sites do mundo que rodam WordPress. Quase a metade. São 43%. 43% dos sites do mundo inteiro rodam WordPress. Ok? Tudo bem, 43% parece pouco, certo? Ou seja, se eu tiver 2, 50% é 1. Ou seja, então, para 2 eu tenho menos de 1. Quantos sites existem no mundo? Também não existe um número para isso, ok? Mas dados até 2021, mais de 1.000 milhões de sites no mundo. E 43% rodam WordPress. Ok? 64,3% dos sites usam WordPress. 64,3% dos CMS que são construídos em WordPress. Ok? O segundo lugar não fica nem perto. O Joomla é o segundo lugar. E o segundo lugar do Joomla são 2,5%. Ok? 38% do top 10, top 10 não, 10,000 dos sites foram construídos em WordPress. 22% dos domínios comprados nos Estados Unidos são em WordPress. Ok? Todos os dias, 1.000 novos websites em WordPress são rastreados pelo W3 Stacks. É muita coisa. Então é muito fácil eu culpar uma ferramenta por uma questão que nós fazemos. Nós tomamos a decisão. Ok? E aí entra o conto do Zé do Dedão. Do Pedro e o Zé do Dedão. Vamos lá. O Pedro é um freelancer PHP, ok? Está lá a construir a sua vida como freelancer, quer vender sites, quer ter os seus próprios clientes, quer fazer as suas cenas, quer crescer, certo? Depois eu tenho o Zé do Dedão. O Zé do Dedão é um dono de calçados. Perfeito. Só que durante a pandemia, ele nunca teve um website, ele não tem um e-commerce, então ele queria um e-commerce, ele queria sair, ele precisava vender, porque nós fechamos, todos nós fechamos, ficamos trancados em casa durante 2 anos. Né? Então ele precisava vender. Só que ele não tem ideia de como é que funciona um website. Ele nunca teve que pensar sobre isso, porque as vendas dele sempre corriam bem. E agora, aproveitando que ele quer também mudar para o outro lado, ok? Que ele quer virar para a internet, então agora ele pode vender não só para Portugal, como para a Europa inteira. Por que não? Né? Então pronto, aí ele começa. Ele pede o requisito. O Zé do Dedão quer um e-commerce que pode continuar a vender os seus sapatos, já que suas lojas estão fechadas por causa da Covid. Ele também quer entregar também quer entregar para a Europa inteira, certo? Como ele tem urgência, porque nós fechamos de um dia para o outro, ele precisa estar pronto em 2 semanas. Ok, perfeito. Vamos lá. A proposta. O Pedro quer ganhar aquilo. Ele quer mesmo ganhar aquilo. Ele precisa do cliente, as coisas precisam andar. Então o que é que ele vira e diz assim? Tá bem, ok. Vou vou tentar fazer em um final de semana, já que ele quer urgência de 2 semanas, eu digo 2 dias. 2 dias eu vou entregar naquilo. Acabou. Vou cobrar 500 euros para fazer o site todo. Mas aí, o que eu posso fazer para otimizar o meu tempo? Vou pegar um plugin aqui, vou pegar um plugin ali, vou pegar um tema qualquer. Não tenho tempo para montar um tema. Também não conheço alguns, não conheço muitos, mas também o meu valor, o que eu vou ganhar já é muito pouco. Para ele, claro. O que eu vou ganhar já é muito pouco. Então, se calhar, eu pego um tema qualquer por aí e está tudo certo. Perfeito. Pronto. Então, é isso. Ele vai fazer no final de semana, acabou de fazer mais horas do que ele estava à espera. Nunca as coisas funcionam como deve ser quando tu tens urgência e quando tu achas que aquilo não funciona. Ok? Conseguiu montar tudo, porém, havia alguns plugins, fretes, meios de pagamento ou qualquer outra coisa que eram pagos. Tem seu suporte, pessoas trabalham por aquilo, pessoas vivem aquilo. Mas ele não queria pagar. Ele já ganhava pouco, o cliente também não queria pagar, então o que ele fez? Pegou num site qualquer, sabe lá Deus de onde aquilo veio, com umas propagandas estranhas também, que apareciam no meio, teve que clicar 5 ou 6 vezes até acontecer o download. Fez, montou a loja e entregou, claro. E fez também numa hospedagem que ele não fazia ideia de onde vinha. Era barata, quase de graça. Não tinha login, não tinha nada, não tinha... Esquece. Aquilo não funcionava. Perfeito. Ah, mas é verdade, ele pensou em segurança. Então ele colocou um certificado HTTPS. Pronto. Ó. Após um mês no ar, houveram algumas falhas, algumas coisas não funcionaram direito. Aí tudo bem. Depois, no fim de semana, o site foi invadido. Os clientes sumiram. Tudo foi por água abaixo. E o Zé do Dedão perdeu o negócio dele inteiro. Inteiro. Ele estava fechado dentro de casa. Ele só tem o e-commerce agora. E agora? O que ele fez? Ele foi entrar em contato com o Pedro. O que aconteceu com o Pedro? Pedro já não queria mais fazer aquilo. Pedro já não tinha mais horas para entregar aquilo. Ele tinha outras coisas para fazer. Ele tentou fazer um site no final de semana. Durante a semana ele tinha outras coisas. Ele precisava fazer dinheiro e tudo mais. Não tem dinheiro. Acabou, sumiu. Que é o que acontece. Podemos falar isso e pôr a culpa de várias formas. Mas isso acontece. Muito mais do que nós imaginamos. Ok? Pronto. As primeiras análises do projeto. Há uma coisa muito engraçada, que é uma máxima entre arquitetura, que é restrição tripla. Bom, rápido, barato e concluído. Todo mundo só pode ter 3. Não existe a quarta. Ninguém consegue ter tudo. Se ele é bom, se ele é rápido e se ele é barato, ele nunca vai ser concluído. Se ele é rápido, se ele é barato e se ele é concluído, ele nunca vai ser bom. Nunca. Esquece, não existe isso. Se tu queres bom, rápido e concluído, ele não vai sair barato. Isso é uma máxima. Não tem como fugir disso. Okay? E nós tentamos fugir disso todo o tempo. Todo o tempo. E eu não digo só freelancers, eu digo empresas, eu digo todo mundo quer ganhar seu dinheiro, todo mundo quer ganhar seu negócio. Mas cada decisão que cada um toma aqui, que falha qualquer coisa, que tenta passar para lá, é uma questão de segurança. Todo mundo sofre com isso. Ok? Agilidade. Não, é todo mundo aqui Scrum Master, com sprints, e story points, tudo muito bonitinho. Organização, 0. Não tem. Não tem. Nós tentamos sempre mudar alguma coisa, nós nunca somos fiéis a uma biblioteca muito simples. Ser ágil não é ser rápido. Ser ágil é fazer as coisas bem. E fazendo bem, faz uma vez só. E isso é segurança também. Ok? Comunicação. Comunicação é uma das coisas mais terríveis que existem. Eu tentei ser freelancer. Eu estava conversando com amigos ontem aqui sobre freelancing. ok? Eu não consigo comunicar, eu acho difícil me comunicar com clientes, eu acho difícil falar. Olha, eu estou aqui a falar hoje pela primeira vez, mas isso para mim ainda é muito rústico. Eu ainda estou a tentar me entender, certo? Então, falar com o cliente é pior ainda mais quando tu sabes que tu tens que entrar numa situação desconfortável. Então, cada vez que tu começas a te esconder do teu cliente, isso também é sobre segurança. Porque tu não queres mais fazer para ele, tu começa a ficar chateado com aquilo, eu já não quero mais fazer, eu já não quero mais montar essa página. Nem que seja para trocar o DNS, eu já não tenho paciência para isso. Então, comunicação é uma chave. Todo mundo tem que treinar o dia inteiro. Como falar com o teu cliente, como saber se comunicar. Não interessa se é técnico ou não. Eu tenho que saber me comunicar. Transparência. Notam que hoje é muito divertido, as pessoas, divertido não, mas pelo menos é muito sensato e sincero dizer que, olha, uma grande empresa, por exemplo, nós tivemos problemas, nosso problema foi X, Y, Z. Olha, nossos estagiários estão a cuidar disso, como se fosse uma brincadeira. Claro. Transparência, falem para o cliente o que está acontecendo. O cliente também tem empatia, ele também tem coração, ele entende o teu lado. Se tu contares para ele exatamente o que está acontecendo, ele vai entender que tu estás a ser sincero com ele e está tudo bem. As coisas vão correr mal. Coisas correm mal o tempo inteiro. É normal, nós estamos aqui para isso, nós vivemos disso. Nós vivemos para resolver problemas do cliente, para resolver puzzles, para criar páginas, para vender, para fazer com que o negócio do cliente ande, se mova o tempo inteiro, certo? Prazos e valores. Nunca subestimem essas duas coisas. Nunca. Nunca. Primeira vez na minha staff como organizador do WordPress. Correram, eu não sou pessoalmente uma pessoa muito organizada. Tentamos nos organizar e somos muitos, entre organizadores, voluntários, o staff todo. É bastante. Coisas correm mal o tempo inteiro. Então nunca subestimem esses dois. Nada vai correr muito bonitinho. Entendam. Tu tens um prazo para fazer o teu website, o teu template. Coisas podem correr mal. Tu pode não entender, de repente, como o Elementor funciona, um page builder. Ou então, de repente, tu queres criar alguma coisa no Gutenberg. Epa, mas eu não tenho tempo. Não. Tem esse tempo. E o teu tempo tem que comunicar aquilo para o teu cliente. Porque senão, no final das contas, o que vai acontecer? Eu vou começar a atropelar processos o tempo inteiro. E eu vou começar a deixar de lado coisas extremamente importantes. Extremamente importantes. Ok? Então, vamos lá. Alguns dados bobos sobre segurança. Ok? 8% dos sites WordPress são invadidos por password fraca. Claro, tu tens aquele cliente rápido que tu crias um website, tens 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, mas é o meu site, ninguém... Opa. Mas é o meu site. Ninguém conhece ele. É verdade, ninguém conhece o teu site. Mas o teu e-mail também está no Twitter, está no Facebook. Eles vão atrás de ti. Eu tenho um amigo, muito bom profissional em segurança, que ele diz assim: tens uma bicicleta amarrada em um poste. Se aquela pessoa quiser a tua bicicleta, ela vai levar a bicicleta, a corrente e o poste. Porque ela quer aquilo. Mas se tu pegas uma bicicleta, deixas ela no poste, sem corrente alguma, no dia seguinte ela não está, porque ela já está lá. Já não tem corrente, já não tem nada. Qualquer um pode passar e pode ir embora com aquilo. E é o que a gente faz todos os santos dias quando a gente colhe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Admin 1, 2, 3. Lisboa 1, 2, 3. Todo dia. Não interessa. Alguém, um dia vai achar isso. E não é uma questão de se vai achar, é quando vai achar. Ok? 52% dos sites do WordPress são invadidos, estão desatualizados. Alguém no mundo inteiro, entre esses 63% de todos os sites da internet, ainda roda PHP 5.4. Certeza. Porque eu penso assim, tá lá, o site do cliente está lá, não precisa atualizar o WordPress, não precisa atualizar o plugin. Plugin, atualizar, eu tenho que subir, eu tenho que... tem que carregar no botão de atualizar, o cliente já nem sabe o que é aquilo, nós não educamos o nosso cliente para ele dizer, olha, atualizem o teu plugin. Mesmo que ele não queira mais ficar contigo a partir da manutenção, que tu digas a ele, tens o teu plugin, está aqui uma lista, tens uma lista de plugins, precisas atualizá-lo, ele, recorrentemente. Precisa fazer as coisas como devem ser. Temas, plugins, tudo. Se não é isso, ainda tem o WordPress 5.4, por que não? Tá bem, 7.1, vamos lá. 17,8% das vulnerabilidades são reportadas pelo WP Scan, são causadas por plugins de WordPress. Porque eu faço um plugin, e aí é imensos, ok? Plugins de WordPress, eu faço vários deles, e vários deles são desatualizados, ou então não tem uma questão de segurança como deveria ter, e está tudo certo. Então, pronto. Por causa disso, 17,8% das vulnerabilidades são por causa dos plugins. 39% são por causa de cross-site scripting e 2% por causa dos temas. Dá tempo daí um pouquinho. Ok. Então, e quem poderá nos defender? Existem algumas máximas que eu gosto de levar para mim e eu não aprendi elas sozinho, ok? Muitos daqui me ensinaram, amigos com quem eu converso aqui dentro do WordCamp, a empresas onde eu trabalhei, vídeos que eu vi, pessoas com quem eu conheci, seja sponsor, seja todo mundo tem alguma coisa para te ensinar, ok? Então, seja sempre sincero com o seu cliente. É aquilo que eu digo. Ele sabe da tua dor. Ele também tem uma dor. Ele sabe da tua. Conta para ele. Diz para ele. Sei lá, olha. Meu filho teve um problema e eu não consegui fazer nada durante o fim de semana. Todo mundo tem problemas. Todo mundo o tempo inteiro. Tá tudo bem. Comunica isso para o teu cliente. Ele vai entender o que está acontecendo. Não é o fim do mundo. Ok? Escolha uma infraestrutura que seja adequada ao seu negócio. Isso é um ponto extremamente importante. Todo mundo pensa em WordPress de um lado, mas o problema é que ninguém pensa em infraestrutura. Ninguém. Ok? Então, entendam. Olhem para uma infraestrutura onde eles vão te dizer exatamente como é que eles funcionam, como segurança. Ok? O que eles podem te oferecer como segurança. E como é que tu ficas tranquilo com eles. Tranquilo. Numa boa. Eu posso citar alguns. A SiteGround, olha, um dos nossos sponsors aqui. Leiam o website deles. Falem com o suporte deles. Eles vão te dar as melhores dicas como deixar o teu site seguro, com coisas simples. E eles também já se preocupam com aquilo, porque eles não querem que o teu site quebre o tempo inteiro. Ok, eu preciso terminar. Desculpa. Então, nós temos isso. Não queres isso? Tens o AWS, tem o Google Cloud, tem o Azure, tem outros. Queres fazer o teu? Tem lá. Ok? Antes de qualquer usar o plugin, leia os teus logs. Leiam os logs do plugin. Entendam se eles são atualizados. Entendam o que eles fizeram para melhorar a tua segurança. Isso é o básico. O básico para se avançar com o desenvolvimento. Ok? Nunca. Isso é uma regra que eu tenho só para mim. Nunca modifique um plugin. Ou ele faz 100% daquilo que tu queres, ou tu precisa criar um. Ou uma extensão dele. Mas nunca o modifique. Nunca modifique um plugin. Plugin não tem child plugin, mas tema tem child theme. Nunca pense em usar uma password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Isso é coisa do passado. E aqui, pronto. Aqui existem algumas coisas simples, e eu vou passar aqui rapidamente, porque eu já passei muito do tempo. Cloudflare plugin. Uma coisa simples, o Cloudflare tem um plugin para o WordPress que tem todas as integrações com o WordPress. Ok? Não é só cache, também é segurança, é cross-site scripting, é prevenção de ataque de DDoS. É muita coisa. A Sucuri também tem. Ok? Deem acesso à base de dados para quem realmente precisa ter acesso. O WordPress não precisa ter acesso de root. Não precisa. Então, percebam isso aqui também. Desabilite o registro. Se eu não tiver registro, se for só um website, desabilite. Isso aqui não precisa estar. Pensem assim, diminuam sempre a restrição e deem sempre a restrição a quem precisa, o acesso a quem precisa. Se tu não precisa de acesso, eu não preciso te dar todos os acessos. Eu posso te cortar. E eu preciso acabar. Olha, muito obrigado. E é isso.
Obrigada, Luís.
One time in London, like all my slides were like being shown before I started talking. It was my first big WordCamp. So now I'm used to it. Olá, Lisboa. So how cool is it? Let me just do something here because otherwise, okay, perfect. So how cool is it to finally be back all in the same room and just hugging and seeing each other? And how's WordCamp? How has it been? Yeah, just sound a little more excited, please. I know it's after lunch, but so anyway. Okay, what's going on? Working. Okay, I'm loving this. This is not working. It's not. You have this like, oh, there it is. Okay, well, just, if not, I'll just use, it's okay, it's okay. So anyway, before I get into this, I want to express my gratitude to the Portuguese community, whom I really adore, to the organizers for having me, to you for being here, and to Yoast for their support. Okay, see, I shouldn't have touched anything. Anyway. We can do this. So with the goal of increasing diversity, the Yoast Diversity Fund supports less represented speakers at tech events. They have helped me be here today, but they also have helped me be at many other WordCamps and events in the past. So for those who don't know me, meu nome é Rafaela Isidori, and that's almost where the Portuguese ends. Among other things, I'm a multidisciplinary designer, and I've been working for over 35 years. Yes, I'm that old. But today, I'm not here to tell you about me. Today, I'm here as the founder and the president of Design Culture Collective, which is a nonprofit association dedicated to promoting the culture and the value of the practice of design. It's a mouthful, I know. Indeed, that's what I'm going to talk to you about. But before we start, I want to get some stats. And since we're being watched by people at home, instead of raising hands, I want you to clap them so they can hear it. So whenever you feel that you belong to what I'm talking about, just please clap your hands loudly so they can hear it, okay? So how many of you here describe yourselves as designers? Not a lot. Good. Okay. So how many young designers? Gen Zs? Okay, one. How many millennials? Okay. How many of my generation? And is any designer here born before 1964? Okay. Actually, in Turin, there were two. So know that even though they may not be here and may also not be around, because they have an age at this point, there have been huge ones. And they have shaped practices and visions. So, obrigada. It's important, especially for young designers, to be aware that the practice of design has existed even before digital, and that it transcends disciplines and it transcends generations. The practice of design is in constant evolution because the context in which the practice is applied are constantly expanding and evolving. But what is design exactly? We know it's one of those terms that many use lightly, often without a clear understanding of its meaning. And I have even observed in many colleagues a siloed approach, where each designer thinks that design is what they do, and the rest, there's a rest. So for Saul Bass, who was a graphic designer, design is thinking that becomes visual. And we know that good design is invisible. And Irene Au, who is an experienced designer, explains it well, describing it as a refrigerator. When it works, no one notices. When it doesn't, you can tell. For John Maeda, who is a designer in the more modern sense of the term and whose work lives at the intersection of design and technology, design is a solution to a problem. For Charles and Ray Ames, who were primarily industrial designers, design is a plan to arrange elements so they best serve a specific purpose. Massimo and Lella Vignelli introduced the key concept that design, by creating standards, creates languages. But to me, it's Hans Hofmann, an artist and teacher of the last century, who perfectly captures the true role of design, defining it as the intermediary between information and understanding. And I also like the vision of Rebecca Rubens, for whom design is inventing with intention, where if you remove the inventive part, you get an engineer, and if you remove the intention, you get an artist. Interestingly, the definition of design in the English Wikipedia differs from the Italian one, which is the one I'm bringing here. Design is the practice of ideating physical, digital, or conceptual objects through the drafting of a plan, hence through a process. And this is the key information. Design is the process of drafting such plans, not the final outcome. It's the journey. It's the path that goes from the emptiness of the before to the post-production outcome, going through all the necessary intermediate stages. A path that actually looks more like this, but that's for another talk. However, Wikipedia continues with that combines functionality and aesthetics. And there it is, the aesthetics, the irky and frankly annoying, general and obviously wrong perception of what design is. Maybe it's because it's the easiest aspect to notice, and so that's what remains attached, or maybe it's what we're taught, maybe even to tone it down a bit. We'll touch upon this later. For now, let's go back to the initial point. To design means to plan. The designer is the person who plans the form, shape, or structure of something before it's made. In other words, anyone who creates tangible or intangible objects, products, processes, laws, games, graphics, visual services, experiences can be referred to as a designer. We refer to the tangible deliverables of design as to projects, a word that comes from the neuter past participle of the Latin proicere, which means throw forth, throw forward. And in fact, the designer, when designing, moves a concept in time, through time. They project their idea into the future. With this in mind, let's go back to the core concept of design. And once again, clap your hands. I imagine that most of you designers in the room work in digital design. Okay. Graphic design. Communication design. Content design. Service design. How about brand design? How many experienced designers? Product? I don't expect many fashion designers here, but nor industrial designers or textile. Type designers? Lighting design? Sound design? Ooh, boat designers. Interior designers. garden designers, accessories designers. I bet a few are learning to become prompt designers. Just one? Okay. You should. He's here. And I'm not even talking about architects or chefs. Anyone here practicing a design I did not mention, because the list is far from complete. And while we may or may not call them designers, all those writing business or financial proposals, creating learning experiences, structuring digital architectures, writing plugins, compiling research projects, planning events, all of that is design. So as you can see, aesthetics have little to do with these activities, or better, aesthetics, the form, is a default outcome of the process, not the intention nor the goal. And yet, to many, design is still considered as decoration, or at best, as a visual-related activity. So we're still stuck in a space-time in which the general perception is that design is something with an aesthetic form. And this perception is held not only by final users or outsiders to the field, who, not understanding design, can end up being manipulated through design, but also by thousands of businesses, for which design, in spite of the whole design thinking trend, remains a superfluous, decorative endeavor. Even though there are companies that for decades now have had design as the core of their business and of their success. Most people make the mistake of thinking that design is what it looks like. People think it's this veneer, that designers are handed this box and told, make it look good. That's not what we think design is. It's not just what it looks and feels like. Design is how it works. So, show hands if you know whose quote is this. Okay, no one? Woo! This is Steve Jobs in an interview given to New York Magazine in November 2003. That's 20 years ago. So Apple has been a design-centered enterprise since the beginning, as in Jobs' vision. Again, in 2022, Apple has remained the top ranking as the world's most valuable brand. And to date, continues to be the brand with the highest value ever recorded. And yet, not even the clear and continued in time success of Apple and other design-driven companies like Google or Airbnb or Calm have managed to transfer Jobs' vision of what design is, not to the public at large, nor to the decision makers. Then I guess it's up to us. It is our mission to transform an idea, often tossed around improperly, sometimes using a diminishing, insulting way to identify things that cost more than they are worth, in the idea of a practice that adds multi-layered value and purpose, of a process through which a product, service, or experience is planned and thought out and shaped and iterated to make it the best possible, within its limits and in spite of those limits, of an approach in which the designer throws forward with vision, creativity, and imagination their idea of a solution, of something new, of a new mediation with the world around us. But let's get back to the mission of Design Culture Collective and to the core of this talk. Hopefully, you're getting a clearer picture of what we mean with the practice of design and with its value. let's dig down a bit. Vision. It's an essential feature for the designer, as they need to see things that are not there yet. They need to throw forth their creative mind to imagine something that doesn't yet exist, and imagine it so well to then create a blueprint for it, to transfer its specs to others so they can build it. But today's designer has to also be keenly aware of the implication of their vision. They need to be aware and mindful of their intention. Because, and again, let's stop and reflect on how the vision of a single Steve Jobs, along with his determined intention, has, in about 40 years, totally transformed our lives. Let's think about the power of that vision and the strength of that intention. They have structurally enabled the change of our relationship with each other and with the world. Design has great power. Design mediates and intermediates our interaction with what surrounds us. It shapes the environments we live in, the tools we use, our clothes, homes, devices, accessories. But not only that, design mediates and intermediates, and so shapes communications, the way information is provided to us, and the way we consume it. It shapes teaching, marketing, entertainment. Most of our experience, not to say all of them, are mediated and intermediated by design. And for clarity, the semantic difference between the term is in the fact that mediation is considered natural and free, while the concept of intermediation implicates some kind of business transaction. So, design mediates and intermediates us through tools or systems that have been designed for us, sometimes. Sometimes, we know, they can be used against us. So design has a great power, and we know that from great power come great responsibilities. Today's designer better be very aware that the product of their vision, their intention, have an impact on others and on the world. They need to fully understand the ethical implications of their work, of its impact from conception to production, and above all, in its final use. They need full awareness of the ultimate scope of the products they give life to. Beware of the designer who doesn't enforce and cultivate the necessary transparency that will allow their user to always fully understand the implication that come from using that product. They can't fail to respect the right of those using the outcome of their work to always be able to understand and so to choose. The designer must be always fully mindful that their design choices have to be guided by solid values. Because it's no longer possible to think about designing any experience, physical or digital, without including critical and conscious attention to all aspects that will have an impact on the user and on the environment. Design is political because it creates and reshapes standards. Design is political because it contributes to the creation of policies, because it has a direct and an indirect impact on everything and everyone. And the designer simply cannot avoid considering the ethical, social, economic, and systemic implication of their work. Which doesn't obviously mean to utopistically think that we can work only on what we like, but it means to continuously and consistently work to educate ourselves and to expand our awareness. A full, mindful awareness of the power of the design action and of its impact. It's on these principles that Design Culture Collective was founded, and its mission is to promote a design practice based on a strong culture. So to foster design that is rooted on principles and best practices that are positive, enhancing, protective, inclusive, respectful. And it's essential to speak about a culture of the design practice and not a generic design culture, as some businesses do. When they brag about having an entire team dedicated to design, who are often, at best, asked to apply the standardized formulas and stiff processes, and are, at worst, but not rarely, given a box and asked to make it pretty. Design is making choices. There is no design without critical thinking, and there is no critical thinking without culture. So you see, there are two key terms here: culture and practice. Culture, from the Latin colere, to cultivate, generally refers to models of human activity and to the symbolic structures that give meaning and importance to those activities. Anthropologist James Spradley offers this beautiful and synthetic description of the term. Culture is the acquired knowledge people use to interpret experience and generate behavior. So let's unpack that. The acquired knowledge, so that you learn and keep learning, hence that is in continuous evolution. That people use to interpret an experience, so to understand it, digest it, make meaning of it. Therefore, this competence, acquired, metabolized, transformed into meaning, becomes the engine that powers our actions. So it informs our choices, our prerogatives, our priorities, our intentions, our values. So what is a practice? According to the Oxford Dictionary, the carrying out or exercise of a profession, especially that of a doctor or a lawyer or a designer, seems pretty logical. But also the customary, habitual, or expected procedure or way of doing something. So here we touch upon the way something is carried out, how is applied and conducted in the practice of design. These habits or customs are all the theories, rules, norms, good practices, attitudes, values, etc. that are shaped by our culture. The acquired knowledge that is first metabolized and then transformed into meaning, and then in the mindful intention that powers our actions, informs our choices, shapes our prerogatives, and defines our priorities as designers. Culture roots our values. It informs and supports our critical choices, and therefore shapes our practice and outputs. And yet, culture is generally undervalued when discussing design, overshadowed by technical abilities or horror, by the blind application of predefined formulas, which are often oblivious, often intentionally, of the greater good. For all these reasons, DCC aims at promoting and enhancing a cultural approach to the practice of design by creating and promoting knowledge and awareness, by disseminating amongst those who design, but also amongst those who decide about the value of the design practice and about the power of design. We believe it necessary to cultivate and promote a culture that can inform and guide designers, that stimulates critical thinking in those who practice design or study to become a designer or teach design, in all those that feel design is at the core of their professional and personal life. But we also hope that a strong culture and the recognition of this value will inform and guide those who commission, buy, approve, use, and receive design. Design has great power, and with great power comes great responsibility. It is to be able to face and manage these big or small responsibilities that the designer should be able to refer back to a solid cultural foundation, to guide their vision and focus their intention, to give their projects the best possible foundation, and to have the most positive impact. And so you see, it all circles back. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafaela.
I stayed in my time, so, you know. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafaela. Okay, thank you very much for staying with us and waiting while we are tuning in to our online version. And I would like to present you Arunas. And my 5 cents about his talk is that I myself am wondering if with the rise of blogs, there's a place for good old PHP developer and backend engineers in the WordPress future. So Arunas, who is an engineer with 15 years of experience, definitely has an answer to these questions, and he has a strategy to make the answer a yes. So welcome, Arunas.
Right, so hello Lisbon. The last survivors here, right? Anybody still not asleep? Hey, would be nice. Okay, so my name is Arunas, and I am a backend developer. Any of us here more? Do we have any backend developers? Okay, several of you. Any front-end developers? Okay, you saw the title of the talk. What are you doing here? Okay, but being serious, okay, so do you remember back in 2015, Matt told us to learn JavaScript deeply? Yeah? Ancient times by now, and boy, did he mean it, right? Yeah, so that's what I did, or at least I tried to do. I went in and tried working with all like build processes, webpacks, and etc. But you know, like I'm still mostly a backend developer at heart. And I have this feeling whenever I do like npm install and I see all those dependencies just going in by hundreds, like I have trust issues with that. So I always have this feeling, like, damn, that's hard. It's really, really hard. Can I survive in this newfangled world of block builders and blocks and everything as an old-fashioned PHP developer? And I'll try to see what I found out with that. So I have several options for you. The first one of them is just give up. Learn the damn JavaScript. It is not that hard. I think my front-end colleagues will agree. There are tools that help out a lot. There is a script that lets you scaffold everything with like just several simple lines of terminal commands. And there is even projects like here, Blocky, at the end, that take it even further, and you might not even need to write any actual JavaScript, just some markup in the block.js JSON file. But yeah, you can do that, and that's it. End of the talk, right? Okay, probably not. We have other options. One of them is going to no-code approach. There is a bunch of block collection plugins, quite a lot of them. I tried to list a few. Definitely not an extensive list, and they do help a lot in like bridging the gap between what is offered by the default block editor and what you need when you try to build like custom designs and things. But definitely, if you try to get into doing designs that you want to make pixel perfect, more customized and more individualized, that doesn't always work for you. So the next step further is you can use ACF. Everybody heard of that? And yeah, really, you can use block builder plugins. There are quite a few of them, not as many as block collections, but I've personally tested 3 of them, and I've just read about the fourth one that's called Wicked Blocks Builder. So yeah, you can use them. What they do is they allow you to build a block using the UI in WordPress admin. So you can go in and just create blocks, add fields that you want to be filled in, and make that all in the UI itself. Or I should say mostly in the UI, at least for ACF. Like ACF is a great plugin. It has a huge user base. It has a lot of different fields. And if you're not satisfied with all the fields that you have in the actual ACF code base, there is a lot of plugins that extend that and add additional fields for you to use, like tables and all kinds of things. But if we're talking about blocks, one of the problems we have is you can't really build the block in it just in the UI. You still need to write a little bit of code to make that work. And it's also only available in the Pro version. Not that bad, but I wanted to see what can be done with free tools. We talk a lot about open source and being democratic about it and allowing access to everybody. So I tried to look what's there without paying. So another thing I stumbled upon is something that's called Genesis Custom Blocks. It used to be called Block Lab, and it is another plugin. It also does all the same things, and you can basically build the whole thing inside the UI. Even the templates, the render part, everything can be done inside the UI. You don't really need to put any code in there. The main problem is that if you want to export and import from install to install, that's only available in free version, in Pro version. So that was where game was over for me with this one. The next one is Lazy Blocks. Again, unlike ACF, which is a big plugin that has a lot of features outside of Block Builder, it does a lot more with the fields. This one is built specifically for Gutenberg block creation, so that's nice. And it actually uses the Gutenberg itself to build blocks, so it's kind of an inception type of situation. You have full control via the UI. And another bonus for me is you can also do a lot of that via PHP via code. Basically, you can do everything that you can do in the UI in PHP. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later. And it also has most of the field types available in the free version. Because in others, field types like repeater or post selector, post linking with categories and things like that, that go into pro version. This one has almost everything you need. The only thing that I really miss when working with the free version is you cannot do conditionals. Like, depending on values of one field, you cannot hide or show other fields in there. Hey. But what about PHP? What can we do with PHP? Yes, we can do that with PHP, not in the core itself, but we can use some of the plugins I mentioned before to actually do that and write the whole block inside PHP, which means it's not in the database, it can be version controlled, and we can have all the nice things that we know and well about PHP. I started thinking about this a long time ago, back in 2018, during a WordCamp like this in Norrköping in Sweden. During the contributor day, me and a colleague of mine, we built a proof of concept thing called Guten Factory that did just that. As you can see in this example, it's in PHP code, you just say what's the name of the block, which category does it belong, do we need to load some styles in the editor, in the front end, what's the callback of thing that will be rendered, and also list all the fields that we want to use. So that was the first attempt. We tried it out. It was working. We had, I think, 3 different field types to choose from, like text, text area, and a select. That's it. But it was a nice proof of concept, and we would have developed it further. But right around that time, ACF announced that they are going to do their thing. I said, OK, so they got this. They don't need us. They have much more resources, much more experience, and we'll see where that goes. And as I said, you can do a lot with ACF. You still need to do some code regardless if you want it or not. But you can basically, you register a block in the code using ACF register block type, and then you can attach fields to that. Attaching fields themselves is a bit more complicated. You either work with JSON files or with big arrays that basically list every possible property a field can have. But it's doable, and it's in PHP, so it's version controlled. You can make updates, you can make changes, you can deploy that to multiple different sites, you can send that to clients, and etc. So that makes it really nice. But dealing with those big like JSON files and with big arrays is something that isn't really readable and comfortable to use. So there is something that I found later on. Somebody has built a library that helps to abstract a lot of that and making like 200 lines of code into something very simple. And it uses like this builder pattern where you just say, I'm creating a block. And this block will have a text field, what you see is what you get editor field, an image upload field, and it will be shown on this block, on this type of block. And then just add that to ACF, and it just works. So instead of having like 200 lines of JSON, you have this like 10 lines that just says, this is how the block will look like. Really nice thing, you can find it on GitHub. It's called ACF Builder, and it supports all the different types of fields that ACF has. And it really shortens the code and makes it much more maintainable, much more usable, and much more easy to understand for somebody else looking at your code. If we want to do the same thing with lazy blocks have this built in a sense, because whenever you work in the UI and do things, you can just export, and it will generate the PHP code for you that you can use anywhere else you want. Or you can, you know the syntax here, then you can just write your own ones without ever using the UI, just doing everything inside the code. And again, it has the title, it has a slug, you can use Gutenberg block supports features, You can add controls to it, and in the code parameter, you can say what the output should look like. So basically, what's the template? What's the render for it? It is nice, but again, you have to put in all the different values for all the different options that the field has. And with many fields, that becomes like quite a lot quickly. So in the vein of ACF Builder, I have built a library that abstracts that into the same kind of situation, where you just say add text field, add rich text editor, etc., etc., etc. That also collapses that into something simple, where you only need to define things that are not default, something that you need to actually change and makes this simpler. Yeah. So these are all the different ways that you can build kind of the HTML part of a blog, right? But we have some missing pieces. So we need to style those blocks. And if we are afraid of using build processes and all that kind of thing, our options are a little bit limited. But I have a couple of things that I want to recommend that are really helpful, especially when you're like prototyping things and want to work quickly. One of them is Tailwind, a CSS framework that helps you to write styles quickly, and that can be done directly in HTML. And you can use that without doing any build process. And it works nicely, especially in prototyping. Kind of a similar situation what Bootstrap used to be. Just modernized, updated, and a bit more powerful. But if you do set up a build process for that, it becomes a whole different animal. And you can get rid of all those classes that you have in the HTML and contract them into a single class and apply all the different properties to that easily. So this is a very nice thing if you want to do something really quickly. Put a prototype wireframe up. Helps out a lot. Another thing is if you want to add some interactivity to it, but you don't want to delve into all the Reacts and views of the world, and again, go into all the build processes and things like that, you can use Alpine.js, which is very, very tiny. I don't remember how many kilobytes, but really, really small. Declarative and reactive JavaScript framework, which basically allows you to just sprinkle some properties on top of HTML and make interactions, like reacting to hovers, clicking, hiding something, or showing something, depending on a state. So all those small things that you want to do that in the olden days you would use like jQuery for, Alpine can do all of that without booting up the whole React thing and making a lot of JavaScript in your code. So in terms of making the website really small and not loading a lot of JavaScript, a lot of different assets, this is something that helps out a lot if you just need a few interactions. Okay, so I was really quick, so we're catching up. Do you have any questions for me?
Anyone?
Silence.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a simple question. You mentioned some tools that we can use to create our Gutenberg custom blocks.
Yep.
My question is, are those solutions use anything inside the database? Does they save anything on the database?
It depends on the way you do it. Like if in ACF, if you use JSON to load the fields in, they get also saved into the database. For other things, no. They just load on runtime for that particular like page load and then go back down. It's something that lives directly in the code and doesn't do anything with the database at all.
Thanks.
Don't talk all at once.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, Arunas.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, so as we just discussed right now, Bob have been on so many WordCamps, he doesn't know how many anymore, depends on the year, but definitely Bob is a very known member of the WordPress community and is definitely one of the OGs. And he started using WordPress in 2006. I was still in the high school that year. And he produces a podcast that I'm sure many of you know at Do the Woo. And who is better to reflect on 20 years of WordPress community, its growth and evaluation, than the Bob. Please welcome.
Wow. How's your day been? Good? All right, good. Appreciate you hanging for as long as you did to hear this last one before we go and really have fun. She pretty much said it. Oh, arrow down. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to start with this story, and I have a reason to tell you this story. A year ago, almost a year ago, I was in Porto at WordCamp Europe. My wife came along because she wanted to see Porto. And we had a great time. Loved the WordCamp. We spent days walking the streets of Porto, drinking wine, drinking port, drinking wine, drinking port. And there came a time when one of us looked at the other, and I can't remember exactly when, maybe we were drinking port, but I could live here. We had no inclination in our lives to make a move. We just kind of jokingly said that. We hadn't thought about it. We returned to the US, talked about it a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Time passed. By that September, we were sitting in an office applying for our visa. And then, fast forward to March 25th of this month, we were boarding the plane with 9 suitcases, what was left of our lives after we got rid of everything, and heading to Porto. During that time, from then, since now, I've had a couple great lunches with friends, Marco. I've spoke at 2 meetups. I'm here. I discovered somebody lives in the same building as me that works at Codable, which is a WordPress-based company. And I thought, wow. That is the impact of the community. And that's why I'm told you this story, not my life story of getting here. But if not for WordPress, if not for the community, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I really believe that because of all those things that played into place. Like I said, there was no plans to do this. And we're here, and we're here for the long haul. We're not just moving here for a year or two. We plan on making this our home. So, here we are, the impact of the WordPress community. And I'm sure each one of you, even if you've been involved with WordPress for 1 month, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, there's going to be some impact along the way. I could tell you a dozen stories, but that's not what I'm here for. So it all started in a universe far away. This little tiny kid over on the right there, some high school student it almost looks like, was sent a message by Mike Little, co-founder of WordPress. And one of the things I especially like about this is I'm sure there are 1 or 2 others in the community who would be too, as far as interested in what they're doing. Think about that. They were thinking, oh, there's maybe a couple other people that might be interested in this. Very teeny tiny community they were thinking of. I mean, they did not know what would be down the road 20 years later. There's the other co-founder, Matt, at his first WordCamp in 2006. God, he looks like a little kid. When I saw that, I really, 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 really felt old. And I mean, look at him. This is somebody that was starting an idea, thinking a little bit about open source. What can they do with Mike? And did they ever think that this little small sector right here is just a tiny piece of the WordPress community 20 years later? I'm sure they sometimes have to look back at that and think, wow, what happened? Community. This is the definition. I just thought I would find the definition of community. And you can read it. I don't have to read it. Up to you. But, you know, it's a basic what you think of as community. We've all lived in communities. We've all been parts of communities. Where you grew up, you had a neighborhood. Wherever you were, you had a community of friends, of family. You have communities. You go to a church, you have a community. You have maybe a community where you work. There's always been communities. But this is a big question. And I honestly believe that the only answer can be found by climbing some high mountain and finding some guru to actually give you the exact reason or a definition of what is a WordPress community. And I look at it a couple different ways. And this is, you know, this is something that has evolved over 20 years. I have my birthday just a few days before WordPress. And I'm not going to tell you what my birthday is, but I'm a lot older than WordPress, obviously. But I look at the WordPress community as two things. I kind of break it up into two pieces. One is, what is the WordPress community physically? Think about that. When you sit there and say, hey, God, I love the WordPress community. What are you talking about? Who are you talking about? I had a talk with somebody about, I'd say 8-10 years ago about this. And we were saying, you know, what do we mean when we say we belong to the WordPress community? Is it over 40% of the world? That's a very, very large community. Is it your little small sector of WordPress friends that you meet when you're really thinking of WordPress community physically? I hang out with my WordPress community. I like to go to events and be part of the WordPress community. This was the very first WordCamp. So as a WordCamp, does that define you and what you think about as a WordPress community? It's an interesting question. And I'd love to have, I know probably you have to have a mic and there's questions, but I'd love to hear somebody's own definition. Because let's say if I took like 5 people from up there and asked them in separate conversations, what do you think the WordPress community is as far as physically when you talk about it? And I'd get 5 totally different answers. So is anybody willing, and I don't want we're going to talk about what the WordPress community stands for, how you view the WordPress community. But I want to hear from somebody what you think of when you say the WordPress community. What do you mean as in terms of a group of people? Why did I know Robert would have
Hey,
an
Bob.
answer?
I have opinion about WordPress community. Yeah, my local community is Serbian community, and if you didn't know, it is the best community in the world. I will give you one example of our community. We have regular Zoom meetings with the organizers, and usually it's just, trying to do a barbecue together. So I once told them, well, we can do barbecue, but first I have a house that needs to be teared down and rebuilt. It's from my father, and I need help to clean it up. And all of them said, just say when. So that's Serbian community.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I add to that. It's basically a family with like the people you don't like, the people you really like, and like as Milana said, like you just said like I have a problem, and they go like where, when, and how. So that's for me like it's the as we agree on, that's family. So and there's this saying in the open source world, like come for the software, stay for the people, and this also is for WordPress. Like it's the same thing.
Mm. I love it. You two are the little gurus on top of the mountain, I believe. Anybody else? How about somebody that is been using WordPress for, let's say, under a year? Is there anybody that would give their impression of what they think of when they are talking to somebody and they say, yeah, I've started to get involved in the WordPress community? Anyone? Don't be shy. Okay, little pressure there. Okay, anyway, so you get, those are two wonderful examples. And I think we could get bogged down in trying to determine which community we consider our WordPress community. And oftentimes it's geographical. That's what I've found too, is it's very, very geographical. That people have a closer tie to the people within, through their meetup or whatever, to a more location-based community. Now, the big thing here is what I want to talk about next. This is a fun one. Whoops, God, I'm just screwing up here left and right. Okay, so continuing this talk, the other piece. Here's the fun piece about community. What do you think of when you hear people talk about the WordPress community? How do you define it in the sense of what it brings to you, what it brings to others, the emotions? That is really what the WordPress community is about. I mean, I brought up the physical part, and that's kind of, hey, everybody kind of works at their own way, but within that physical part, whatever it is that you view as a WordPress community, and often even beyond the WordPress community, that's where we go beyond the barriers of maybe the family or people we don't like or people we do like. We kind of put them in these different little sections. And I could sit here and spout out a bunch of words, or I could have put them on one of the slides, and I decided it's not the way to do it. The way to do it, and I don't need necessarily a microphone, I just want people to yell out, what do you think when you think of the WordPress community as far as a feel? What did you feel today? Okay, let's step back a bit. I know you're all wanting alcohol and parties, and you're tired, and I understand it. But what did you feel today? When you were talking to people, when you were going in sessions, when you sat down with lunch, all those times, what did you feel today? What else? What else? Think about it. There's so many feels that you get in this community. When I got into this community, I was basically coming from the, I hate to say this, but the real business world. And I moved into open source in the WordPress community. And it was literally kind of a shock, just because of the support, the knowledge, the sharing, the friendships. It's been incredible. And 20 years, this community has evolved, and everybody within those 20 years, whether you've been here 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, 1 year, you've created this community feel, and those words are coming to you all the time. You're thinking the next time, wow, God, I love the WordPress community, because they're always there for me when I have a question. I love the WordPress community because they've supported me when I wanted to speak at WordCamp. On and on and on. One of the things that I've heard so much, and this is a great quote, I went to WordCamp Asia and I asked a bunch of people, what is it you loved about WordCamp Asia? And I probably asked about 20 to 30 people. There was a constant in every answer, community. Every single person, nobody said, I said, what did you like about it? Well, I liked it because I sat down with this person, we looked at this plugin, and we talked about the features, and it was really great. Nobody said that. And that's not anything against the plugins or what they do. Everybody said the people. And these were a lot of first-timers. And they were just amazed how friendly, how helpful, people reaching out, caring for each other, and they could see it with people that knew each other for years and years and years. But they didn't feel like they were an outsider. And that piece of the community, I mean, that in itself says a lot when you ask a lot of people, and all they keep saying is the people, the people, the people. So as we wind down, because you're wanting to get out there and do things, and I could talk forever, which you don't want to happen. The future of the community. This is an interesting thing to think about, and I have a perspective here that I want to share with you before you go. When we think of the future, we think of the next generation. I mean, it's kind of automatic, because you think you need people to carry on this excitement, this community, everything that's going on. And I'm not just talking about the software itself or, supporting and contributing to software, because you do need that. But they found out through a recent survey WordPress had that the average user, and this, of course, is a survey that, as many people that use it, how accurate it might be, but the average user is getting closer to Bob's age, which means that, well, they're not quite there yet. But you get my drift. So everybody's kind of thinking, oh my God, that's the future of WordPress? A bunch of OGs? And I thought about that, and I thought, yeah, we need new blood in here. We need people constantly coming in, and they don't always have to be young. Everybody that's coming in is the future. So here's my take on what the future is of WordPress. Look at the person next to you. That's the future of WordPress. Everybody here, what you're doing is going to make the next generation, the next whatever, you are primarily responsible for the future. And it's because of what you talk about. Whether you go out and get new people in, whether you are an advocate for diversity, whatever you are doing to build this community, you're building it for the future. You're not building it just for yourself. You're not building it just for us sitting here. You're building it for the next group of people and the next, and to make it continue on and on. So when we think of the future, hey, I'm putting a bit of responsibility in your hands. You are the future. Everybody that is at WordCamps, everybody that's involved in WordCamps, WordPress, it's your responsibility, and it can just be a little tiny bit to keep thinking about, hey, it's just not about me, it's just not about now, but everything I do has got to affect the future. So with that said, this was very off the cuff type of talk, and I think of 20 years where the community's gone. I think of the birthday coming up in 20 years. A lot of people will be celebrating, and I've often wondered, am I supposed to sit at my computer and look at the screen and say, happy birthday, WordPress? Because, I mean, you know, we're thinking the open source software. This has been around 20 years. But to me, I say, happy birthday to you. Thank you.
I know. Obrigado a todos. Thank you all. Okay, that was hard to organize. And we weren't here since 2019. Oops. So that's your gag of the day, the blooper. Obrigado a todos os oradores do WordCamp Lisboa 2023. Oh, that was fun. Obrigado aos organizadores. Façam favor. Façam favor. I just remind myself I have another one that I didn't replace. Damn. So I'm the worst speaker in the house. Someone can fill the gap that I have on another slide. I know. I just called the organizers. The volunteers are already here, but that's just fine. Here they are, our organizers. Álvaro, a Andreia, que desde o início da organização é uma das pessoas da equipa de design, que desde o início da organização sabia que não podia vir ao WordCamp. O António Carreira, o Carlos Miguel Silva, o Carlos Moreira, o Fábio, a Fernanda, o João Lúcio, o José Pedro Figueira, o Luís Calderaro, yours truly, a Olga, o Pedro Fonseca, o Pedro Mendonça, a Santana, o Tosé e o Vítor Silva. Obrigado. E obrigado aos voluntários. Já estão aqui todos ou como é que é? Dá gente lá fora? Vamos lá, Luís. Jump, jump, jump. Então, doutora, vamos lá. Vá lá, Pereirinha. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minions. Pedro, you need to answer this. I forgot. How many people on the contribution day? Around 70, last time I checked. Okay. So 80 meetings and sorry, a lot of coffee, a lot of coffee. So, the after party. So let's celebrate the 20 years of WordPress. Let's celebrate this event. It's going to start at 8 p.m., 90 meters away from here. I don't know why I'm speaking in English, but that's okay. We're going to have a buffet. Let's call it a dinner if you want to. And we're going to hope the birthday cake. And we're going to mingle together and have some fun. Okay? It's just 1 hour, 1.5 hours ago after this. And it's 90 meters from here. Just go to the website, after party page. There's the GPS coordinates there. Okay? Do not miss it. Or you can just scan the QR code for the location. 5, 3, 2, 1. Again, we are an inclusive event. Have fun, but please do respect everyone, okay? Again, masks not mandatory, not forbidden. We have a doctor, volunteer with us. You can speak with Álvaro and Fernanda for something that you need. Use WC Lisboa on social media on the after party. And of course, the ones that made all this possible, our sponsors. If 10 Pay, PT ESP, Eu Pago, PT Servidor, Bluehost, GoDaddy, Jetpack, Wiglot, WooCommerce, Igoi, Motive, Bankup, WebHS, Widgilabs, Glow, Seravo, Sered, SiteGround, Chef Panda, Invoice Express, IP2Location, Neoxea, PTU Plugins, Stickermule, TeamHighs, Dysfunctional, Word3, WPBox, WPSec, Yoast, and our media partners, Digital Azul and RTP. Well, there's a team that worked a lot.
We'd like to thank the guy who made it all possible, Marco, the guy behind the scenes. This guy is a bitch, but is unrelentless. It's beautiful. And don't do that, man. Last but not least, a guy with the wrong color shirt, Zé Freitas, who inspired us all. Thank you.
which, by the way, is the lead organizer of WordCamp Europe. So see you there in Athens. Who's going to Athens? Put your hands up. I know you will, of course. And I will just leave a question here and see you at the after party.